Starting cultivation in the world of Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Psychic Stone Statue. Since Kizaru had evacuated on his own initiative, Marco, who did not have to confront him, returned to Whitebird's side. Dad, it is said that the Marines received a notice to execute Ace in advance. I heard about it. Where are Squirt and the others? Whitebird sensed Marco's approach and did not turn back. They are in a tough battle with the vice admirals at the bay head. Marco was a little worried about his brother. How about I fly over to support them first? No, wait, deliberately leaking information to make us anxious should also be in that guy's plan. Whitebird still has a high opinion of Sengoku. Let us accidentally hear such a mistake. That guy will never make it. He is such a man. Don't get carried away. How can I let you break through so easily? Seeing that Luffy was about to rush to the wall and enter the square due to the clearing of the field by Naruto and others, Kizaru, who had been on the sidelines, stood up and used a flash kick to clear the field, leaving only Luffy who was rushing from the front. Luffy still remembered Kizaru in front of him. You are Admiral Kizaru in Sabaody. Yes, it seems that you still remember me. Straw Hat Boy. He was still in the same weird tone as his ancestors. I let you escape by luck last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. As he was talking, Kizaru once again condensed his own lightsaber aim no Kurosakuma. Kizaru, holding the lightsaber, glanced at Hinata behind Naruto before attacking. Hinata, who had the Byakugan to observe the artifact, immediately understood and activated her Samsara Eye summoning technique. This time, Hinata did not directly step forward to fight in close combat, but summoned a huge stone statue through the pupil technique of the Samsara Eye. The stone statue appeared in front of Naruto and blocked the attack from Kizaru. As a large amount of light spread out, everyone could see the scene under the shining light before. They saw a 20-meter-high stone statue, which was pierced through the chest and lay on the ground. However, it can be clearly seen that the hole in the giant's chest is shrinking rapidly. In just a moment, the stone statue stood up again and punched Kizaru at his feet. The huge stone statue attacked with great force, but compared to Kizaru, its speed seemed a bit slow. No matter what kind of attack the stone statue used, Kizaru would dodge it. He could even hit the stone statue with a sword while dodging. It can be said that in front of Kizaru, the stone statue has no other advantages except that it can be resurrected without limit. Once again using the Yosakuni no Magatama to smash the stone statue, Kizaru tried to use the commentary to prove that he was not slacking off. It seems that you have grown a lot. Compared with the last move that directly destroyed Sabaody Island, you have developed this ability to consume others. What? She is actually the legendary Hyuga Hinata who split several islands with one sword. The surrounding navy was fooled and immediately began to pay attention to Hinata's every move. All I can say is that people's imagination is truly terrifying. After having preconceived notions, the Navy present could actually see countless kinds of exquisite duels from the paddling of Kizaru and Hinata. Did you see that? Admiral Kizaru always waits until the stone statue is fully recovered before attacking. Isn't this a bit? What do you know? This is because the Admiral has discovered a flaw in the opponent's ability. Do you think that there is no consumption in restoring the stone statue? You are wrong. Only when the stone statue is fully recovered, the opponent's consumption is the greatest. The Admiral wants to take advantage of the opponent's great consumption and consume the opponent in turn. This is the wisest choice, but can't the Admiral go directly and attack Hinata Hyuga's body? Why does he have to compete with a stone statue? You are really ungrateful. Didn't you hear what Admiral Kizaru said? The opponent is the strong man who split several islands with one sword. I heard that Admiral Kizaru avoided the attack by turning into an element. If you fight in close combat, if the opponent uses such a move again, the admirals will naturally not have to worry. But what should we do after the island is split? I see, you are worthy of being my senior. Now that I hear you say that, I understand Admiral Kizaru's good intentions. He decided to use a war of attrition for the sake of our safety, to consume the opponent's physical strength and prevent the opponent from using the attack that split the island. Hearing that many Navy officers were discussing this, Kizaru paddled even more happily, and even took the initiative to lead the stone statue to move to the side to make way for Luffy to move forward. Just as Luffy continued to sprint forward, suddenly another laser shot from a distance and headed straight for Luffy. Originally, Sasuke wanted to help, but someone was faster than him. Death Wink. The secret of this move is to use growth hormone to make your face huge, and then use the explosive wind attack through high-speed blinking. Are you okay, Straw Hat Boy? Embryo Ivankov hurried forward to ask. Luffy, who was knocked away by the shock wave generated by the collision of two attacks, got up from the ground and said, "It was dangerous." "Thank you, Ivan. My mission is to protect your life." Ivankov hurriedly showed his performance in front of his young master. However, the danger was not over. Another light appeared in the distance, and the two looked over quickly. "That guy is the one who bounced us to various places. He looks like a bear." Bartholomew Kuma in front of him can be said to have become a shadow in Luffy's heart. Whenever he thought of his companion being bounced away by him in front of him, Luffy felt that it was like a nightmare. "Spin, beauty." Ivankov quickly spun his body to avoid the beam. "Bartholomew Kuma, you are going too far. Although you have the position of a Shichibuke, you can't shoot such dangerous lasers at me, an old friend." "What on earth are you?" Before Ivankov could finish his words, Kuma's laser shot over, piercing part of Ivankov's head and creating a huge explosion wave behind him. "Little Ivan," Luffy shouted when he saw Kuma's target was the other party. "Don't worry about me, go quickly, leave this to me." Ivankov stopped Luffy from speaking and urged Luffy to save Ace quickly, because he felt a different meaning from the attack just now. Seeing Luffy rushing through the obstruction of the Admiral and the Shichibuke, many Navy officers directly blocked Luffy's way, but due to the difference in strength between the two sides, they were easily thrown away by him. "Straw Hat Boy, you are still as imposing as before. By the way, I have to cut off your shadow again," as if Oz is taking action again. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, was ready to attack Luffy. Seeing this, Sasuke, who had been stopped before, immediately came to Luffy's back and said, "Luffy, just keep going forward. I will take care of him." Many people who did not go directly to the stage and were still watching were also a little surprised when they saw this scene. The characters in the Straw Hat Pirates are all very strong. Before, there was a little girl who could confront Kizaru, and now there is another person who dares to fight against the 7 warlords of the sea. Seeing that the person he had to deal with had changed from Luffy to 2, Moria didn't care. After all, this was a battlefield, Moria's home turf. "Come out, zombie soldiers." As Moria's fruit ability was activated, countless dead soldiers and pirates stood up from the ground one after another. Because of their location, most of the bodies were from the Navy. "Okay, zombie soldiers, catch them for me." The other Navy who were still fighting around saw this scene of desecrating corpses and glared at Moria, but because of his status as a Shichibuke, they couldn't say much for the time being. Practice shuriken jutsu. A large number of shurikens were taken out and thrown by Sasuke from his ninja bag. Facing the zombies transformed by ordinary soldiers, these shurikens were enough to kill the other party. As the shurikens were consumed in large numbers, the zombie soldiers in front of Sasuke fell down in large numbers, but these zombies would stand up again not long after falling to the ground. Not only that, but some new corpses joined the ranks of zombie soldiers. Damn, it's increased. Sasuke had expected this. After all, this kind of technique to manipulate the dead bodies also existed in the ninja world, but Luffy felt it was a bit incredible. Moria on the side was very satisfied with Luffy's reaction, raised his hands and laughed at Luffy. "Yes, this is a battlefield, there are as many zombies as there are dead people, I am invincible here." "Invincible? Wish?" Sasuke was very dissatisfied with the arrogant Moria in front of him. He had already understood this world and had actually thought of a way. Lightning release, Sanda Naruto. After Sasuke made a seal, 2 balls of lightning condensed on his hands. These 2 balls of lightning radiated lightning indiscriminately all the time. With the blessing of the Sharingan, Sasuke had further improved the refinement of chakra, and directly sent these 2 balls of lightning into the pile of zombies. A large amount of lightning was emitted from the thunder ball and transmitted to the zombies around. Using lightning escape to deal with the opponent was the policy that Sasuke had set early on. After all, the essence of these zombies was actually the shadows in their bodies. If there was a way to deal with those shadows directly, wouldn't it be possible to fundamentally solve those zombies? As for the shurikens thrown before, it was not just to confuse the enemy. When Sasuke used his unique throwing technique, he secretly injected lightning escape into the shuriken, and then threw it out with other unprocessed shurikens to observe the effect. The result was that the shuriken without lightning escape had no effect on the zombies, and the zombies hit by lightning escape never got up again. It was because of such a test that Sasuke used a range of lightning escape to avoid wasting his chakra. After all, in his opinion, the war had just begun, and he didn't want to leave early because of insufficient chakra. What? Impossible. Moria on the opposite side immediately felt that his connection with the shadow in the zombie's body was disconnected. This was impossible in his opinion. As a user of the shadow fruit ability, his control over the shadow should be absolute and would never fail. Luffy, hurry up, I'll take care of Mariah, Sasuke urged Luffy again to prevent him from stopping him from performing. Okay, Ace, here I come. Luffy was worried that Sasuke could not deal with Mariah before, but now he ran directly and decisively to the execution platform. However, Ace on the execution platform did not think so. After all, he could see clearly from a high place that there were still a few of the 7 warlords of the sea, and even the Navy still had a lot of high-end combat power. Even if some of Luffy's friends were very powerful, they would still not succeed in the end. Don't come over, Luffy. This shout surprised everyone who heard it. They wanted to hear what Ace would say next. Even the results of the battle on the high platform were a bit unexpected. Ace was so regretful at the moment, regretting that he had implicated so many people because of his personal problems. You should understand that you and I are both pirates, and we should sail freely on the sea. I have my adventures and my companions. You have no reason to care about my affairs. A coward like you actually came to save me. Do you think I would allow it? For me, there is nothing more humiliating than this. So, go back quickly. Luffy, Garp, who was standing aside, listened to Ace's words, and his expression softened a bit. He looked at Ace, who was beside him with tears in his eyes, but said nothing, because he knew that Ace didn't want to implicate Luffy. But Luffy didn't pay any attention to Ace's long speech, and the reason was simple and direct. Your brother. This made many people present unable to do anything. He did say that he was his brother just now, so he is also Roger's son. This was completely ignorant of the situation. Ace's parents should have died when he was born. How could he have a younger brother? Even those who knew a little bit about the inside story were confused. Luffy continued to run. I don't care about the rules of pirates. Why don't you understand? At this moment, Ace was really moved and angry at Luffy. At this moment, he suddenly understood the feelings of Garp beside him. What are you doing? Don't let a little newcomer disrupt the battle. Seeing that the situation was not right, Sengoku immediately used Denmushi to stop everyone's wild thoughts. Chapter 177 Appearance. Although this Straw Hat Boy will be a harmful factor in the future, he is not Roger's son, but a sworn brother who grew up with Ace. His blood is the biological son of the revolutionary dragon, the son of the worst criminal in the world. It can be said that Sengoku's revelation was successful, successfully preventing the Navy from continuing to have wild thoughts, and at the same time using the revolutionary dragon to stimulate everyone's interest in Luffy. As expected, Doflamingo, who originally showed little interest, also turned his attention to Luffy. Although he has not made a direct move yet, he has already revealed a hint of his intention. Even Garp was no longer sitting on the execution platform, but stood up and said, "It doesn't matter. There is no need to hide it anymore." After all, at this point, Luffy is no longer a lawbreaker who can be simply labeled. These two brothers are all big fools. Along the way, no matter what others said, Luffy never gave up his goal, and even used his third gear ability to knock down a Navy giant with one punch. Ace, no matter what you say, I will definitely save you, even if I die. I will do it. However, after rushing into the wall, the rescue had just begun. The Navy who had been waiting in the square directly surrounded Luffy and the pirates who broke in behind him. Destroy them. Don't go to great lengths for a newcomer. In this regard, Sengoku still looked like he had a wise man in his hands. However, something strange happened again. Dozens of people suddenly appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto, one of whom was particularly eye-catching. He was wearing a dark green coat, with a red square tattoo on his left face, short black hair combed back, a ferocious expression, no eyebrows, and stubble on his chin. What? That's the revolutionary Ryu. What? How could it be? The scene changed again in an instant. Even Sengoku did not expect that the Revolutionary Army would interfere in today's event. After Long arrived, he immediately said to Zanguo on the podium, I just heard that someone here is commenting on me and my son. In that case, how can I not show up? After all, I am hailed as the most evil person by the world government. In that case, I will naturally do things that will embarrass the world government. Zanguo, what do you want to choose now? Do you want to concentrate your forces to take me down, or do you want to continue to deal with Whitebird? Long, what is your intention in coming here today? I don't believe that someone like you would take such a big risk to come here for no reason, just to embarrass the world government. Zanguo's eyes were fixed on the suddenly appeared Long and the crowd around him. Long ignored Sengoku, but talked to a revolutionary soldier beside him. Have you got it? Very good, then we can start to act. Long waved his hand, signaling the revolutionary soldiers around him to act according to the plan. In the end, only Long, Naruto, Tsunade, Senjunaki, Namikaze Minato, Mifune, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Kurama Yonhei were still standing there. It can be said that this is an outpost, and it can be invited to the limit in an individual's name. When Long arranged the actions of the Revolutionary Army, he looked at Sengoku again. You are right, today we, the Revolutionary Army, came here to use this platform built by you to directly announce the existence of our Revolutionary Army to the world. And today we will prove to the world who is the strongest force in the world. Asshole, hurry up, turn off the live broadcast of Denden Mushi. Sengoku immediately understood Long's intention and wanted his men to cut off the live broadcast signal directly. It's just a pity that Long had someone do this before. He had already got one of the 3 live broadcast Denden Mushi in his hands through his hidden players in the Navy. Now Zanguo couldn't shut down the live broadcast. Do you know what you are doing? Zanguo was furious at the moment, not because of the disadvantage, but because the situation was no longer under his control. What to do? Of course I know. Long raised his hands high and broadcast his speech directly to every place in the world through the live broadcast screen. What I'm doing now is to overthrow the rule of that group of so-called celestial dragons. Don't tell me about the merits and glory of the 20 kings. I only know that all the member states in the world have been oppressed by that group of scumbags of celestial gold. How many civilians have had to sell their children and families to others as slaves in order to collect enough money to pay? In the end, they were left with nothing and could only live in misery and resentment, and worry about collecting the next fee to be paid. Even those so-called world governments, in order to be sure to receive the so-called celestial gold, would condone pirates to plunder at will, and even created so-called legal pirates called the 7 warlords of the sea. This is the so-called world government that represents justice. At this moment, Long's speech was so passionate, especially the various artillery fire exploding around him, which set off an atmosphere that he was seeking redemption for the people under oppression. You're talking nonsense. The world government is fighting to eliminate those pirates. However, the Navy were naturally unhappy with Dragon's disparagement of the world government, especially some people who dedicated their entire lives to the justice in their hearts. Ha ha ha! Long laughed even louder after hearing that. Yes, you are clearing out pirates, but at the same time you are standing guard for human trafficking like Shabaoti, and escorting ships transporting slaves. Is this the so-called justice? Does justice mean that we must protect those so-called celestial dragons who don't even want to breathe with everyone? On what basis do they enslave the world's people and at the same time be protected by the world? On what basis do they have? On the basis of the so-called glory of the 20 kings? Bah! Long even handed the conversation to the Navy who had spoken before, and asked, you just said to eliminate the pirates, right? Is this really what the world government is doing? Isn't it the Navy who is doing it? When did the so-called CP organizations in the world government become responsible for clearing out pirates? Isn't their duty to protect the celestial dragons and check and balance the Navy? So you don't have to hate me, because I don't deny the achievements of the Navy. I just oppose the world government. I just oppose the world government turning the Navy that was supposed to be used to protect the world into a knife in its own hands, a knife that is only used to protect itself, that's all. So you should actually join me and stand up with me against the world government. I think there should be many people in the Navy who have long been fed up with the world government's practices, especially the so-called supreme leaders, the celestial dragons. I think you should all be very clear about what they have done and what they are doing. You are talking nonsense, Sengoku shouted loudly, interrupting Long's continued speech. The Tenjojin is not for oppression, but for better armed forces to fight against the increasingly powerful pirates. In such occasions, Sengoku must maintain the order of the world government, although he himself actually hates some of the other party's behaviors, but when he sits in his position, he knows how terrible the situation without order would be. So even if the order established by the celestial dragons is not good, he is still trying to maintain it. No, you are wrong. Is the heavenly gold really used for armed forces? If so, Where did the funds for the celestial dragons to buy slaves come from? Who is paying for their extravagant entertainment? When will the world government dare to announce its spending so that the world can see how their so-called heavenly gold is spent? There is no need to increase this already increased amount every year. Even the increasingly powerful pirates you mentioned, how many of the pirates present here have to leave their homes and seek a way to survive because they cannot afford the so-called heavenly gold? Although it is wrong for them to rob civilians after becoming pirates, isn't the heavenly gold that can lead them to the path of pirates wrong? Sengoku, as a naval marshal, don't you really know these? Not to mention you, those admirals, lieutenant generals, major generals, and even the lowest soldiers under you, who doesn't know anything? Just say that among all the people present. Is there anyone who says that he doesn't know the problem at all? Who? The Navy officers present at the scene, facing Long's questioning, were still somewhat unconvinced, but they did not deny it against their conscience. Even if there were a few who wanted to say no, they did not raise their hands in the end after seeing their companions being so silent. But they forgot one thing, that is, the situation at the scene was broadcast live to the whole world by the live broadcast Mushi. Their silence was equivalent to admitting it directly in front of the world. After all, they were not ordinary Navy officers, but the Navy headquarters, which could be said to be the most authoritative existence in the eyes of the people, and they were more convinced than the world government. In fact, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Churu had thought about interrupting Long's questioning directly, but they were afraid that doing so would directly affect the morale of the Navy officers present, and it would be terrible if they directly mutinied at that time. After all, with Sengoku's wisdom, how could he not know that Long dared to appear now? He must have made certain preparations, so the most basic internal response must be indispensable. Thinking of this, Sengoku glanced at Garp, who was still on the execution platform, and moved his lips, but in the end he did not say anything, because he still had some expectations for this naval hero in his heart, and did not want to be forced to the opposite side after he opened his mouth. When Long saw that Sengoku began to assign tasks to his Mushi and was preparing to dispatch naval forces from other nearby areas for support, he immediately cut off the other party's luck. Sengoku, why do you think I came here now? Do you want to wait for you to both lose and then I will reap the benefits? No, you are wrong. I am waiting for the revolutionary armies from all over the world to take over your naval branches. Now, except for the naval branch in the New World, which we have not been able to take down due to lack of manpower in our revolutionary army, the naval branches in the other 4 seas have all been controlled by us, so we came here this time to make the final decision, to directly use absolute power to quickly overturn the notice of the world government, to complete the evolution at the fastest speed, and strive to exchange the freedom of the people with the smallest loss in cost. Yes, Long did not bring any cadres of the revolutionary army with him this time, but asked them to go to various parts of the world to suppress and accept naval branches. It was thanks to Sengoku's capture of Whitebird and the attack on most of the high-level forces of the Navy that Long's plan could succeed. That is why Long Lai had to ask for help from the outpost. After all, his top forces were not enough, and the top combat power was not enough to take down the Navy and Whitebird. Yes, it was only the top forces. As for the bottom forces, Long was not worried at all. On the one hand, after the strength reached a certain level, the number of people could no longer form an advantage. On the other hand, 1/4 of the Navy present had been instigated by the Revolutionary Army. Among the remaining 3/4, how many bottom forces were really willing to go to war with the Revolutionary Army directly? After all, they were not pirates. Everyone listen carefully. The other party is the world's worst person as determined by the world government. Don't be fooled by the other party's words. Think about who is protecting everyone's hometown from being disturbed by pirates on weekdays. It is the world government, not the Revolutionary Army in front of you. Everyone should think clearly. Sengoku tried to seize the opponent's weakness to ease the attack. However, what he didn't know was that this aroused the memories of many Navy present, and made his heart shift towards the direction of the Revolutionary Army. After all, the Navy still knows whether the Revolutionary Army is doing anything. After all, if there is no record of war, the world government will not make Long the most evil man in the world for no reason. In the period when the Revolutionary Army was dormant, there were actually many activities. They rescued slaves everywhere, liberated areas enslaved by the Navy or pirates, and even intercepted ships transporting Cheyenne Shangjin and secretly returned them to the people. It is precisely because of these big and small deeds that the Revolutionary Army is so famous. Even many of the Navy present have received favors from the Revolutionary Army. What's more, they joined the Navy because they could not contact the Revolutionary Army after being rescued. In this way, Sengoku actually added fuel to the fire. Seeing the strange expressions of the Navy below, Whitebird understood a little, but he was not in the mood to laugh at Sengoku, because he thought of another possibility, and if that possibility was true, the most dangerous person in the whole scene would be their Whitebird pirates. Chapter 178 Kurama Cloud Sea. Dragon, why don't we unite and take down the Navy together? Whitebird's proposal at this moment could be said to be malicious. Dragon would not be fooled. Alliance with pirates? No, don't be ridiculous. We are not the world government that still has the 7 warlords of the sea. We, the Revolutionary Army, will never go along with pirates. However, many people have become pirates because they are oppressed by the world government, so we will give pirates a chance. Of course, this opportunity is not available to everyone. If they are pirates who oppress civilians, burn, kill, rob and commit all kinds of evil, then forget it. We will eliminate such people directly according to the situation. If they are pirates who are just forced to make a living and are on the sea to make a living, we will give them the opportunity to join the Revolutionary Army after review. If they can make merit in the process of overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons, we can make up for their mistakes according to the situation. Speaking of which, although you are a famous pirate on the sea, Whitebird, you did not indulge your men to kill civilians at will. You even snatched Fishman Island from the current world government and protected it with your own strength, so you also meet our above conditions. I wonder if you, Whitebird, are willing to give up your current identity as a pirate and join our Revolutionary Army to overthrow the existing world government. Then you and your children will not have to entrust your lives to your swords every day, but can live together in peace and harmony as a family. Hulila, Whitebird laughed, very happily. It has been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like this. Even the world government dared not ask me to bow to them. Today, you actually asked me to join the Revolutionary Army directly. I saw that the Straw Hat Boy was arrogant enough before, but I didn't expect that compared with you, he has not learned much. Dad, Marco, who was standing next to Whitebird at this moment, stepped forward immediately. The meaning was self-evident. Obviously, everyone was ready to fight the Revolutionary Army. However, Whitebird did not respond, because he looked at the calm dragon and became more certain of his previous guess. After all, judging from the reaction of the Navy below, it was obvious that a considerable number of them were hidden players of the Revolutionary Army. Whitebird did not believe that Sengoku was so old and confused that he did not notice this. So in Whitebird's opinion, this was either a trap to lure the Revolutionary Army, or Sengoku himself was intentionally helping the Revolutionary Army to cover up. No matter which of the above is the case, it represents that the hidden power in today's battlefield is extremely terrifying. So after a long silence, Whitebird suddenly burst out his Conqueror's Haki. This invisible and intangible existence burst out from Whitebird's ears at an extremely fast speed. In response to him, it was Long's Conqueror's Haki. I don't know if the D-clan has something special. In short, the probability of Conqueror's Haki appearing in their clan is very high. The Conqueror's Haki of the two people collided at a high speed in the air. The collision produced extremely strong destructive power. In order not to directly destroy the ice layer under the feet of the crowd, the two finally let it into the air. The violent collision directly tore the clouds in the sky and directly split the sky in two. Very good, I admit your courage, but if you really want me to join your Revolutionary Army, then show me your strength. Let me see why you are confident that you can wipe out the high-level forces of the Navy headquarters. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. After all, who is he? He is the world's strongest man, Whitebird. In fact, Whitebird was helpless. He knew very well what his own body was like. When he was young, he overexerted his body, and he drank without following the doctor's advice. It can be said that he can still stand here and challenge the Navy now, which is his limit. It can be said that he never thought that he could go back alive when he came here today. And once he really died, what he couldn't let go of the most was his group of sons. If the revolutionary in front of him could really overthrow the world government, then joining the Revolutionary Army would be the last thing he did for his beloved sons. As for the fact that Long and the others could not take down the Navy present, it would surely consume a lot of the Navy's strength. At that time, their plan would remain the same, and they would not actually lose anything. As for whether he would lose face because of these words, Whitebird had never thought about this problem. After all, His face was always linked to his strength. Ho ha, is that so? In that case, we, the Revolutionary Army, will show everyone our strength here. Long suddenly looked in the direction of the Navy. Everyone, step out. As Long shouted this, many soldiers in the Navy below suddenly began to move towards Long's position. At first, they were soldiers, then lieutenants, and then major generals and even vice generals. Finally, Kizaru, who had fought in Ida before, also came here. It was also unexpected that Tyrant Bear was fighting Ivankov. If the major generals and vice generals who came out of the line before made many Navy feel betrayed, then the betrayal of the Admiral Kizaru was a blow to them that was almost like the collapse of the sky and the earth. After all, he was their pillar admiral. On the contrary, everyone was not surprised by Tyrant Bear's choice. In other words, in the eyes of the Navy, the 7 warlords of the sea were a group of people who betrayed pirates, and it was normal for them to betray the Navy again. However, the matter is not over yet. Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, also came to Kizaru's side and said, although I was not a member of the Revolutionary Army before, I also hate those self-righteous celestial dragons. Since your goal is to overthrow them, then count me as one. This move was unexpected by even Sengoku. After all, he had already thought that Kizaru might be a member of the Revolutionary Army before. After all, he was not a Navy admiral for so many years in vain. He just didn't expect Aokiji to make such a choice at this moment. It can be said that Aokiji's choice directly gave the remaining Navy another choice. Many of them stood up and chose to join the Revolutionary Army like Aokiji. Most of these people had been bullied and oppressed by the celestial dragons in their hometowns, and among these people, the Empress was the fastest. After all, in the eyes of the Empress, Long was her future father-in-law, and it was right for her to take the initiative to join. And she could also build a good relationship with her future family in advance. Moreover, regardless of these, her hatred for the celestial dragons alone was enough to make her join the Revolutionary Army, and even Heikayo Jinbei came over. It can be said that the Navy's high-end combat power is not much left at the moment. In addition to Buddha Sengoku and Hero Garp, there is Admiral Akainu. Only these 3 are left. As for the remaining 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye has an attitude of not caring about it, while Doflamingo, Moria and Blackbeard know that they do not meet the previous conditions. In this case, they have few choices. It can be said that with the appearance of Dragon, the Navy, which was originally in an absolute advantage in terms of force, has now become a disadvantage. Yes, it is a disadvantage. Although Senju Rope Tree and others did not make a move, based on their momentum and the fact that they always stood by Dragon, they must be strong masters. Otherwise, if Dragon really appeared alone, it would be a joke. It seems that everyone has made a choice. I wonder how you, Marshal Sengoku, decided. Dragon showed his strength generously and now waited for the other party's choice. Sengoku looked at Garp on the side. You didn't go to your son's side, Garp. Garp didn't look at Sengoku, and crossed his arms. I still have doubts about whether the new world built by the Revolutionary Army will be stronger than the current one, that's all. In that case, Sengoku looked up at Long. Both sides should have a high-level confrontation. After all, I can't bear to see the Navy fighting each other here. What do you think? Ha. Okay, in that case, please ask Marshal Sengoku to send someone to fight first. Long is also a man who will not suffer any loss. I'll do it, Marshal Sengoku. The one who took the initiative to fight was Admiral Akainu on the side of the Navy. At this moment, he was ready to annihilate Kizaru or Aokiji. After all, in his opinion, they had betrayed the Navy, so they should not be alive. But it was not the 2 of them who took action, but Kurama Yunhei, who had been standing beside Long before, carrying a large easel. Don't underestimate the strength of the Kurama clan. After all, they are not the declining ones in Naruto. Don't forget that they were the first to join the Chinese clan. Although Kurama Yunhei was not directly promoted to the level of Otsutsuki by Kashiwasu, the entire Kurama clan had their blood adjusted by Kashiwasu. The Kurama clan now, relying on their own bloodline limits, coupled with the spiritual methods they have practiced since childhood, have developed the skills of yin-yang escape to the limit of bloodline elimination. So seeing Kurama Yunhei, who was carrying an easel, took the initiative to fight, Senju Naoki nodded to Long. After all, Long was not clear about the strength of the people in the ninja world. Seeing that Kurama Yunhei had come to the ice cap and set up the easel, Hongao couldn't help but taunt him. You are looking for death? Since you like painting so much, I will give you a piece of lava as paint. Big fire, Hongou's right hand quickly turned into lava under the power of the fruit, and quickly grew larger, and then simulated the impact of the volcanic eruption to shoot out his fist. A huge lava fist immediately extended from the red dog's right hand and smashed directly at Kurama Yunhei, who was painting seriously below. In order to avoid being affected, the two fought closer to the crowd. Except for Hinata, who opened her Byakugan, no one noticed that the canvas on the easel actually showed the scene. The red dog stretched out his arm and was about to smash his fist. Kurama Yunhei hooked the brush in his right hand, and a blue light suddenly appeared on the brush that had not been dipped in any paint. Then the brush was pressed on the position of the lava fist on the canvas. As the brush was applied, the right hand of the red dog in the sky suddenly changed. A thick layer of frost suddenly formed on the huge lava fist. Not only that, but the lava inside was extinguished and turned into rock. The sudden change not only shocked the red dog, but also the people present did not understand what happened. Because the force of the right fist was not retracted before, the right hand that had turned into rock and was out of the control of the red dog directly broke off from his body and fell to the ground. Kurama Yunhei just waved his pen again, and the fallen right fist disappeared out of thin air, looking like it was directly erased by someone. So strong, what is this? Is it the drawing fruit? Some people secretly speculated. After all, in their opinion, the only one who could achieve such a strange operation was the devil fruit stone. Although this kind of power had never appeared before, it might be some rare fruit. However, only Long clenched his right fist at this moment, looking at Kurama Yunhei in the field with a look of desire. After all, he was the only person in the entire One Piece world who knew about it. It's just some tricks, meteor volcano. After hearing the element's words, Red Dog restored his right hand again and chose to change his attack method. He abandoned the powerful single attack and chose to punch a large number of lava fists into the air, and then let a large number of lava meteorites fall like meteors. After all, he had seen Kurama Yunhei's painting process before. Since he had to use his ability through painting, Red Dog's choice was to directly summon a large number of lava meteorites to make it difficult for the other party to paint. However, Kurama Yunhei's response was also very simple. He just drew a few strokes, and a strong wind immediately blew in the sky. The violent wind directly blew away all the lava that Red Dog had previously hit into the sky and blew it into the ocean in the distance. After a large amount of lava fell into the ocean, it directly raised the temperature of that small piece of seawater, scalding many seafood to death, which was a bit wasteful. Seeing this, Red Dog no longer dared to have any airs, and rushed directly to Kurama Yunhei's position, wanting to fight him in close combat. To be honest, this move was really useful. With the help of his own observation haki, Red Dog could always make his figure on the canvas avoid Kurama Yunhei's brush, so he jumped up and down all the way to Kurama Yunhei, raised his lava-like fist directly, and smashed it hard towards the easel. However, this time it went straight through the easel and hit the ice surface. Chapter 179 Hawkeye vs. Mifune. Don't forget that the most fundamental application and expression of the Kurama family's bloodline limit is actually illusion, which is the control of the five senses. When Kurama Unkei put away his easel, when he walked out from Long, he was already using his bloodline limit. The Kurama Unkei that appeared in Hongou's eyes now was just an image that Kurama Unkei had directly instilled into the other party, which was far from his actual position. Asshole, at this moment, Hongou naturally knew that he was fooled by Kurama Unkei. He was extremely angry and decided to use it to teach the other party a lesson. Lava region. Hongou's lower body melted into a pool of lava almost instantly. After these lava came into contact with the ice surface, they quickly melted and vaporized it. In this process, the temperature of the lava was further consumed. Finally, until the ice surface was completely melted and fell onto the sea surface, the lava at the bottom was completely cooled and condensed. In this way, with Red Dog as the benchmark, a large amount of lava began to spread outward. In his opinion, as long as he used lava to completely cover the entire ice sheet, then the Kurama Cloud Sea would have nowhere to hide. Even if he couldn't find his hiding place, it didn't matter. After all, the lava would find it. But the Kurama clan's five senses were not so simple to control. In Red Dog's own vision, his lava was flowing in all directions according to his own ideas, but the radiation range of his lava in the world was only more than 30 meters. The rest of the lava fell directly into the sea because the Kurama Cloud Sea wiped out the ice sheet in advance. And because of the control of Kurama Cloud Sea, Red Dog couldn't hear the voices of everyone at the scene at this moment, and he didn't even know that he was slowly sinking from the sea. So, everyone present watched helplessly as Red Dog and a large piece of lava under him sank under the ice at an increasingly faster speed, and it was about to directly touch the sea surface. It should be said that the observation haki is really powerful. Even though his 5 senses were controlled by someone, Hongo still sensed the danger through his observation haki. In addition, Kurama Yunhei allowed him to change the venue without stopping him, which made him alert and successfully avoided the danger based on his perception, and stood on the ice cap again. In order to reduce consumption, Kurama Yunhei removed part of the vision that he had previously infused into Hongo. At this moment, Hongo realized how close he was to danger. Realizing that he had been fooled by someone repeatedly before, Hongo was a little angry and turned his giant fist into lava again. He randomly punched around, trying to force the opponent out through his unconscious attack. However, in his own consciousness, it was a wanton attack. A large amount of lava fell everywhere in the field, smashing and melting a large amount of ice caps. But in fact, Red Dog attacked in only one direction, which was the location of the Navy headquarters building. It can be said that Red Dog, relying on his own strength, demolished half of the headquarters building into ruins in a short period of time. Fortunately, it was not used normally, so no Navy was injured. Such a scene of playing tricks on the general directly made audiences around the world feel the strength of the Revolutionary Army through the live broadcast. After all, the Navy admiral had been fighting for nearly half an hour. Not only did he not know where the enemy was, but he also directly demolished his hometown. It can be said that he was embarrassed. This kind of random bombardment lasted for more than 10 minutes. In Red Dog's vision, he had bombarded the entire ice sheet into a mess, but still did not hurt Kurama Yunhei at all, at least that was the vision sent to his mind. Kurama Yunhei in Red Dog's vision was sitting in front of his easel at this moment, writing and splashing ink. Even though it was covered by a large amount of lava, Kurama Yunhei was still sitting there, but he raised his position a little higher and sat on the pile of lava. In fact, Kurama Yunhei did not want to humiliate Red Dog or anything, but he wanted to make Red Dog's mind fall through these, so that he could completely control all 5 senses. Once successful, Red Dog would be trapped in the eternal annihilation compiled by Kurama Yunhei for him, without vision, smell, hearing, taste or touch. When trapped in the eternal annihilation, the recipient will be placed in a completely dark space, and he will find that he can't hear, see, speak, move, or even feel his own body. He can only think about it alone in the endless void, and finally sink into annihilation, or collapse and go crazy. It can be said to be an extremely cruel practice. Kurama Yunhei has never really used this ability in the past, but when he traveled and painted in the world of One Piece, he learned a lot about the deeds of this admiral. People call him an admiral who pursues complete justice, which is not a problem, and it can even be said to be a good thing, but the examples listed by people are not like this. What about the order to sink the entire ship because he suspected that there was an illegal person on the fully loaded refugee ship? What about the order to burn the entire ship directly on the grounds of collusion with pirates after questioning the villagers because he suspected that there were pirates living in a small town? What about the order to destroy the village with the pirates after discovering the village enslaved by pirates, etc.? It can be said that this so-called admiral of the Navy, while killing pirates in the name of eliminating harm for the people, has slaughtered many innocent civilians. Such a person actually has the face to call himself justice. He is obviously a scum who relies on his own military power and status to do whatever he wants but cherishes his reputation. It is also because he knows that the admiral in front of him, who is the pillar of the Navy, can do such a thing openly. This time, when Senju Naki invited him in his personal name, Kurama Yunhei agreed to come. After all, in his opinion, it is better not to have a navy that pursues such justice. If it is rebuilt, it will not be worse than it is now. It can only be said that Kurama Yunhei lived in a good era. If there was no intervention from Kishiwasu, the system in the Naruto world would not necessarily be stronger than that in the One Piece world. So, Kurama Yunhei provoked Red Dog to make him attack, and at the same time showed him his real target after he attacked, provoking him again and again and irritating his nerves. Although Kurama Yunhei's observation haki was frantically warning, Red Dog could not find the problem at all because Kurama Yunhei did not carry out any substantial attack at this moment. On the contrary, his nerves were stretched to the extreme because of the constant warning from his observation haki. However, if it is too hard, it will break easily. The nerves that have been suppressed to the extreme will eventually break. When Kurama Yunhei once again released the visual control, he returned all the sense of smell, taste, and hearing that had been taken away from Red Dog before. And this time, not only did he return these three senses, but he also directly magnified them dozens of times. All of a sudden, the noisy sounds on the entire battlefield filled his ears, and the large amount of sulfur smell brought by the lava, the bloody smell on the battlefield, and the burnt smell after being burned by high temperature also penetrated into his nose and mouth. This moment of stimulation directly made Hongu stunned on the spot, and subconsciously he didn't want to hear or smell these. So Kurama Yunhei, who was originally eyeing it, immediately followed the wishes of Hongu, and added a little private work, and gradually deprived Hongu of all his other four senses starting from the sense of smell. So in the eyes of everyone, the current Hongu is like a wooden stake without any soul, just standing there. Without the control of consciousness, Kurama Yunhei just gently waved the brush and directly moved Hongu to the side of Kizaru and others, leaving it to them to deal with. Looking at Kurama Yunhei, who had already sorted out the easel and carried it on his back and walked back, both sides were a little speechless for a while. The navy was still a little bit unacceptable because they lost a general at the beginning. As for the Revolutionary Army, they didn't expect that there was such a strong person on their side, who had been hiding his identity until now. Looking at the other people standing next to Lai Long, they even began to imagine how powerful their Revolutionary Army was. Even the spectators outside the field had similar ideas. After all, Kurama Yunhei's battle this time could be said to be a complete crushing victory. Red Dog didn't even touch him, and he didn't even attack him in any direction. He had already lost completely. Now the spectators outside the field are most worried that the two sides will give up the competition because of this nearly crushing battle, so they won't be able to eat such exciting spectators again. It was Ryu who broke the silence first. Since Admiral Akainu has lost, then it's our turn to send someone out first. In that case, let me do it. The person who spoke was dressed as a samurai, and it was Mifune who had come to the One Piece world early. I heard that there is a straight-rank strongest swordsman among the 7 warlords of the sea. I wonder if he is willing to compete with me. Mifune, who was nearly 60 years old, took a step forward and immediately changed his temperament from a little old man to an old swordsman. Hearing this, Mihawk looked at the old man who was only 1.7 meters tall and was considered severely disabled in the One Piece world, with his sharp eyes like an eagle. He didn't say anything, but drew his black sword, Knight, from his back. Seeing Hawkeye directly express his attitude with his actions, both the people of Marineford and the spectators around the world were very excited. On the one hand, Kurama Yunhei showed everyone their strength with his actions, and on the other hand, the first swordsman who had been famous for a long time. And the most excited one was Dashiji, who is training in the East China Sea. Although she knew that her teacher was very powerful before, she didn't expect that she could challenge Hawkeye directly. Compared with Hawkeye, who is 1.9 meters tall, this sword also looked very huge, and Mifune used the Kusanagi sword that he brought from the ninja world. At this moment, Hawkeye felt the extraordinary person in front of him, holding his knight with both hands, and a huge slash flew along the blade. This attack was so amazing to everyone, although they had just seen it once not long ago, but unlike the time when Diamond Jaws took advantage of it and led it into the sky, Mifune now looked ready to take it hard. Ai Kasakiri, Mifune held the sword with both hands while stepping out with his left foot, and drew the sword while turning the sheath to the left and outside. When stepping out with his right foot, he slashed from top to bottom with his right hand. After the various secret methods of training in the ninja world were made public, Mifune also absorbed a lot of nutrition from them. Although he is still using chakra now, he has completely embarked on a different path from the ninja. Silence. When Mifune's sword slashed at Hawkeye's sword energy, there was no explosion as everyone thought, and there was not even any sound in light effect. The whole of Marineford was silent under this sword that did not seem to be very fast. In the whole venue, there was no sound except the sea breeze that was still blowing, until Mifune finished sheathing the sword. This sword can be said to be guided by Mifune's own will, driving the chakra contained in the sword body, and directly annihilating all the existences that hid his blade. Hawkeye, who always showed a poker face in front of the public, broke the convention this time. The corners of his mouth were raised high. If it were not for the restraint of his face, he might have grinned to the roots of his ears. With a flash, Hawkeye jumped down from the high wall and rushed towards Mifune's position. Mifune took his step by step, facing Hawkeye accurately. With Hawkeye's speed, Mifune took less than 30 steps forward before he arrived in front of him. The reason why Hawkeye rushed so fast was because he found that Mifune was accumulating his own momentum through this way of walking. After walking more than 20 steps, his momentum has quadrupled. Hawkeye, on the other hand, naturally would not sit still and wait for death. His high-speed movement itself provided him with great strength. Finally, after approaching Mifune to within 3 meters, he finally slashed the night sword in his hand. Reverse Kasaya. Mifune used his sword drawing technique again, but this time his sword was slashed from the lower right to the upper left. After rushing for thousands of miles, the powerful and heavy slash finally met the Kusanagi sword containing the power of annihilation. The collision between the two was still silent, but it was just silent. The ice cover under the feet of the two people cracked from the moment the two swords collided, and moved directly in two opposite directions under the power of the two people. In an instant, a crack several meters wide appeared on the ice cover. What followed was a large amount of seawater, which, under the pressure of the thick ice sheet, forced the seawater below to gush up. Chapter 180 Mount Moria. At the moment when the seawater gushed out from under the ice cap, Mifune and Hawkeye moved at the same time. Don't think that Hawkeye's swordsmanship is open and closed just because the knight in Hawkeye's hand is a big sword. In fact, as the strongest swordsman, Hawkeye's attainments in swordsmanship are naturally the best. Each of his swords is both hard and soft, and yin and yang. Mifune is completely the opposite. His swordsmanship is fast and fierce. After all, the enemies of the samurai in the ninja world before were ninjas, a group of people with high attack speed, high attack power, and high explosive power. When the samurai can't resist the attack of the ninja, they can only make themselves faster, more damaging, and more explosive, and try to kill the ninja with a sword before the ninja releases the ninjutsu. Mifune is the strongest among such a group of samurai. He has indeed honed his swordsmanship to the point that the ninja's head has fallen before the seal is finished. So the contest between the two showed that Mifune was almost attacking crazily, and Hawkeye was protecting him with a big sword in his hand. Hawkeye was looking for flaws in Mifune's attack, while Mifune was increasing his momentum and concentrating his will in the crazy attack. Swordsmanship, sky-splitting slash. Almost when Mifune raised his momentum to the peak, he slashed forward and condensed his energy and spirit. Just when Mifune slashed this terrifying blow, Hawkeye finally found the opportunity he had been waiting for a long time. The Kusanagi sword in Mifune's hand almost condensed all the chakra in Mifune's body at the moment, as well as most of his physical energy and mental energy. Yes, Mifune usually did not refine much chakra, and it was always enough. It was also because of this that he could use chakra and concentrate his mental power at the same time. As the tip of the Kusanagi sword passed, a slender, bright, and space-distorting sword energy flew out. Although this sword energy was very bright, it looked like a thin line because it had been condensed to the extreme by Mifune. However, Hawkeye, who really faced this attack, knew how brilliant this sword was. Hawkeye's knight was wrapped in his armed color domineering, but the moment these domineerings came into contact with the sword energy, they quickly disintegrated. Almost a moment the sword energy flew over, the domineering of the knight was completely annihilated. If Hawkeye had not used his own powerful domineering, coupled with the hardness of the black knife itself, to slow down the speed of the sword energy at the critical moment, allowing him to roll out of the attack range by rolling, I am afraid that this strongest swordsman would have been cut in half by a single blow. The sword energy continued to fly in the air and slash the city wall behind Hawkeye. However, these city walls were like a piece of fresh tofu in front of the sword energy, and they broke with a single poke. Without the obstruction of the city wall, the various buildings behind were not spared. They all collapsed into ruins after the sword energy swept through them, and finally the frozen tsunami tens of meters high was also shattered. However, after unleashing such a powerful blow, Mifune had already put his sword on the ground, and he almost had no strength to stand. I lost, yes, from the perspective of this battle, Mifune, who was no longer able to fight, was undoubtedly a loser. After all, Hawkeye was not injured and still had the ability to continue fighting. But Hawkeye didn't think so. No, I lost. When facing your sword energy, I didn't even have the ability to take it head-on. I hope that next time I spar with you, I can see the grace of this sword again, Hawkeye said, and he carried his knight on his back again. He did not return to the Navy camp, but walked directly on the ice cap towards the sea. Seeing this, no one stopped him. Feeling Mifune's weakness, Minato Namikaze quickly came to his side, put his right hand on Mifune's shoulder, and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Revolutionary Army camp. I'm sorry, I lost. Seeing Long, Mifune bowed his head to signal. No, Mr. Mifune was able to defeat Hawkeye with one strike, which was a pleasant surprise. Long was not talking nonsense. After all, Hawkeye was not a devil fruit user. All his attacks contained haki that could restrain devil fruits. Moreover, since the opponent's haki application skills were very superb, even the four emperors would have a headache facing Hawkeye. Seeing that Mifune had already left the stage, Sengoku fell into deep thought, and then looked at Garp beside him. He obviously thought of the Iron Fist hero who was the boxing version of Hawkeye beside him. It can be said that Garp was the best trump card he kept in his hand to deal with those devil fruit users, but who is Garp? Seeing Xianlei, he also had some discoveries. It seems that the first two people were not devil fruit users. They did not use haki, so where did these people come from? Thinking of the seemingly true reports reported by other branches a few days ago, Sengoku was still a little uncertain for a while. Seeing that the two people who fought consecutively on the Revolutionary Army side were both top unknown strongmen, the people on the Navy side also began to whisper and became a little hesitant, especially the Navy at the bottom. They had thought about why the Navy had to obey the orders of the world government before, but in the end they could not find the answer, and could only attribute it to the fact that the world government had stronger power. But now they saw a more powerful force. Even if the power of the world government was really very strong, stronger than the current Revolutionary Army, what about the Revolutionary Army after the integration of the Navy? Can it really overthrow the world government? On the Navy side, the one who stood up this time was Gecko Moria, who was also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. How to say it, he was the largest and oldest among all the 7 warlords of the sea, but his strength was the last one, or because of his fruit ability, he was better at controlling his subordinates to fight behind the scenes. It was just that he came to the Navy headquarters without his own answering zombies, so his strength was greatly weakened now, so that after seeing his combat performance through satellites before, everyone had no interest in fighting him. Senju Rope Tree looked at Sasuke, who was eager to try. Uchiha Sasuke, you fought him before, right? Are you sure you can defeat him? If you are sure, no problem, I can definitely defeat him. Sasuke now really wants to show himself. After all, he hasn't used his main Gekyo in the previous battle. He is worried that he has no chance, so how can he refuse? Seeing that it was Sasuke who came out, Moria was very annoyed. Although Sasuke had used his own methods to crack his zombie soldiers before, Moria still didn't take Sasuke seriously, thinking that he was just a lucky guy with some tricks. You are so arrogant, but in this case, I will accept your shadow. Moria was annoyed that the Revolutionary Army dared to look down on him. So he prepared to take Sasuke's shadow in front of everyone and put it into the corpse to make it into a general, so that all those who dared to look down on him would regret their arrogance. The shadow under Sasuke's feet suddenly began to twist and stretch, extending towards Moria. It is obvious that if his shadow falls into the hands of the opponent, it will not end well, so Sasuke formed a seal at the fastest speed and released the Great Fireball technique. During the flight, the fireball directly dispersed the shadow with the light it emitted, and not only that, it flew straight to Moria, who is more than 6 meters tall. Shadow Horn Spear, facing the flying fireball, Moria cautiously used the Oz method he had used before to shoot, and let the super long Shadow Spear go to intercept the possible attack. Sasuke felt very sorry for this, because his main Gekyo ability was to control the flames. If Moria dared to put the flames in front of him, Sasuke would definitely give him a surprise. The Shadow Spear quickly pierced the fireball and flew towards Sasuke without slowing down. Susanoo, a huge chakra arm suddenly appeared beside Sasuke, and the big hand grabbed the Shadow Spear directly in his hand, and crushed it with a force. Taking advantage of this moment, Mariah immediately controlled the power of the Shadow Fruit and grabbed the shadows of the Navy not far away. Since Mariah was now fighting on behalf of the Navy camp, no one was prepared for him. So Mariah collected a large number of shadows and integrated them into his body before the Navy reacted. As more and more shadows merged into his body, Mariah's figure became larger and larger. By absorbing other people's shadows, I will become stronger, so you have no chance of winning, kid. At this moment, Mariah's body size has grown from more than 6 meters to about 8 meters, and Sasuke in his eyes has become smaller and smaller. Sasuke, who has already opened the main Gekyo, burst out a lot of pupil power again. Originally, there was only one hand beside him. Now with the supplement of pupil power and chakra, a huge skeleton appeared behind Sasuke. Although the entire skeleton was incomplete, only the chest and above, its size was still more than 10 meters, far more than twice as tall as Moriya's current body. You should know that Susanoo is not just huge in size, its strength and speed are also extremely strong. When Moriya tried to compete with Susanoo, he was directly knocked away by Susanoo with one punch. As for Moriya, while being knocked away, he used his shadow, which became larger due to his body growth, to catch more shadows of the Navy, and Moriya further increased his body size by absorbing a large number of shadows. 8 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. In the end, Moriya absorbed a large number of shadows, allowing his body to expand rapidly, and he actually surpassed the little Oz who was lying on the ground before. Looking at the behemoth in front of them, everyone remembered that Moriya in front of them was a person who had once competed with Kato. Although he was defeated by Kato in the end. How could someone who could fight the 4 emperors directly and still be alive be really weak? However, Moriya, who had obtained powerful power, did not have so many thoughts at the moment. His mind was now full of destruction and killing. Yes, although Moriya can strengthen himself by absorbing shadows, his mental strength is weak and he cannot control the power and thoughts of these shadows. They directly make Moriya fall into a frenzy. Kato was able to easily defeat Moriya because Moriya had no consciousness at that time and was just violently destroying everything there. Is it too risky? Long asked the Senju rope tree beside him, because in his opinion, Sasuke should not be able to resist such power now. Senju rope tree shook his head. No, the person who is best at dealing with the already violent Moriya here is Sasuke. Their Uchiha clan is good at dealing with such mentally violent guys. Sure enough, when Moriya was madly beating everything around him and trying to rush into the Navy, Sasuke immediately controlled Susanoo and stopped him in front of the Navy. Illusion, Mangekyo. Almost instantly, Moriya, who was still violent just now, immediately stopped his actions. Not only that, he stood quietly in front of Sasuke, like an obedient puppy. Moriya stretched out his right hand and placed it in front of Sasuke. Sasuke, who had untied Susanoo, stood directly on this palm that was several times larger than his. Moriya not only did not attack Sasuke in his palm, but also sent Sasuke to his head, letting Sasuke stand on his head. He followed Sasuke's command like a mount and came to the Revolutionary Army camp. Until then, everyone discovered that Moriya's eyes had become different. On his iris, there appeared a pattern exactly the same as Sasuke's eyes. Only then did people believe that Sasuke really controlled Moriya. Boom. Wow. Whether it was the Navy or the pirates present, they could not accept this result. Although the people sent by the Revolutionary Army before were also very strong, they were still within their understanding. When it came to Sasuke, they were really confused. One reason was that Sasuke was too young, and the other was that the power he showed could actually control the violent Moriya, who was so powerful that he could collide with the 4 emperors. To be honest, if Sasuke did not control but simply defeated the opponent, the effect would not be so terrifying. After all, being deprived of freedom is too terrifying. Long looked at Senju Naki beside him. You are right, he is indeed the most suitable candidate, but does this power come from those eyes? Senju Naki did not hide it and nodded. Yes, but don't think about these eyes. Their Uchiha family has many Otsutsuki level strong men. Chapter 181 Iron Fist vs Steel Fist. Long thought of the Uchiha Madara who appeared during the previous trip to the moon, and nodded to indicate that he understood. Unlike the Revolutionary Army, which cheered for another victory, the Navy lost another general. Now Sengoku and his team actually have few choices. Although Sengoku wants to keep Garp as a trump card, he can teach the fruit ability users in the Revolutionary Army a lesson, which can also be regarded as a way to reduce the opponent's prestige. But now, Sengoku has become more and more certain that the person on the other side is not a fruit ability user, but even if he finds out, what can he do? What can he change with this discovery? No, the opponent is still strong, and he doesn't even have the weakness of being afraid of seawater. Senju Naki looked at the people around him, and seeing that no one took the initiative to ask for a fight, he looked at Tsunade. Sister, you come to this battle, I will feel more at ease, sister? Everyone looked at Senju Naki, who obviously looked like a middle-aged man, and then looked at Tsunade, who was young and beautiful next to him. It was hard to say anything for a while, but some women in the Revolutionary Army camp were very envious. Tsunade shook her light blonde hair and waved her red-nailed hands. Okay, leave it to me next. Tsunade walked out of the camp, wearing a tea-green long gown with black edges, a loose sleeveless top similar to kimono, a black cloth belt around her waist, and dark blue crop pants. Every step she took could make people feel her surging momentum. Garp, I'll leave it to you. Sengoku waved his right hand, and Ace, who was kneeling beside him, was suddenly stunned, because he felt that his ability suddenly returned. Looking at the two people standing beside him, he stood up silently without saying much. Seeing Garp take action, people in both camps were very excited and worried. The expectation was because they hoped to see Garp show his demeanor as a naval hero. As for the worry, it was because the characters on the revolutionary side were very strange. They were obviously not famous, but they were so powerful that many people who saw the previous battle began to wonder if there was such an unknown and powerful person hidden beside them. Garp, a legendary figure in the Navy, has forced the pirate King Roger into desperate situations several times. He became a hero of the Navy 38 years ago because he blocked the attack of the Rocks pirates alone in the Valley of the Gods, protected the celestial dragons and the people, and joined hands with Roger to destroy the entire pirate group. So even though Garp is now 76 years old, his prestige and strength in the Navy are top-notch. Tsunade looked at Garp, whose hair was gray, and said, "Is it really okay to fight at such an old age?" Garp showed his white teeth. "I can feel that you are not young either. It's really rude for you to say that, but I am not young either. As for you, I don't know if you can withstand a punch from me at such an old age." Tsunade simply moved her hands and feet and entered the battle preparation stage. The advantages of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are both in the strengthening of physical fitness, and Tsunade, who inherited the advantages of these two clans, now stirred up the majestic chakra in her body. The Senju clan is better at finally controlling the chakra in their bodies, and the Uzumaki clan is better at using the huge chakra in their bodies to crush the enemy. With extremely huge chakra and extremely precise chakra control, Tsunade has raised the ancestral strange power of the Senju clan to a new level. Combined with Tsunade's own understanding of medical ninjutsu, she has found a way to use the same force to cause different injuries to the human body, which makes her steel fist even more powerful. Hey, with a sudden force, Tsunade crushed the ice cap under her feet, and with the help of this powerful reverse thrust, she threw herself directly to Garp on the opposite side. Facing Tsunade's rapid punch, Garp just silently covered his right hand with armed color domineering, and found the right opportunity to punch Tsunade. When the two fists, one large and one small, collided, the air between the two fists was compressed at a high speed, directly producing a violent air explosion. Boom! The two of them fought hard, and neither of them got the upper hand. Tsunade was sent flying back the way she rushed over, and Garp was punched through the ice cap. Fortunately, Garp was not a devil fruit user, otherwise he would not be able to get up if he was punched into the seabed. Even though Tsunade flew a long distance in the air, she had retreated dozens of steps after landing, which completely eliminated the force of Garp's punch. It is said that force is mutual, but in the past, Tsunade's punches basically penetrated directly, and there was not much force left to counterattack her. It can be said that this is the first time she has seen such a powerful force, except for her grandfather, Hoshirama Senju. Not only Tsunade, but even Garp was actually a little confused. He did not expect such a little girl to have such great strength. Although he was old, he knew his situation. Perhaps it was because the D clan was indeed different, and the years did not weaken his strength when he was old. Whether it is strength, speed or endurance, compared with his youth, there is no decline at all. In addition, he now has more combat experience than when he was young. It can be said that he is stronger now than when he was in his prime. In fact, according to Garp's original expectation, after taking this punch, Tsunade will be directly knocked away by him. Although the ice cover under his feet will also crack, it should not be directly broken through. This can only mean that the strength of Tsunade's punch is far beyond his imagination. The ice cover that is more than 10 meters thick cannot withstand his unloading force. After standing still, Tsunade rubbed her right hand that was just injured with her left hand, and quickly used the palm fairy technique to heal herself. Combined with her own strong recovery constitution, she recovered completely almost instantly. Long looked at Tsunade, who was not injured at all, and then looked at Senju Naki beside him. "Your sister is very powerful. She was able to take my father's full strength punch without getting hurt. Almost no one in this world can do that." Senju Naki shook his head. "No, my sister was injured just now, but she has recovered now. My sister is not only powerful, but also has top medical skills in our ninja world. Fighting her is like fighting a top combatant who can recover from physical injuries at any time. It is easy to be exhausted by her. After Tsunade recovered her right hand, she kept staring at the ice cap under her feet. Whether based on the information she had obtained before or from the fight just now, it was impossible for Garp to be directly defeated by her punch, and she could not even cause any serious damage to the opponent. In this case, Garp, who has not appeared yet, is obviously preparing to surprise her, so the opponent's most likely choice is to attack her from under the ice cap. Painful kick. As soon as she felt the ice sheet moving under her feet, Tsunade immediately gathered her chakra in her right foot, and then stepped heavily on the ice sheet, directly crushing the ice sheet with a radius of about 6 or 7 meters under her feet. However, there was no figure of Garp under the ice sheet. It was just a stone thrown up from the bottom of the sea by Garp. After tricking Tsunade into breaking the ice sheet, Garp jumped out of the ice hole where he had fallen before. After failing to hide her, Tsunade immediately changed her position. After using chakra to dry her clothes, Tsunade attacked Garp again. The fight between the two was relatively restrained this time. They both deliberately gathered their strength on their bodies to prevent the ice surface from being broken again. After all, neither of them was a fishman, and they didn't want to try to defeat each other in the water. After all, Garp had confirmed that Tsunade was not a fruit ability user through the seawater just now. In this case, it would be better for the two to fight honestly on the ground. Although the two had tried their best to restrain themselves in their fight, both Garp's fists and Tsunade's strange strength were extremely powerful. No matter what objects or buildings they hit or touched, they would be broken or destroyed immediately. So the two fought from the ice cap to the warship, then to the pirate ship, and finally to the square. They were like two huskies destroying a house in a fight. They destroyed whatever they hit. They destroyed most of the battlefield with their bare fists. The previous shooting and fighting between the Navy and the pirates only destroyed 2 walls of Marin Fentu. Now it was only an hour of fighting, and there were no less than 4 collapsed walls, not to mention other destroyed buildings. It can be said that the destructive power has been fully demonstrated. After the two separated temporarily, Garp and Tsunade both felt that they had consumed a lot of physical strength. Judging from the appearance, Garp had many injuries and looked much worse than Tsunade. But in fact it was not the case. The people in the One Piece world have really strong defense. Even Tsunade's super strong Garp can stand still and take a hit, but Tsunade is far worse. As long as she is hit by Garp's iron fist, she will be seriously injured. However, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is really superb. She can recover in a few seconds after being hit by Garp, and the injuries on Garp are basically the result of the two exchanging injuries. I'm afraid it will take a long time for the two of us to fight like this. I wonder if you have any moves that you haven't used yet? If you have, use them all, Tsunade said to Garp after recovering all the injuries on her body again. I only have this pair of iron fists. If you have any other moves, use them as soon as possible. Garp shook his fist and signaled to Tsunade. What? She has other powers? How can she be so strong? She looks like she is less than 30 years old. Is the Revolutionary Army really that strong? After hearing Tsunade's words, many people still didn't believe it. In that case, I won't hold back. Yin seal, release. As Tsunade finished her words, the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead suddenly began to change, turning into strange patterns that clung to her face. With the release of the Yin seal, the chakra that was nearly as huge as Shukaku's became an energy source that Tsunade could call upon at any time. Biting her finger and smearing the blood on her palm, Tsunade used this as a guide to summon her own summoning beast, the Slug Sage. This time, Tsunade was not summoning it to help fight, so the slug she summoned was not big, only the size of a forearm, and it split into 2 as soon as it appeared, one on the left and one on the right, lying on Tsunade's shoulders. Senjutsu, 2 life techniques. It turned out that Tsunade wanted to use the Slug Sage to help her absorb and balance natural energy so that she could maintain the Sage mode. Tsunade can use the improved Sage technique, but unlike other people, Tsunade's problem is that she extracts chakra too quickly, which causes the speed of absorbing natural energy to be a little slow, so she often exits the Sage mode halfway through. However, with the help of the Slug Sage, Tsunade's Sage mode can basically be used normally. Slug-sama, I'll leave it to you next. Okay, Tsunade-sama, I will help you stabilize the natural energy. The slug's voice was very gentle. In the Sage mode, Tsunade has almost no other patterns on her face, except for a pair of eyeshadow. Garp, who has been facing Tsunade, really felt the danger of his life at this moment. Although he felt dangerous when fighting with Tsunade before, it was completely different from now. Now he feels that if he dares to be arrogant again, and uses his body to take Tsunade's attack, he will really die. Senjutsu, tongue and teeth acid, a large amount of acid sprayed out of Tsunade's mouth. After being dodged by Garp, the acid fell on the ground behind. As a result, black smoke immediately rose from the ground, and a hissing sound was made. In just a moment, a deep pit was dissolved on the ground. However, this was not the end. Tsunade, who was full of chakra, turned into a turret at this moment. A large amount of acid fell and directly dissolved the ground in front of her several meters deep. Garp knew that the best defense was offense. He rushed at Tsunade at the right time, ready to punch her. Senjutsu, rabbit hair needle. Tsunade's light golden hair immediately became long and hard under the effect of the Senjutsu chakra. Not only did it form a shield in front of Tsunade that could counterattack, but countless hairs turned into sharp thorns and shot towards Garp's position. Although Tsunade did not have convenient eyes like the Byakugan that could directly see the acupuncture points on the human body, her superb medical skills and her understanding of the human body had reached the point where she would not make mistakes without using her eyes, and she successfully inserted a lot of hair into Garp's body. Chapter 182 True and False Buddha. Many of Tsunade's hairs, which were reinforced by Senjutsu chakra, pierced into the acupuncture points. However, the domineering power in the One Piece world does not rely on the circulation of meridians, so these hairs only caused the slightest puncture to Garp. However, after feeling the sharpness of these hairs, Garp also gave up the idea of attacking with his fists, but turned around and retreated, preparing to find something to throw, such as the naval shells he often used. Garp wanted to retreat, but Tsunade did not want to let the other party do so. After blocking Garp's attack, Tsunade withdrew her rabbit hair needles and stepped in pursuit. With the blessing of Senjutsu chakra, Tsunade's strange power became even more terrifying. With the help of the burst of her legs, Tsunade easily chased Garp and knocked him away with one punch. Even though Garp had sensed the attack in advance through his observation haki, he was still vomiting blood under the defense of the domineering haki, and the whole person smashed through many houses like a cannonball. Tsunade's price was not small. Although she had the protection of the chakra of the immortal technique, her right hand was directly fractured and deformed visibly. Fortunately, she had the dual treatment of the slug immortal and herself, which would not affect her subsequent battles. Ahem, Garp stood up from the ruins. The little girl's fist is really powerful. As he said that, Garp wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed towards Tsunade. When his strength and recovery were not as good as the opponent, Garp could only rely on his combat experience that far exceeded Tsunade's. After all, Tsunade in this life did not experience the baptism of war since childhood. Although she had masters such as Hashirama Senju to feed her moves, she still lacked combat experience. After Tsunade found that her fists could not cause the damage she wanted to the opponent, she also changed her mind and condensed a chakra scalpel on each of her fingers. The sharpness of this scalpel was unusual. In the previous fight, it easily cut Garp's arm, although the price was that Tsunade's right-hand finger was broken. But now, after Tsunade has unlocked the Yin Seal, it can be said that she has a super strong automatic blood recovery skill. She is not afraid of her body being injured at all. As long as the injury is not directly fatal, she can recover in a very short time. This recovery effect is simply terrible. Garp once risked a wound in the abdomen pierced by Tsunade, and directly tore off Tsunade's right arm, but Tsunade directly grew a right hand at the original wound position. Although her expression was distorted by the pain, it also made Garp's heart cold. At first, Garp thought that Tsunade's recovery ability was just a short-term burst, but until now, the recovery ability has not weakened at all. There is no way. Who said that Tsunade's Yin Seal actually contains not only her own chakra that she doesn't use at ordinary times, but also a part of it left for her by Senju Hashirama. And the amount of chakra of Senju Hashirama, even if he only took out a little bit to give to Tsunade, is enough for her to use the 100 healings technique in this battle. It can be said that from the moment Tsunade opened her Yin Seal, Garp had no chance of winning. You have to know that this is before Tsunade used the chakra in the Yin Seal to summon the complete Slug Sage. After being strengthened, the strength of the 3 Holy Land Sages has barely reached the level of Otsutsuki, which is completely crushing. The 2 small slugs on Tsunade's shoulders cooperated with Tsunade to spray acid to block Garp's movement. After that, Tsunade severely injured Garp at the cost of both arms, making him temporarily unable to move. Soon, Tsunade's injuries were completely healed. She looked at Garp lying in front of her, and then looked at Luffy with his mouth wide open in the distance, and the dragon in the Revolutionary Army. Tsunade squatted down and pressed her right hand on his back. With a flash of green light, Tsunade's palm sage technique was activated. Garp, who was originally seriously injured, began to recover visibly, but Tsunade deliberately controlled her chakra during the recovery process to paralyze several of the opponent's nerves to prevent Garp from suddenly exploding and injuring people. After completely healing the other party, he grabbed him and carried him on his shoulders and ran towards Long's position. "Don't worry, your father is fine. I have healed all his injuries, but I temporarily paralyzed his nerves so he didn't wake up. If you need me, I can wake him up now," Tsunade said to Long. Long looked at his father and finally shook his head. "Thank you for your treatment, but let him stay like this for now. I'm also afraid that he will wake up and cause trouble. It's better for the situation this way." Tsunade nodded and said nothing more, and walked straight back to Senjunoki. As for the Whitebird pirates, after watching Tsunade's battle, they became interested. Marco looked at Tsunade, looked at Garp, and then looked at the site destroyed in their previous battle, and said to Whitebird, "Dad, your disease seems to be curable. I feel that her medical skills and treatment abilities are higher than any doctor we have hired." After saying this, the other sons of Whitebird were also stunned, and then the atmosphere suddenly became cheerful. "That's right, Dad, let's just help the Revolutionary Army. Anyway, it looks like they will definitely win now. In this case, we might as well build a good relationship with them in advance. If they can really cure you, Dad, it's not impossible for us all to follow the Revolutionary Army." Yes, Dad, just agree to it and let them treat you well." Just like Whitebird's love for his sons, they also deeply love their father, and they all hope that Whitebird can really cure his illness, no longer suffer from the pain every day, can drink as much as he wants, can use his strength at will, and will not be timid because of the burden of his body. Ignoring the reaction caused by Tsunade and the Whitebird pirates, the Navy is a little melancholy. Now they only have 3 combat forces left, namely Doflamingo, Blackbeard, and Marshal Sengoku. But what the Navy don't understand is that Blackbeard and Doflamingo are actually more melancholy than the Navy, because they suddenly found that their situation is not good. If they want to get away now, they can only defeat the other side's combat personnel like Hawkeye before the Navy completely collapses. This is the only way to get away. Otherwise, once the two sides completely merged, there would be absolutely no possibility for them to escape. After all, this game was originally intended to trap Whitebird. If it was used to catch them, it would be easy. In addition, after the Navy completely changed its course, it would not be as easy as before. They both knew how terrible those strong men were when they got serious. The sign of the complete merger of the Navy and the Revolutionary Army was actually the defeat of Sengoku. Once Sengoku was defeated, the two of them would have no chance, so they both seized the opportunity and rushed out after Garp was defeated, expressing their willingness to contribute to the Navy. The lower-level Navy thought that these two were concerned about the Navy and were even a little touched. But who was Sengoku? How could he not know what they were thinking? But unlike the other 7 warlords, these two were indeed the masters of heinous crimes. If it were not for the order of the world government, he would never want to work with them. So Sengoku was ready to reject the two's request to fight and was ready to fight directly to decide the outcome. Senju Rope Tree whispered something to Long. Long looked at Blackbeard and Doflamingo and nodded in agreement. "Marshal Sengoku, I see that you only have the last 3 people left, and they are all willing to fight. Why don't we send 3 people to fight to decide the winner?" Sengoku looked at the 2 Shichibuke. "What do you think?" Doflamingo and Blackbeard knew that this was their last chance to escape, so they would not let it go, so they all agreed. On the side of the Revolutionary Army, everyone thought that Long would fight, but in the end he did not. Instead, Senju Rope Tree, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru fought. Seeing that there were 3 people who had never been seen before, everyone was wondering what kind of powerful and magical power they had. Summoning technique. 2 Jiraiya and Orochimaru used the summoning technique almost at the same time, and suddenly a huge toad and a huge snake appeared in everyone's sight. The toad summoned by Jiraiya, Gamabunta, was about 17 meters tall and was as tall as a small mountain. If Gamabunta was just a small mountain, then the snakes summoned by Orochimaru were a small train. Their 50-meter-long bodies brought a great visual impact to the crowd. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, each stepping on the summoned beasts under their feet, went to find two Shichibuke to exercise their hands and feet, and deliberately moved the battlefield far away to avoid being affected by Senjunari's attack. Warring states, wearing his own code of justice, looked at Senjunari who was opposite him. I think you should have collected information about me, right? Why didn't you leave that giant purple snake to deal with me? Is it because you have similar moves? Senjunari nodded. Although it's not as powerful as the one my grandfather used, my would release can indeed do that level. Would release? What a novel term. Can you talk to me about it after the battle? Warring States had an expression of as expected, and signaled with his eyes to the two Shichibuke who were fighting over there. These two are not good people, can you not let them get away? Senjunari nodded. You can rest assured about this, the two of them can't run away. After all, from the information we have collected, both of them are extremely evil people. We will definitely not let them get away. Okay, then I'm relieved. As soon as the words fell, Warring States' figure rapidly grew larger and finally turned into a huge golden Buddha. Ah, this is the Marshal's human fruit, mythical beast, great Buddha form. I've only heard of it before, but never seen it. Many Navy officers did not understand the seriousness of the matter, and were still feeling lucky. Wood release, woodman technique. Senjunari followed closely behind, summoning a huge wooden arhat through his own wood release, but Senjunari's understanding of wood release was far inferior to Senju Hashirama's, so he could not directly emit the seal and clap his hands to shout whatever he wanted, so he could only seal honestly. At the same time, Senjunari kindly used the tree world descent, and instantly created a large forest. The purpose of these forests was not to hinder Sengoku's attack, but to intentionally use them to block the shock waves generated by the battle and prevent the Navy from dying in the aftermath of the battle. Seeing those trees deliberately growing around the battlefield, Sengoku immediately understood Senjunari's intention, and nodded to him, indicating that he understood. After that, the two of them always fought within the area planned by this forest, minimizing the harm to outsiders as much as possible. Since half of the battlefield was on the ice sheet, Sengoku was actually a little restrained. After all, with the strength of the two, they broke the ice sheet in just a few fights, revealing the ocean below. For the devil fruit users, these sea waters are deadly in battle. For example, Sengoku, although he has changed into the form of a big Buddha, he has a certain resistance to seawater. If he only touches it in a small amount, the impact is not great. However, if he falls into the sea and a certain proportion of it enters the seawater, it will weaken his physical strength and invalidate his ability. Muluhon does not have this burden. Not only is he not afraid of seawater, he can even use seawater to attack the big Buddha directly. However, Senjunari did not do this. After all, a good opponent is very rare. In the past, when he was in the ninja world, he could only fight against the Susanoo of the Uchiha family when he controlled the wooden man technique. However, the people of the Uchiha clan often could not hold on for too long, and their eyes would bleed after fighting for a few hours. Now he finally has such a person who is not restricted by the eye nerves and can fight against him in Gundam. Senjunari is too happy to wait. As for the sparring with Hashirama Senju, the wooden arhat summoned by Hashirama Senju's wooden man technique is now larger than the real 1,000 hands used by Senjunari. Dealing with him is as easy as an eagle catching a chick. It is really meaningless. The Buddha's shock wave used by Sengoku in the form of the Great Buddha is as powerful as Whitebird's tremor fruit. It easily destroyed the huge wooden dragon wrapped around the wooden arhat. However, with a replenishment of chakra, the wooden dragon quickly recovered and joined the battle. Unlike the wooden man and wooden dragon that almost shatter at the slightest touch, the Buddha Sengoku is very resistant to blows. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Devil Fruit. Under the blessing of the Devil Fruit, Sengoku turned into a big Buddha. His body was extremely hard and dense. He walked on mare and Fento step by step. The battle between the two giants attracted everyone's attention at once, making the battle between the two Shichibuke look a little shabby. But this might be the result they wanted. After all, their goal was to escape from here, not to show their strength by defeating their opponents. If possible, Their idea was to solve the opponent as quietly and quickly as possible, and escape directly when most people's attention was on the two giants. As for the subordinates who came with them, they didn't care so much at this time. After all, as long as they could escape, with their identity and status, they could have as many subordinates as they wanted. But once they stayed here, it would be a waste of time. This battle was not only the concern of the people present, but also of Bai Sui. After all, the people in front of them could be regarded as the top forces in the entire pirate world. Observing the battles and the application of devil fruits would help Bai Sui further analyze the devil fruits. Still quietly hidden in the void, Bai Sui carefully observed the battle of the people below through his spiritual sense, and analyzed the rhythm they emitted when using the devil fruit. Combined with the two devil fruits given to him by the research institute before, Bai Sui began to try to decompose them. The two fruits in Bai Sui's hand, one is natural and the other is animal. The natural fruit is a fruit that has appeared before, called the powder fruit. The user can turn the body into powder. It was obtained by the Revolutionary Army when they intercepted the ship of the Celestial Dragons, but they have never found a suitable person to use it. However, there is no clear record of the animal fruit, and the Sangai Research Institute could not determine which kind it belonged to at the beginning. However, Bai Sui immediately determined that it was an animal fruit after getting it, and Bai Sui judged that this animal fruit must not be a fantasy beast, but should be a very ordinary animal fruit. After hearing Bai Sui's judgment, the Research Institute wanted to change him a better fruit, but was rejected by Bai Sui because his purpose was to study, not to eat, so he did not care about the specific ability, or from the perspective of research, these two fruits were just right for him. In combination with the battles in the entire war on the top, Bai Sui sensed all kinds of strange rhythms, and finally combined with the information obtained from the moon before, he sorted it out roughly. First of all, the rhythm of the devil fruit is actually divided into two types, one is innate, and the other is acquired. The innate one is like the natural fruit, and the acquired one is like the animal fruit. Of course, there are exceptions. Let's talk about the innate one first. In fact, it is the authority obtained by the god of Otsutsuki after becoming a god. The control over all things in nature is a power similar to omniscience and omnipotence. Of course, it is only similar, and it has not really reached omniscience and omnipotence. At that time, the Otsutsuki fate style used a piece of the body of the Otsutsuki god to copy the authority in it. It's not that a piece of body contains so much authority, but this piece of body is used as a trigger to directly trigger the cooperation of the universe. It's just that the last experiment failed. The reason for the failure is probably because the universe cooperated too much, thinking that the whole planet is the Otsutsuki god, and directly filled it with all the authority. But the planet is not really a god, and it can't bear these authorities at all, so it was directly annihilated, and even the wedge of the Otsutsuki clan couldn't resist it. After learning from the last lesson, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's experiment this time was much more cautious. He did not act rashly and directly give these innate authorities to the experimental subject like last time. Instead, he thought of imitating the situation that the Otsutsuki clan would become blood polluted after combining with other races, and took the initiative to pollute this part of the innate authority. So he used the sapling of the sacred tree as the seedbed for this pollution, and put all the various biological genes or bloodline factors he obtained on this planet into the sacred tree. So in the body of the sacred tree, the corpse of the Otsutsuki god and these bloodline factors began to combine. Sure enough, his idea was correct. The corpse was obviously successfully polluted, and even the original authority began to change, but this process was not thorough enough. So Otsutsuki Mingshi tried to create many new races manually, and finally further polluted the corpse without relying on the bloodline factors of these new races. After that, perhaps because he found the shortcomings in it, Otsutsuki Mingshi simply integrated himself into the sacred tree and became a being that coexists with the sacred tree, like Kaguya Otsutsuki. It may be because of the bloodline factor of Otsutsuki no Mizuki, or it may be because the sacred tree has a clear will, and finally the authority that could only rely on the corpse of the Otsutsuki god can be separated separately. Perhaps it is because of the fear that these stripped powers will be concentrated in the sacred tree and something bad will happen again, or it may be simply for the purpose of experiment. Otsutsuki no Mizuki attached these powers to the fruits of the sacred tree. So this is why the devil fruit is only effective for the first person to eat it, and even if you only eat one bite, it is effective, because it is not the fruit that is really effective, the fruit is simply a carrier, and what is really useful is the authority in it. As for the so-called natural fruit, it is those powers that are closer to the innate authority and less polluted by the acquired, while the animal fruit is those powers that are more seriously polluted and deformed by the acquired pollution, and because of the strong acquired pollution, they are often closer to the bloodline factors that pollute him, such as people, cats, dogs, cows, insects, etc. These are the life images that originally existed in the world of One Piece. Originally, according to the plan of Otsutsuki no Mizuki, only these two fruits should appear, but what he didn't expect was that there would actually be memories in the genes or bloodline factors, and the existence of memories not only a record of things that exist in the world, but also contains some fictional content, so this polluted authority has undergone many unexpected changes. Whether it is the appearance of the mythical beast species or the appearance of the superhuman fruit, a large part of these actually comes from the memory part of the bloodline factor. Among the intelligence obtained on the moon, there is a description of how to store the imprisonment authority. Bai Sui learned from it that Otsutsuki no Mizuki discovered a substance, which has only one function, that is, to isolate the connection with the world. After comparing this substance, the research institute confirmed that it was sea stone, so it solved a question of why sea stone can remove the ability of the devil fruit, because it directly isolates the source of the devil fruit ability from the root, and directly seals the other party's authority. Then conversely, why does the seawater contain such a large amount of sea stone factors? Does it mean that there are a lot of powers in the sea that need to be isolated? Combined with all the devil fruits, which appear inexplicably above the sea, can we infer that a lot of powers still exist in the ocean? Or, further inferring, is the sacred tree in the ocean now? In fact, there is a speculation that the devil fruit contains some kind of power. In fact, Bai Sui has always had it, but he is not sure. After all, from the original work, after the devil fruit ability user dies, the fruit within a certain distance from him has a probability of becoming a devil fruit. From this point of view, whether you want to transfer power, and let non-living things eat the devil fruit and gain abilities, only power, which does not really need to be eaten to work, can be realized. Although Bai Sui has now figured out the possible existence of the sacred tree, he can't find it immediately. After all, the ocean is too big and it will take a long time to search for it. As for why not just evaporate or transfer all the sea springs? It's not that the ninja world can't do such a thing, but Kashiwa is afraid that without the suppression of sea stone, what if it destroys everything in the range directly like the last experimental planet? Kashiwa doesn't want to die with Ishiki Otsutsuki. He also wants to try to leave this universe like the god of Otsutsuki and go to other worlds or higher dimensions. When Kashiwa was thinking about how to harvest the sacred tree that has been successfully transformed by Ishiki Otsutsuki, the battle below attracted Kashiwa's attention. It turned out that Senju Rope Tree finally fought and decided to end it directly. As Muluhon and he made a seal together, a huge thousand-handed guanayan broke out from the ground. The huge thousand-handed guanayan, standing up nearly 400 meters, completely changed the terrain of the entire Marinfenta by his own strength, and Senju Rope Tree also became the most dazzling existence in this battle with this trick of thousands of hands. Not to mention the people on the scene, even the spectators watching through the live broadcast were frightened by the sudden change. Among them, the celestial dragons, led by the 5 elders, were the most frightened. After all, in their opinion, this was the strong man they were about to face. The 5 elders, who had been calling their subordinates angrily before, were silent at this moment, and silently cancelled some of their original plans, and began to prepare several escape plans. After all, judging from the performance in the Den Mushi, this was definitely not an existence that could be defeated. However, after they really started to implement various plans related to the celestial dragons, the 5 elders began to have a headache, because the celestial dragons, who had always been arrogant for hundreds of years, how could they understand the ideas of the 5 elders? They all rebuked the 5 elders for their powerless behavior. They were not willing to leave Mary Joa, and even many celestial dragons united to remove the 5 elders. Even if the 5 elders placed the hundreds of meters high true thousand hands image naked in front of the group of celestial dragons, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they fought over who should take it as a slave, and the scene was in chaos. Although some reasonable celestial dragons saw the crisis, they were unwilling to obey the orders of the 5 elders and really began to flee as refugees. Even if they decided to leave Marijoa, they also asked to be equipped with a most luxurious cruise ship and a large number of slaves to serve them during the journey. It can be said that the arrogance and indulgence in the past have all ushered in his backlash at this moment. No matter how anxious the five elders are, they are still powerless. They can only gather their strength to the best of their ability and summon all the CP organizations that were originally scattered around the world. However, it is unknown how many of them are spies and how many have become their running dogs out of necessity. Or, although the five elders know, they now have no time and energy for further screening, and can only guarantee limited combat power, or the five elders have given up in their hearts. As for what kind of changes will the political situation in the world of One Piece change in the future, Kishiwasu doesn't care at all now. Whether Luffy is the future prince of the planet or not is not what he wants to pay attention to. After Bai Sui sent a copy of his understanding of the devil fruit and his interpretation of the lunar experiment report to the research institute, he only had to study how to find the sacred tree hidden in the sea without alarming the other party. In the end, Bai Sui decided to take the old method and burn all the surface of the One Piece world into his inner vision. At the same time, Bai Sui was also stepping up his research on the sea stone to see if he could find anything else from it. It would be best if he could master this ability to isolate himself from the world. In this way, even if the other party really went berserk, Bai Sui could try to seal it with this method of isolating himself from the world, at least not to let himself die with the other party. At the same time, Bai Sui also began to study the treasure again, because from the previous research report, the appearance of this sea stone was very abrupt, very much like the sudden discovery of Otsutsuki no Misstep. So Bai Sui had a suspicion that this substance was very likely found from the corpse of the Otsutsuki god. After all, from the research data, Otsutsuki no Misstep had not studied anything except these. Then the noble phantasm, which was also made from the corpse of the Otsutsuki god and possesses incredible powers, became the best research object for Kishiwasu. Chapter 184 Counterattack. So in the following time, Kishiwasu started the same operation as before in the Ninja World Kang Kingdom, staying at ease in the outpost of the East China Sea, recording the interior and studying the treasure. Only occasionally from people's conversations, I learned about the current situation of the One Piece world, such as most of the original member countries turned against them, not only joined the Revolutionary Army, but also sent a lot of domestic troops to support them. The pirates are now divided into two factions. Some of them did not do too many evil things. Now they either want to join the Revolutionary Army or return to their hometown to change their industry. At the very least, they have stopped their current pirate behavior and are ready to wait and see. The other part of the pirates are those guys who do all kinds of evil. Perhaps they feel the crisis and are going through this last madness. However, after the Navy leaders such as Sengoku agreed to join the Revolutionary Army, which has been supplemented with manpower, can basically guarantee the safety of various countries. In addition, some personnel were seconded from the outpost to help the Revolutionary Army protect residents and eliminate invading pirates. As for other work, they no longer participated. Although the outpost did not send troops to attack Marijoa with them, the Navy and the Revolutionary Army already had enough manpower. After all, if they really wanted to attack Marijoa, they could not rely on the Navy or the troops of the allied countries. In the end, it still depended on the top combat power. It is said that the battle was quite fierce. 8 of the 10 live broadcast Mushi prepared by the Revolutionary Army were damaged in the battle, and only the 2 at the farthest distance were spared. Although Long and his men had expected the Celestial Dragons to have some trump cards before the war, they did not expect them to be able to take out 12 masters of natural devil fruits at once. However, considering that the opponent was the Celestial Dragons who had ruled the world for 800 years, this was reasonable. However, Long and his men had been prepared for this long ago, so even though there were 12 masters of natural devil fruits, they still couldn't stop the Revolutionary Army for long, and they were crushed by them with their manpower advantage. In the process, many Celestial Dragons realized that what the 5 elders said before was true, but unfortunately they couldn't escape. These Celestial Dragons were not killed directly, but were all captured and detained by the Revolutionary Army, ready to be publicly tried after the war. As for whether there were any Celestial Dragons who tried to resist or intended to commit suicide, there were absolutely no such people. Such Celestial Dragons had already followed the advice of the 5 elders and fled. Although a large part of these escaped Celestial Dragons were moving slowly because they pursued comfort on the road, and were eventually easily caught up by the Revolutionary Army or other individuals or forces who hated the Celestial Dragons, the ocean was too big after all, and there would always be a few fish that slipped through the net. But that was something to be considered after the establishment of the new government. What really caused huge obstacles and losses to the Revolutionary Army was actually a person called Lord Am by the Five Elders, and the various weapons developed by scientist Vegapunk. In particular, Vegapunk's latest weapon, a weapon that was extremely similar to a nuclear bomb, was detonated after Am was defeated by the collective beating of top masters such as Dragon, Garp, Sengoku, Kizaru, and Whitebird. The detonation of several special bombs directly evaporated the entire Marijoa from the map. Although Dragon and his men relied on their strong strength to protect themselves and a small number of subordinates, the violent explosion had a very large range, and coupled with the tsunami that followed, the Revolutionary Army suffered heavy losses. However, this explosion also sent a signal to the world, that is, the rule of the celestial dragons really no longer exists from this moment on, and they are just like Marijoa under the explosion, completely evaporated from the world. The impact of this explosion was really not small. Even the surrounding seabed was displaced and torn. A series of natural disasters occurred afterwards. It was a pity that Bai Sui did not find the whereabouts of the sacred tree. After destroying the celestial dragon's regime, the Revolutionary Army did not immediately establish a new government. Instead, it dispersed its manpower and cleared pirates at sea. For a while, the whole world was peaceful. After that, the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army held a meeting with countries around the world for half a year, planning and arranging the future of the whole world. When the top leaders of countries around the world learned that there was a wider world outside the planet, and even other civilizations had contacted them, some trivial matters were suppressed to a limited extent because they saw greater benefits. So in the second year after the destruction of Marijoa, the new world government was established, and on the day of its establishment, all celestial dragons and pirates were publicly tried, and all sinners received the punishment they deserved according to their crimes. Oh, by the way, the highest penalty in the New World government is not the death penalty, but directly through the power of the devil fruit, let the other party personally experience all the crimes he has committed before. As for whether to die after the experience, it depends on the situation, because at that time, mortals often actively seek the death penalty. Time has passed silently for 16 or 17 years. Because of the experience of burning the ninja world and Kashiwa Sui's deeper understanding of the rhythm, the surface of the entire pirate world was finally burned by Kashiwa Sui. In fact, in the 12th year, Kashiwa Sui found the sacred tree through the rhythm in the inner scene, but at that time, Kashiwa Sui's research on Seastone reached a critical point, so he didn't rush to start. As a result, this critical point has been stuck for several years. Kashiwa Sui burned the entire surface world, and this has just succeeded. Although Kashiwa Sui had successfully burned the rhythm of Seastone at that time, and could also create Seastone out of thin air by consuming mana, Kashiwa Sui felt that this was not safe. After all, the hardness of Seastone is only for ordinary people. For those who have reached the level of Otsutsuki, it is simply too fragile. Therefore, Bai Sui has been trying to extract the rhythm of Seastone and integrate it into the world recorded in his inner vision. Now, Bai Sui, who has successfully completed this goal, feels that it is time to solve the Otsutsuki fate. After all, after Bai Sui's attempt, he can now turn any place he has recorded into a forbidden magic zone, and all the devil fruit abilities in it will be invalid. This is what Bai Sui relies on to deal with the Otsutsuki fate. Bai Sui once tried to cover himself with this forbidden magic rhythm, but he did not feel any discomfort. Whether it was chakra, domineering, or ki, he could use it freely. I don't know if this is because it only targets authority. Yes, up to now, Bai Sui still hasn't used any devil fruit. After all, he doesn't lack such a power now. Even if he really wants to use it, wouldn't it be better to directly pick what he wants from the authority library after defeating the Otsutsuki fate? Moreover, Bai Sui has discovered some things from his research over the years, that is, why did the original god of Otsutsuki have to abandon his physical body and only transcend his spirit? What exactly affects the transcendence of the physical body of the god of Otsutsuki? Combined with his own research, Bai Sui now has reason to suspect that it is this authority that is the cause. After all, judging from the previous performance, this authority is given by this world. Then, has the body combined with it been marked with a mark of the world and regarded as a property of this world? And if you want to leave with someone's property, how can others easily agree to it, unless you're strong enough, so strong that the other party can't stop you? But judging from the performance of the god of Otsutsuki, he is obviously not that strong. After all, his physical body is not left here. It is precisely because of this discovery that although Bai Sui is learning and imitating the rhythm generated by the operation of these authorities, he has always restrained himself from obtaining authority. Without disturbing anyone, Bai Sui quietly filled the area near the sacred tree with a large amount of forbidden magic rhythms, making it a restricted area of authority. After that, Bai Sui teleported and appeared next to the sacred tree, and quickly pressed his right hand on it, ready to compete with the opponent with his best spiritual power. I don't know if it's because he has been a tree for a long time. Otsutsuki Mingshi's reaction is very slow. Until Bai Sui probed his consciousness into the core of the sacred tree, the opponent did not react. In the eyes of Bai Sui now, Otsutsuki Mingshi's spiritual power is so loose that it almost disperses as soon as it rushes, and it can't stop the pace of Bai Sui's consciousness. Perhaps it was because he felt that he could not defeat Bai Sui on the spiritual level. Otsutsuki Mingshi immediately dispersed the sea stone around the roots of the sacred tree, exposing himself completely to the sea water. It was just because of Bai Sui's advance arrangement that Otsutsuki Mingshi could not use his authority after escaping from the suppression of the sea stone, so he lost his last chance to act, and was successfully destroyed by Bai Sui. Poor Otsutsuki no Mishiki, in the past few hundred years, has been learning and using authority. Even subconscious resistance is to use authority, not chakra. If Otsutsuki no Mishiki used the chakra in the sacred tree to counterattack it the first time, it would really cause some trouble to Kashiwa Sui. Now it can only be said that everything is the same as Kashiwa Sui. Without the sole control of Otsutsuki no Mishiki, the sacred tree immediately became irritable. After all, without a clear soul to suppress it, the originally irritable and chaotic consciousness of the sacred tree reappeared, but after Kashiwa Sui left a little of his consciousness in the sacred tree, it completely calmed down. After ensuring that the forbidden magic rhythm always enveloped the sacred tree, Kashiwa Sui transferred it to his own Huanzi space. For his own Huanzi space, Kashiwa Sui had tried it before. The ability of the devil fruit did not lose his ability after entering, which means that Huanzi space is not independent of the universe. So after thoroughly analyzing the forbidden magic rhythm, Kashiwa Sui completely banned the magic in the space, wanting to see if he could separate it from the universe. Bai Sui flashed and came to the research institute on the moon. After asking the researchers inside to say a few words to his acquaintances, he took out the sacred tree and asked the research institute to conduct research under his supervision. Yes, in the next few decades, Bai Sui stayed in the research institute like this. After all, he was afraid that a negligence would directly destroy the ninja world. Time passed quickly, and the speed of technological development was even faster. With the joint efforts of the ninja world and the One Piece world, they have explored several habitable planets. Although no new life was found, the population has doubled several times, and various resources are no longer scarce. With the emergence of a large population and the increase in average life expectancy, the speed of technological development is also getting faster and faster. In just a few decades, the chakra jump engine and domineering force field shield were invented, making the two civilizations more convenient and efficient in interstellar exploration. This year, on Bai Sui's 200th birthday, the Research Institute finally successfully analyzed and developed artificial authority. Through the study of artificial authority, Bai Sui can also simulate all the natural forces in the world through rhythm, which is a minimum version of the omniscient and omnipotent God. In the past few decades, the Otsutsuki clan did not stop sending people, but for the growing ninja world, a small number of Otsutsuki clan members were not a threat at all, but a resource that came to the door. In this way, without Kashiwa taking action, they easily eliminated several waves of invading enemies. These waves relied on the fact that the other side did not understand the situation, so they sent people to die. After that, no one was sent again, but this did not mean that the matter was over. After all, it was the ninja world that wanted the other side to die. Before, the ninja world still felt that its own strength was insufficient, so although they felt humiliated by being beaten at home many times, they had no good way. After all, they also knew the difference between defense and offense. But after the emergence of artificial authority, things suddenly became different. Although the cost was very high, it would take almost as much resources as a moon to build an authority battleship that could rival the Otsutsuki level. But the problem is that after entering the cosmic civilization, the ninja world is least lacking in resources. No matter what they want, they can easily find it in space. So after accumulating 2,000 powerful warships, they decided to march towards the Otsutsuki clan's territory, wanting to avenge their previous humiliation and get rid of the Otsutsuki, the executioner who has been wantonly strangling intelligent civilization, for the entire universe. Chapter 185 Otsutsuki God. This counterattack is not only about the ninja world, but also the One Piece world. After all, for now, the domineering force field shield still needs their efforts. Kashiwasu did not participate in this action, but watched it with others through the broadcast of the battleship. After all, he still had to guard the sacred tree that could destroy the ninja world at any time. In fact, when the artificial authority experiment was successful at the beginning, the Institute had tried a crazy annihilation experiment. They found a planet far away from the ninja world and created many small artificial authorities on it. Since it did not require a high strength, the resources consumed were not too large. It was just that the computing power occupied when creating artificial authorities was relatively high. Soon, after the number of artificial authorities on that planet exceeded 3,000, the annihilation expected by the Institute occurred, but the power of that annihilation was far beyond their imagination. At that time, they used the hardest materials and various defense technologies that they could produce on that planet to test the strength of this annihilation and test their own defense technology. The final result was that under that annihilation, all the defensive means of the ninja realm were ineffective and all were annihilated by that wave. Even the sea stone that they had originally hoped for was annihilated along with other materials. Bai Sui thought it was natural. After all, the function of sea stone was only isolation, not defense, which was normal. So now this sacred tree with thousands of powers in its body has become the most dangerous thing in the ninja realm, and everyone dared not let Bai Sui leave, although there were various sea stone devices around the sacred tree, as well as some devices that could directly destroy the sacred tree. But the ninja realm did not dare to gamble. They were afraid that there would be some problems with the sea stone device. After all, according to the annihilation experiment, the speed of annihilation was too fast, and they could not even accurately observe the time when annihilation began, which meant that the speed of annihilation was less than 50 seconds, which was a product beyond the current observation limit of the ninja realm. With a double insurance of Bai Sui and sea stone, they dared to put it near the ninja realm for further research. In fact, the ninja world once thought about moving the sacred tree to a safer planet that is farther away from the ninja world. However, the most advanced computers in the ninja world are now on the moon, and a group of top scientists also have to conduct close research and experiments around the sacred tree. Therefore, if an accident really happens, the effect is not much different, and it is still an extremely serious disaster. After all, the ninja world is no longer the only planet they live on. They started interstellar migration decades ago and lived on other habitable planets. The ninja world exists more as a symbol and scientific research base. Even the political center has been transferred from the ninja world. After all, the political power of their ninja world has always been in the hands of those Otsutsuki level masters. Where those masters are, the political power will be there. For example, in this counterattack against the Otsutsuki clan, in addition to 2,000 warships, there are also dozens of Otsutsuki-level masters who are in the formation to prevent the opponent from having strong men who can directly target the warships, so that they can directly block them. This battle was actually very simple. After all, the other side had no idea about the intelligence of the ninja world. When they found that their home nest was attacked, they were stunned. On the one hand, they did not expect that the location of their home nest would be discovered by others, and on the other hand, they never thought that they would be attacked at home. For so many years, it has always been their Otsutsuki clan that has invaded the outside world and destroyed one civilization after another, and they have never been attacked by others. Due to the lack of advanced prevention, there were only more than 30 Otsutsuki clan members on their home planet. Under a round of salvos from 2,000 warships, they disappeared directly into the universe along with their home planet. It was also thanks to the Otsutsuki strongmen who accompanied them to suppress the formation. Their timely actions prevented the other party from using the wedge to directly transform themselves into invisible data and thus parasitize on the warship. There was no way. After this attempt, everyone verified the attack power of the warship, which was indeed beyond imagination. In particular, the salvos of 2,000 warships directly caused qualitative changes and quantitative changes. The other side did not even have the ability and opportunity to resist. After all, the Otsutsuki clan can control time. However, facing the powerful attack, their time stop was not successful. After all, this was not just a pure energy attack, but also mixed with the power of authority, which tore this ability apart at the moment of time stopping. However, the domineering aura that they had expected to be condensed and burst out by willpower did not defend against the wedge as expected. It was not that no one could defend against it. The shield activated by the domineering aura did successfully defend against the wedge, but people with domineering aura were too rare. There were only 3 warships in the entire fleet with shields activated by the domineering aura. In the days that followed, 1,500 of the 2,000 warships returned, 500 of which were used to protect the safety of the ninja world and other planets, and the other 1,000 were organized to go out and actively search for other Otsutsuki people and life planets. The 500 returning warships brought back the remaining spoil salvaged from the Otsutsuki home planet, the most important of which was a small half of the body of Otsutsuki AIM, which provided valuable material for further research. In addition to the 500 warships, there were also 10 Otsutsuki-level strongmen who stated the location of the Otsutsuki home planet. They manually cleaned up and arranged the surrounding environment, trying to restore the appearance of the home planet they had seen before as much as possible, trying to confuse the Otsutsuki clan members who returned later. In this way, the ninja world began to wait and see at the location of the Otsutsuki home planet, catching those who could be caught and shooting those who wanted to run. This would be a protracted war. After all, when the Otsutsuki clan was away from home, it took 1,000 years to plant a tree, so you can imagine how often they returned to their home planet. In fact, the ninja world originally wanted to blow up the other side's home planet directly. After all, there must be a lot of valuable materials and knowledge on it. It can be said that the power of that round of salvos really surprised the ninja world. Even Bai Sui felt scared after seeing the scene through the live broadcast, because he found that he could not hide. Finally, after Bai Sui and the Institute reviewed it, they had a doubt. They suspected that this was probably still a problem of authority. Although the number did not reach more than 3,000, 2,000 different authorities collided and intertwined in a very small area. They suspected that this might have caused a small annihilation. What really destroyed the Otsutsuki people and their home planet was actually this small annihilation. Because this annihilation was not thorough, the wedge of the Otsutsuki clan was separated from it. For this speculation, the Institute tried many times afterwards, but it was not successfully reproduced because of the number of warships. This became a puzzle recorded in the Institute. In fact, there are many puzzles like this, which are problems that cannot be solved for the time being with the current technology of the ninja world, such as how the worlds were born, how consciousness was generated, etc., and there are many kinds of them. Although there are the latest scientific research results every day for Bai Sui to study and learn, Bai Sui, who has been on the moon facing this sacred tree for decades, also feels a little bored. Now that he has the corpse of Otsutsuki Yamai for research, it can be regarded as a change of mood for Bai Sui. Looking at Otsutsuki Yamai's eyes, Bai Sui fell into deep thought, because the other party's 3 eyes are very simple and pure, the Byakugan, the Samsara eye, and the pure eye. According to Bai Sui's previous experience of opening his eyes, the Byakugan is the foundation of the prosperity of the Otsutsuki clan, needless to say, and the Samsara eye and the pure eye are the products of adding extreme spiritual energy and physical energy to the Byakugan. Does this mean that the pair of eyes that Bai Sui has now, although he still calls it the Samsara eye, have actually become very chaotic and have various characteristics? Is it actually wrong? After several internal studies and comparisons with Otsutsuki Yamai, Bai Sui came to the opposite conclusion from before, that is, he and Otsutsuki Yamai took 2 opposite paths. Since Otsutsuki Yamai doesn't have his ability to arbitrarily trace back through rhythm, the other party obviously doesn't have so many trial and error opportunities, and can't try to superimpose these eyes as unlimitedly as he does. After all, the eyes that Kashiwasa superimposed are not only the Byakugan, Samsara eye and pure eye, but also the Samsara eye that Otsutsuki Yamai doesn't have. Perhaps in terms of a certain ability of specialization, Kashiwasa's eyes are not as strong as Otsutsuki Yamai's, but in terms of practicality and breadth, they are higher than Otsutsuki Yamai's. This can only be said to be a choice between specialization and breadth, and there should be no right or wrong. When Kashiwasa saw Otsutsuki Yamai's body, he tried to analyze the other party's rhythm as soon as possible. Sure enough, just like Kashiwasa thought, he couldn't successfully analyze it now, which means that the other party's level is greater than or equal to Kashiwasa's. And he can only rely on the effort of grinding. Fortunately, the researchers are not only Kashiwasa himself, but also many researchers, who can always give Kishiwasu new inspiration and insights from different angles. In addition, scientific research is always a matter of luck. Often when a topic is halfway through, it will be found that it has quietly turned in another unexpected direction. So Bai Sui combined various expected and unexpected experimental results to further study the god of Otsutsuki. Through the study of this corpse, everyone in the ninja world is grateful that the god of Otsutsuki has long been gone. Otherwise, just relying on this broken body, it can directly crush all the existing achievements of their ninja world, and only this one person can directly destroy their entire civilization. At the same time, the ninja world is also grateful for the appearance of the god of Otsutsuki. If it were not for the short-lived god of Otsutsuki, the Otsutsuki clan would not be so crazy in pursuing the creation of gods, and would devote almost all of their energy to the creation of gods. It can be said that the Otsutsuki clan is really a family of success and failure. They rose because of the Otsutsuki god and also fell because of the Otsutsuki god. At the same time, in order to avoid the emergence of a new god on the Otsutsuki clan, the ninja world has also increased its investment in the pursuit of the Otsutsuki clan. In fact, after the research on the Otsutsuki god, many high-ranking ninjas also had the same idea as the Otsutsuki clan, wanting to create a god. How does that sentence go? You are not me, you are me and you are the same. After seeing the corpse of the Otsutsuki god, the high-ranking ninjas understood what the other party was pursuing. The other faction firmly opposed it because of the previous experience of the Otsutsuki clan. However, Kishiwasu put forward his own views on this, and took the opportunity to bring up the idea of using microorganisms to cultivate chakra that he had said to Otsutsuki Arashiki before. It's not that Bai Sui wants to use this method of accumulating a large amount of chakra fruit to make himself a god, because it takes too long. Didn't you see that the Otsutsuki clan failed after 10,000 years? Even if the technology used by the ninja world is more advanced after entering the cosmic civilization, the time will not be much faster. It will take at least a few thousand years. Bai Sui has a hunch that he will definitely enter the next stage earlier than that, so this is more to leave away for future generations. Without the checks and balances of the Otsutsuki clan, the development of the ninja world is more rapid. Don't forget that the Otsutsuki clan can directly slaughter all the civilized planets in the galaxy where their home planet is located, which means that there will be no enemies in that galaxy, and all the resources in it can be squandered by the ninja world. In addition, even the Otsutsuki clan that dominates the universe has been killed, and the speed of the ninja world's outward expansion cannot be described as flying, it is directly beyond previous imagination. And the direction of technological development is also gradually changing. After all, compared with the resources they have, the manpower is really pitiful, so the proportion of chakra energy, domineering energy and the like is getting smaller and smaller. The current ninja world is mainly researching intelligent machinery controlled by natural energy. This is the best way they can think of to greatly save manpower. Although biotechnology can also be used to clone or improve life, both the ninja world and the One Piece world have an extreme resistance to such a plan. Therefore, although they are far more advanced than intelligent machinery technology and biotechnology, they still choose this path. The development of the whole world is so beautiful and peaceful. Everyone can have enough food and clothing. If they want, they don't need to work for their whole life and can live better than many nobles in the Warring States period. Chapter 186 Funeral. On this day, before the remains of the Otsutsuki god were finished, Bai Sui had already refined his body. Now, Bai Sui's body can be completely rhythmic at any time, just like the wedge, and it has become a part of his own soul. Now, Bai Sui can be said to be a soul from the inside out. The so-called body is just a shell alienated from the soul, which can be condensed and retracted at any time. From then on, there is no distinction between the soul and the heart. It is consistent and unified from the inside out. Bai Sui has his own immortal body. At this moment, although Bai Sui still has a body, he can feel the feeling of the soul being unrestrained, and thus put himself naked in the universe. Feeling this universe with his whole body and mind, Bai Sui sensed a rhythm that enveloped all things in the world. This rhythm can be said to be everywhere, not only on the visible matter, but also in the void that is obviously empty. Bai Sui knew that this was the rhythm of the world itself. Now, as long as he was familiar with this rhythm, he could try to induce or change it, or even pass through the gaps in these rhythms and completely escape from this world. When Bai Sui put his sights back on the remains of the Otsutsuki god, it can be said that it was full of the rhythm of this world. It was these rhythms wrapped around it that gave it the authority to control the world. At the same time, it was like the strongest rope, firmly trapping this body and this world together. In this case, if the Otsutsuki god still wanted to get rid of his body, he would either have extremely exquisite skills to untie these rhythms wrapped around it, or have enough tyrannical power to directly break the rhythm, or simply take it away with the rhythm that bound him. Bai Sui, through his own experience of becoming an Otsutsuki level, obviously knew that this chakra system was not good at observing and controlling the rhythm, which led to the fact that the Otsutsuki god did not have enough exquisite skills. Combined with his body that could be hurt or even destroyed by the rhythm, it was obvious that he did not have enough strength and power to break free. From this point of view, choosing to leave the soul in a sense simply as a spiritual body is also a forced choice for the god of Otsutsuki. But why is the god of Otsutsuki so anxious to leave this world? Why not try to accumulate strength to polish the body? After all, judging from his strength at that time, he was already invincible. Time was completely on his side. Is it because there is a danger in this world that Bai Sui doesn't know yet? Or is there a temptation outside the world that Bai Sui doesn't know? At this time, Bai Sui thought of a world problem that has existed in the Institute for hundreds of years, that is, who does the ray of ancestral spiritual power in the chakra belong to? It is obviously earlier than the god of Otsutsuki. After all, the god of Otsutsuki relies on chakra to become a god. Is it because Bai Sui has never really allowed this ancestral spiritual power to proliferate and remain in his body, so there is something he doesn't know yet? Thinking of it, Bai Sui took out a ball of ancestral spiritual power stored in the institute and tried to contact a small strand of his consciousness with it, wanting to see if there would be any new discoveries. As Bai Sui conducted various tests on these spiritual powers, he never found anything. However, this was normal. After all, when Bai Sui learned of its existence, he did a lot of research. It was not until Bai Sui increased the amount of spiritual consciousness that a change suddenly occurred after reaching a huge disparity. The wisp of ancestral spiritual power used for the experiment was broken and dissipated, but it was just a complicated message transmitted before it dissipated. Although it was the first time he saw this kind of information, Bai Sui almost subconsciously knew what it was. This was a coordinate, the coordinate of a world. At this moment, Bai Sui finally understood why the god of Otsutsuki had to leave this world so anxiously. He was going to this world that created chakra, and because it was manifested in the form of spiritual power, the god of Otsutsuki did not care about his body at all, and directly used his spiritual power to wrap up all his chakra and left directly. Feeling the information of this coordinate, Bai Sui fell into thinking. To be honest, he was not going to this world. After all, judging from the chakra system designed by the other party, it was obvious that those who went to that world were all chakra users. It would be better for him, a fake, not to join in the fun. Who knows if they welcome guests from afar. In the days that followed, Bai Sui's research on the sacred tree and remains accelerated due to his own enhancement. However, before he could find any useful results, he suddenly received a message saying that Senju Hashirama was going to hold a funeral for him. However, because of the world's peace and the stability of people's lives, Senju Hashirama felt that his wish in this life had been fulfilled, and the subsequent ones would not be of much use to him, so he decided to give up the ability to live forever and choose to return to the tranquility of death. After understanding Senju Hashirama's original intention, Bai Sui did not say anything to stop him, but listened to the other party chatting about some family matters and some of his inner thoughts. After listening to the other party's talk for an afternoon, Bai Sui patted him on the shoulder and said goodbye to him. This goodbye was not only out of respect for the other party's choice, but also because he knew that the chance of the two of them meeting again was almost gone, because he was destined to leave this world and explore other worlds. Bai Sui just sent the other party out of the gate of the institute, and then looked up at the beautiful planet in front of him. Bai Sui emptied his mind, thought about nothing, ignored everything, and just looked at the planet quietly. The next day, the news of the death of Senju Hashirama came from the ninja world. In order to commemorate his contribution to the ninja world, the ninja world lowered the flag to half-mast to show mourning. Looking at the news reports and the discussions with the researchers around him, Bai Sui shook his head and said nothing, but separated a clone and participated in his funeral throughout. Until he saw that his burial objects were actually a pair of dice, Bai Sui was almost amused by him. Only Tsunade, who had been holding back tears before, cried after seeing the dice. Watching Hashirama Senju radiate all his chakra and actively throw his soul into the underworld, Bai Sui suddenly felt the change of the world's rhythm. In a rhythm that no one could see, a ray of light suddenly emerged and flew towards Hashirama Senju's soul at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Bai Sui's clone grabbed the light with his right hand. After that, Bai Sui kept watching Hashirama Senju's soul, and only after it completely slept in the underworld did he return with the light. After releasing the clone, Bai Sui held the light in his hand and studied it carefully. Good guy, I have traveled through more than 200 years, and there is no mention of a golden finger. What's going on now? Do you want to give the dead Hashirama Senju a plug-in? It turned out that after Bai Sui's analysis, this was an energy that came here from other worlds, and these energies formed a specific structure. Bai Sui found that it has three main abilities, namely analysis, transmission and reception. After further research, Bai Sui found that it was not complicated. After understanding its structure, he could make it with Bai Sui's ability, and it could even perform better than the one in his hand. So Bai Sui wanted to explore it. After trying to contact it with a ray of consciousness, it immediately merged with the consciousness and wanted to analyze it. During this process, Bai Sui could stop at any time, and that was why Bai Sui felt relieved to continue trying. After thinking about it, Bai Sui changed the rhythm and disguised his own ray of consciousness. After all, the target of the light before was Senju Hashirama. After disguising this ray of consciousness as Senju Hashirama, it finally successfully interacted with the structure, and an interface suddenly appeared in the gentleman's consciousness. Ding! Senju Hashirama has joined the group chat. Bai Sui touched his chin. This seems to be a relatively new chat group hack. Bai Sui immediately looked at the administrator and group owner inside, and looked for people with more peculiar names among them. Group leader Meng Xuanji, welcome to join the group chat. Welcome, welcome. After seeing the other party's name, Bai Sui was basically sure that the other party was the kind of person who relied on deception and made money out of nothing. Looking at the group members who welcomed him below, Bai Sui's thoughts were further confirmed. Tony Stark, Uncle Lin Jiu and Zhang Sanfeng, this can be said to be a very classic start. After all, the three of them are typical of being fleeced. Before Bai Sui could type anything in the chat, a new member entered the chat group. Ding! Tanjiro Kamado has joined the group chat. Is this Demon Slayer? This was a very popular anime before Bai Sui traveled through time. Bai Sui still has a deep impression of the name Tanjiro Kamado. Stark, at Meng Xuanji, are there two new people this time? After welcoming Tanjiro Kamado, everyone waited for a while. Group leader Meng Xuanji, yes, I discovered these two different worlds this time, so I fished one person out of each. Stark, in that case, let your father Stark tell you about this group. With the help of Tony Stark, who was eager to perform, he quickly explained the use of this group to the newcomers, which was exactly what Bai Sui expected. The group leader named Meng Xuanji was indeed the host of this chat group plugin. The other party claimed to have the ability to travel in the endless world. On a boring day, the other party formed such a group on a whim for the lives of different worlds to communicate. He also claimed that he would not interfere with their communication, but he could learn about the future direction of the world from him after paying a certain price. He even took the initiative to emphasize that knowledge and ability, which are available in every world but are not exactly the same, are the best. Bai Sui did not choose to expose the other party directly, but just kept silent, being a person who dives and peeks at the screen. Every day, he still uses his ability to study the sacred tree, the remains in this chat group. But now he has another way to kill his loneliness, that is, watching the people in the group chat every day. Bai Sui learned from the peeping screen in the past few days that Stark had just closed his weapons company not long ago. Uncle Lin Jiu had just dealt with the old man of the Ren family. Zhang Sanfeng was no longer the old martial arts master, but just a famous knight in the martial arts world, and Tanjiro had just experienced misfortune and fled with his sister Nezuko. Bai Sui shook his head and felt sorry for this person who called himself Meng Xuanji. After all, from now on, there are not many people who can give him some useful help. If there are no other hidden abilities in this group, the other party is afraid that he can't get any big benefits at all. After all, martial arts require years of practice, and it is easy to make weapon drawings. As for Taoism, it goes without saying that the other party's Taoism is inherited and requires the willingness of the top ancestor to teach. As for the breathing method of the demon world, Tanjiro doesn't know it now. Less than half a year later, Bai Sui's research finally made progress. not for the sacred tree and the remains, but for this chat group. Bai Sui did not do nothing when he was in the chat group, but tried to find the place where the information was transmitted. In the end, Bai Sui found that when each person spoke, the source of the information came from different directions, which means that all the information was sent directly from the world where that person was. This gave Bai Sui the possibility to find the other world. After observing and studying for this period of time, the closest to Bai Sui's current world is the Demon Slayer world where Tanjiro is, followed by the Marvel world where Stark is, and the farthest is the world where Lin Jiashu and Zhang Sanfeng are. Because it is too far away, even which of the two worlds is farther can't be distinguished. However, Bai Sui has not found the world of the group owner yet. Perhaps it is the ability of the other party's plugin. Every time Bai Sui follows the information to track back, he will deviate inexplicably and can never find it. He really can't even distinguish a general direction. Senju Hoshirama, at Kamato Tanjiro, I have found your world through this chat group. I wonder if you need help. If you need help, I can go to your world to help you, Bai Sui said the first sentence in the group since joining. Stark, obviously, Bai Sui's words directly shocked the group members. Chapter 187 Nezuko. The most surprised person was Zhu Xiling, the host of the chat group, also known as Meng Xuanji. First, he confirmed that the other party was definitely not the Senju Hoshirama he knew. Secondly, he was afraid now, not knowing whether the other party would find him through the chat group. Although the group system said that the location of the group owner and administrator was encrypted, he was still worried. Zhu Xiling hammered the computer desk in front of him. No, I must upgrade the chat group as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too dangerous for me. When Zhu Xiling made up his mind, the group was already chatting enthusiastically. First, Tanjiro Kamato, after hearing that Kashiwasu had a high level of attainment in biological life, immediately invited Kashiwasu, hoping that Kashiwasu could come to help him look after his sister. Stark followed closely and invited Kashiwasu. As for whether this would cause any bad effects, he did not care now after obtaining a small part of the future world trend from the group owner. After all, Ancient One and Odin were not dead yet, and there would be someone taller to help if something really happened. Uncle Lin Jiu was more curious about Bai Sui's identity. After all, being able to travel through the world was the treatment of a Daluo immortal in his opinion. Senju Hoshirama, I am not Daluo. I have just reached the realm of immortals. I am still far from being a celestial immortal. Don't think that I can go to your world now. The distance between the two worlds is too far. I can't locate your world at such a long distance. After that, the group members were bored and had a group time. Bai Sui separated 1/3 of his mana and formed a clone. He penetrated the rhythm of the world and went to the chaos outside the world. At this time, Bai Sui asked Tanjiro to say a sentence in the group regularly, which would serve as a coordinate to guide the clone's route. After all, there is no distinction between direction and time in chaos. Without accurate coordinates and positioning, it is easy to get lost in chaos. Since it was the first time for Bai Sui to sail in chaos, he was not used to it and got lost at the beginning. It took him a month to finally reach the world of Demon Slayer. Bai Sui carefully observed the rhythm of this world outside the Demon Slayer world, and found that it was not much different from the rhythm of the Naruto world. Although there were slight differences in complexity and details, they were generally very similar. Bai Sui easily penetrated the world barrier and came to this world. I don't know if it was because of Tanjiro's positioning. When Bai Sui penetrated the world barrier, he appeared directly on the planet where the other party was. As soon as he appeared, Bai Sui had to float himself in the air to avoid stepping directly on the blood on the ground. This is a small village, with only a dozen households, but it seems that they all met with misfortune on this night. A simple spiritual sense scan showed the culprit here, a ghost eating people there. Bai Sui held his right hand in the air and caught the ghost directly in front of him. Looking at the other party's big mouth grinning to the ears and the jagged teeth exposed inside, Bai Sui knew that he was not wrong. After all, this was obviously different from the dead person on the ground. Looking at the villagers who died miserably below, after confirming that there were no survivors, Bai Sui waved his left hand, and the ground began to change. The originally hard rock became soft, and the originally solid earth became sticky. The corpses on it sank little by little. In this process, he tried to piece together the broken corpses as much as possible, but some of them had been eaten by the ghosts in front of him. Bai Sui filled that part with soil, which was considered to be a complete burial for them. Although the village had been cleaned up, Bai Sui still didn't want to stay here, and still used gravity to firmly grasp the ghost and let him fly behind him to a small hill. Facing the human who looked very delicious in front of him, the ghost did not move at all. After all, judging from the previous performance, the other party was even more terrifying than them. Even the ghost of the waxing moon could not do such a thing so easily in his impression. As for the ghost-killing team, it was even more nonsense. After all, Bai Sui's attire and the ability he used that was obviously not a breathing method were different from those of the ghost-killing team. Therefore, the ghost decided not to do something stupid and try to anger the other party. After all, he didn't know whether Bai Sui in front of him had any other abilities. Bai Sui didn't care what the other party was thinking or what he was going to do. After all, the ghost in front of him was just a test subject in his eyes. It has to be said that ghosts are really strong. Even if their heads are separated, they can still live. However, Bai Sui's original intention was not to kill the other party. After all, if you really want to destroy the other party, it is too simple. You just need to collapse the other party's rhythm. No matter what abilities the other party has, it can't be resurrected. However, what Bai Sui wants to do now is not to destroy, but to explore the principle of becoming a ghost and the method of becoming a human. Later, Bai Sui found something interesting in some attempts. There was a drop of blood that did not belong to him in the other party's body. Although this drop of blood had been completely dispersed to every part of his body, it was still independent. It was because of this drop of blood that the person in front of him became a demon. This drop of blood was constantly transforming his body, and what was consumed in the transformation was his own blood, which is why they became bloodthirsty monsters. It was also because of this transformation that the consumption was the greatest when it was first carried out, so the people who had just become demons were the most bloodthirsty. After that, there was actually not such a great demand, and many of them had already formed psychological habits. If you want to change a person back, the first step is to suppress and expel the existence of that drop of blood, so as to terminate its transformation of the body. Since this transformation is actually semi-permanent, it can automatically turn into a human as long as the time is long enough. Of course, this part of the change can also be eliminated by human intervention to speed up the recovery. The person in front of him was restored after Kishiwasu peeled off the drop of blood in his body, and after he was restored to an adult, he committed suicide because he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Kishiwasu simply buried him and left here, flying towards Tanjiro's location. When Kishiwasu arrived, Tanjiro was practicing breathing techniques here with Urakataki Sakanji. Looking at Tanjiro who was practicing in the sky, Kishiwasu thought of the 7 days breathing method in the Naruto world, which also activates the whole body by absorbing a large amount of oxygen. It is similar to the breathing method here, and perhaps they can be combined. Kishiwasu fell from the sky and came to Tanjiro's side. "Where is your sister?" "I tried to turn a ghost into a human." "Ah, you are Hashirama Senju." Tanjiro immediately realized who was in front of him. On the other side, Urakataki Sakanji, who heard the voice, also came to check the situation, but he found that he could not smell anything from Kishiwasu, so he did not come forward for a while, but chose to wait and see. "No, my name is Kishiwasu, okay, this is a later story, let's go to your sister first." Kishiwasu waved his hand, and he, Tanjiro and Urakataki Sakanji came to the small house at once, and the names in the chat group also changed at the same time. Ignoring the two people behind him who were experiencing teleportation for the first time, Kishiwasu's eyes were always on Nezuko lying on the tatami, because her situation was different from the previous ghost. On the one hand, the amount of special blood in her body is much larger, and on the other hand, Nezuko is absorbing this blood. She is using her body to adapt to and reversely transform this blood. Kishiwasu thought for a while and said to Tanjiro, "It is very simple for me to turn her back to human, but I found that she is different from ordinary ghosts. I tried to analyze more than a dozen ghosts along the way. They are all passively accepting the transformation of special blood in their bodies, but your sister is not like that. She is trying to adapt to and change this blood. What else will happen?" Tanjiro is very concerned about his sister. If successful, she may combine the characteristics of both humans and ghosts, but this characteristic is hard to say. It depends on her. However, this is a possibility that may complete the life transition. "Are you sure you want to terminate it?" Kishiwasu turned around and looked at the two people behind him. Tanjiro was caught up in self-confusion, but Urakataki Sakanji asked Kishiwasu a question. "Sir, will this make Nezuko an immortal walking in the sun?" Kashiwasu nodded. It is very likely, Urakataki Sakanji said solemnly to Tanjiro beside him. Tanjiro, do you know what this means? Once your sister can become immortal, how many powerful people will compete for her? At that time, in the face of national power, Nezuko will most likely become a blood bag whose blood can be extracted by anyone. Kashiwasa looked at the man with the noodles. Yes, I have seen the power displayed by your so-called breathing method, and it is indeed unable to compete with national power on a large scale. At the same time, this is also what I am puzzled about, that is, why not make efforts at the national level to completely wipe out all the demons? Even if not all of these ghosts are afraid of sunlight, at least 99% of them are afraid of it. It seems that someone invented the quartz ultraviolet mercury lamp more than 10 years ago. If the country makes an effort, it will definitely equip you with this kind of weapon that can have a fake control effect on ghosts, but it can avoid a large number of people. Urakataki Sakanji nodded. Yes. This is actually the result of the intentional alienation between the demon-killing team and the government. After all, no matter how cruel the ghosts are, they can live forever, and this is the biggest temptation for people. Once the whole country is working hard to wipe out the ghosts, there will always be some people who try to get involved, so just block the news from both sides. Kashiwasa nodded to indicate that he understood, and looked at Tanjiro, waiting for the other party's choice. Please restore Nezuko to an adult, please, Tanjiro said and knelt down to Kashiwasa. Kashiwasa swept his right hand over Nezuko's head, and the special blood scattered in her body was peeled off and gathered in Kashiwasa's palm. He threw it out of the window, and the blood turned into ashes in the sun. Nezuko, who had often been obsessed with Nezuko since she became a ghost, woke up at this moment. After stretching, she threw herself into her brother's arms. Without interrupting the crying between the two siblings, Kashiwasa teleported outside the house. Urakataki Sakanji also came out, and it was obvious that he had something to say to Kashiwasa. Excuse me, are you from the Qing dynasty? It was Urakataki Sakanji who made some guesses based on Kashiwasa's clothes. Bai Sui shook his head gently. I am not from the Qing dynasty. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. After all, I still have things to do later. Urakataki Sakanji first bowed deeply to Bai Sui, and then said, I hope to ask you to help us to eliminate the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji? No, I refuse. I came here just to restore Nezuko to human form. If there is nothing else, I will leave. Bai Sui waved his hand and ignored the other party's request. In a flash, Bai Sui left Urakataki Sakanji's hut and came to the sky. He simply searched his somewhat long-lost memories and looked through the historical knowledge he learned in school. On the one hand, he took away all the treasures that the other party had robbed. After that, he directly deleted the entire Qing Palace personnel, and then used them to put down the words those who lose power and humiliate a country will die. Bai Sui no longer paid attention to the subsequent situation. After all, how people in this world develop depends on themselves, and what he can do is really limited. After touring around in this world and studying the various rhythms in this world, Bai Sui chose to leave. After all, there was nothing here worth staying. By the way, compared to other worlds in this world, Bai Sui wandered and explored in the starry sky of the Demon Slayer world for a long time, but in the end, he did not find any other civilized planets. The entire universe seemed dead silent. Bai Sui, who left this world, did not know how much of a sensation his previous actions in various countries had caused, or he did not care. After all, this was basically the only chance for him to come to this world, and he would never come again. 404, I was not allowed to write in it at all. The original idea was cut off at once. What a pity. In the end, there was a part about Demon Slayer, and after deleting and reducing, only this chapter was left. Chapter 188 Summoning. Just when the clone was returning to the Naruto world, he suddenly felt a call on the road. This call was very slight, but very clear, so Bai Sui simply stopped waiting and directly let his clone change the route and fly in the direction of the call. After another long voyage, Bai Sui finally came to the world that brought him a slight call. This world is different from the world of Demon Slayer or Naruto. From the outside, this world can be seen to be divided into two halves. The two halves of the world are strangely entangled together, just like a large Tai Chi diagram. It's just that the two halves of this world are not black and white, but white and red. Not only that, this world gives Bai Sui a familiar sense of strangeness. For some reason, Bai Sui did not directly penetrate the world barrier, but pressed his right hand on it. Then a strange scene appeared. The world barrier did not play its role. Bai Sui's right hand directly penetrated the barrier and went deep into it. Not only that, this world gave Bai Sui a very friendly feeling. There was no slight rejection when he went to Demon Slayer before. This world welcomes him very much. You have to know that this is very abnormal and incredible. After all worlds reject foreign existence, but the world in front of him actually showed tolerance for him like the Naruto world, as if he was a part of this world. Based on the principle of losing at most one clone, Bai Sui did not hesitate and let the clone plunge into the world. This world is very strange. The white part is very kind to him, while the red part is very repulsive to him. It can be said that the white part likes him as much as the red part hates him, but the red part seems to have some problems and cannot express its original repulsion, which makes the whole world as a whole show its intimacy with Bai Sui. After penetrating the barrier in front of him, which is obviously much thicker than other worlds, Bai Sui successfully came to the life planet in the white world. As soon as he landed on it, Bai Sui knew where it was. It was obviously the Earth, and it was still a modern society, but it was not the one in his previous life. This discovery made Bai Sui feel a little disappointed. After all, when he felt the intimacy of the world and saw the modern society, Bai Sui thought he had discovered the so-called world in his previous life, but it was a pity that it was not. After a simple exploration with his spiritual sense, Bai Sui confirmed that the place where he landed was near a film studio, and his spiritual sense saw Afu kick Jackie Chan? Ah, that's right, it's not just Afu. There were also Valen and his 3 men at the scene, and Jackie Chan was holding a strange box in his hand, fighting with the other party in the film company. And now, Jackie Chan was kicked out by Valen with red eyes, and the box in his hand suddenly glowed green, and flew into the air alone, and finally landed on the prop door of a film studio. As a burst of green light was stimulated from the box, a strange portal rose from the ground. Bai Sui could feel that the other side of the portal was the previous red world, because it exuded a very disgusting emotion towards Bai Sui. From the portal came out a blue-skinned monster with a hippopotamus head and a human-shaped body. There were blue protruding spikes on his head, 5 fingers on each hand, 2 toes on each foot, wearing armor similar to ancient Roman style, abdominal muscles, and bright red eyes. Hello, Zhongsu. Wallen, whose eyes were also glowing red, crossed his arms and looked at the monster in front of him. Why are you so slow? It seemed that this monster called Zhongsu is indeed an old acquaintance of Wallen. Looking at Jackie Chan who had been caught beside him, Wallen said in a very unique voice, "Isn't it because Jackie Chan is making trouble? Don't worry, he won't have a chance in the future," Zhongsu said as he gathered a ball of lightning in his hands and threw it directly towards Jackie Chan's position. Am I in the world of Jackie Chan's adventures? Bai Sui felt that his long-lost memories were reviving at this moment, and his happy childhood memories suddenly emerged. Almost instantly, Bai Sui appeared in front of Jackie Chan, and stretched out his right hand to directly stop the lightning ball in the air. Because the lightning ball burst out with intense light, and Zhongsu was constantly firing lightning balls, Valen, who could not see the situation for a while, began to flatter him. "Listen to this loud voice, how much I admire your divine power, brother, holy lord, you should call me master." Zhongsu even began to correct Valen's speech there. Before, he was still dodging the attack of Jackie Chan, and when he found that no attack fell on him, he looked up and saw someone blocking the lightning ball in front of him. Looking at Bai Sui's Chinese dress, Jackie Chan was a little confused for a while, but then he stepped forward and grabbed Bai Sui's clothes, wanting to take him away. Hurry up. Originally, Bai Sui wanted to try his hand with the demon in front of him here, but when he saw Jackie Chan pulling him away, he followed the other party's meaning and did not resist. Without Bai Sui's obstruction, all the lightning balls fell on the props and walls behind, directly shattering the area in front of Zhongsu and revealing the scenery outside the house. Seeing that his enemies had been eliminated, Zhongsu followed Wallen and the others out of the studio. In order to get in Wallen's car, Zhongsu manually helped them turn the car into a convertible. On the other side, Jackie Chan took Bai Sui to hide in a pile of props. The pile of clothes collapsed on the ground, directly blocked other people's sight, but Bai Sui still had some complaints about this. After all, he could even deceive this, so the so-called devil was really weak. After confirming that Zhongsu and the others had left, Jackie Chan crawled out of the pile of clothes. "Oh, friend, thank you so much. The hands you just blocked the lightning was really handsome. By the way, my name is Jackie Chan. I don't know who you are, Bai Sui. A monk passing by here, Bai Sui shook hands with a Jackie Chan in front of him and introduced himself. Jackie Chan suddenly thought of his father. Monk? Are you a magician? Was that magic just now? It's key. By the way, you may call it key magic. The name is different, but it's almost the same. Bai Sui nodded and remembered the key magic in this world. Oh, by the way, we have to go to the airport to pick up Dad. I think Dad will be very happy to see you. After all, in all these years, I have seen you as the only person who can do magic besides Dad. You two will definitely get along well. Jackie Chan seemed to have thought of something. Bai Sui did not refuse. Really? Then when are we leaving? Soon the two took a taxi to the airport and picked up Dad, who had been waiting here for a while. On the way, Dad told Jackie Chan the information he had found after looking up the information. The immortal god who suppressed the lightning demons Hong Su is the priest Su Gudu. At this time, Bai Sui, who was sitting in the front row, interrupted. Isn't it Xiao Guojiu? Why is it Su Gudu? I said it wrong. It's Xiao Guojiu. Wait, who are you? Dad realized it later and found that there was another person sitting in the front row besides the driver. Dad, this is... Jackie Chan was about to introduce Bai Sui when his mobile phone suddenly rang. By the way, the mobile phone at this time was still Nokia or PHS. Hello, where are you? Jackie Chan asked the other party after seeing the phone number. The theater? Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone introduced her discovery to Jackie Chan. This time it's the thunder and lightning demon. He has a strong power. How did you know? Xiaoyu, listen, don't mess around. Wait for me to come over. Jackie Chan's voice was a little tired when he called. Obviously he was not confident enough. The old man on the side crossed his arms and looked like he had seen through the world. Xiaoyu won't listen, I know, but I still have to say what I should say. Jackie Chan was also a little helpless, and then turned the topic to Bai Sui. By the way, Dad, I just wanted to introduce you to this person. This is Bai Sui, who I met in the film studio. He helped me intercept the thunder and lightning from China and the Soviet Union through key magic, so I invited him to pick you up from the plane together. Jackie Chan introduced Bai Sui in the front row to the old man. Oh, really? Hello, Bai Sui. I didn't expect that I could meet a magician like you in the United States. It's an honor. The old man was also surprised and curious. I just received some kind of call and came here. I was just passing by. To be honest, I didn't expect to encounter a demon as soon as I got here. Bai Sui listened to the familiar voices of the two people behind him, and smiled. What gods and ghosts, they are so addicted. The driver beside him didn't dare to speak loudly, probably because he was afraid that the three people who were no longer clear in his eyes would attack him. As soon as Bai Sui's consciousness moved, the driver was immediately controlled by the illusion and directly blocked all the conversations of the three people. The only thought left was to drive to the destination. Of course, at Bai Sui's current level, using illusions can cause no harm to others. Larry, this is Xiaoyu. Do you want to see Jackie Chan's performance? Come to the theater quickly. I'll wait for you here. Xiaoyu had just finished talking to someone else, and Jackie Chan and his friends took a taxi to take a seat. Where is the demon? Jackie Chan almost ran out of the taxi and asked the tall and big True in front of him as soon as he got off the car. Inside, True's voice was low and heavy. Jackie Chan looked at his father again. Dad, is the spell ready? The father spread his hands. I can't prepare it, I need the formula. Then go find it. Jackie Chan pinched his head with both hands in despair. But you took my apprentice away. How do you want me to prepare the materials, kid? Tell me. The father put his hands in disdain. Bai Sui still wanted to test the quality of these demons. How about I try it? Who are you? Xiaoyu was startled by Bai Sui's sudden voice, because she didn't notice Bai Sui's existence before. Xiaoyu, True, this is Bai Sui, also a magician. Jackie Chan quickly introduced everyone's identity. Are you sure you can deal with that demon? The father asked. Bai Sui shook his head. I don't know either. I didn't think Zhang Su was so strong before, but he is a demon that appeared at the beginning of the world, so I can't say. Demons cannot be killed. Only by using the corresponding tokens of the gods can they be sealed back into hell. Dad suddenly said, there is one more thing. True, let's go to Chinatown to configure some materials. Jackie Chan looked at Xiaoyu. You stay here honestly and don't move. Seeing that Jackie Chan wanted to go directly into the theater, Bai Sui said, okay, let's go in together. I really want to see the true power of the devil. The two walked into the theater and saw Zhang Su and Valen standing in the center of the stage. Giving a speech to the 3 members of the Black Hand Gang on the seats below, "I will use the rumbling thunder to shake this city into rubble." Joe and the other 3 even ate popcorn and drank Coke. "This guy is very dramatic." Jackie Chan was secretly moving at the back while everyone on the stage was not paying attention to him. At that time, Bai Sui looked at the demon in front of him and frowned. Bai Sui discovered the abnormality of the demon in front of him. The other party seemed to be always shrouded in a seal. Although the other party had come to the world from hell, the seal still existed, or the original intention of the seal was not to imprison them in hell. "You can only sit in this seat." Afu appeared behind Jackie Chan like a ghost and was about to attack Jackie Chan. However, Afu did not avoid Bai Sui's detection. When the other party was about to make a move, he was immediately fixed on the spot by Bai Sui and could not move at all. Looking at Afu, who suddenly stopped moving, Jackie Chan immediately understood that it was Bai Sui who did it, so he smiled and gave Bai Sui a thumbs up. It was just this action that attracted Hong Su's attention. "You. Let me prove that lightning can strike a person twice." The appearance of Jackie Chan was a slap in the face for the confident Hong Su. After all, he had electrocuted Jackie Chan into ashes in front of everyone before, but he didn't expect that he would appear again now. Facing Hong Su's operation of gathering lightning, Bai Sui did not interrupt, or rather, he let the other party do it, because Bai Sui found that the other party was too weak, and the gap was too big compared to the other party's essence. Feeling the other party's attack, there was no power from the world. It was completely the other party's own power, which was indeed inconsistent with the other party's identity. After all, the other party was a born and raised demon, and should not have no power to control nature. Chapter 189, The 8 Immortals. In contrast to the demon in front of him, Bai Sui easily mobilized the key between heaven and earth, and used it so handy. Bai Sui could feel the active cooperation of heaven and earth tomorrow, which was really great. Bai Sui's original body in the Naruto world also mobilized natural energy. In comparison, it was obvious that with the cooperation of the world, both the power and consumption were much stronger than relying entirely on Bai Sui's own guidance. Thinking about his previous feelings in the Demon Slayer world, Bai Sui couldn't help but guess, is this the origin of the end of the law? Hong Su was still using his lightning continuously, one after another, hitting Bai Sui's direction. Bai Sui, who had already established contact with the key of heaven and earth, didn't even need to use his own power. He relied solely on the power of nature to eliminate all the lightning. No matter how unwilling the lightning demon in front of him was, he really couldn't cause any harm to Bai Sui. Bai Sui flicked his right finger and condensed an ice crystal out of thin air. Because this ice crystal was blessed by heaven and earth, even Zhang Su's lightning could not break it. The hard ice crystal penetrated the opponent's thunderball, and then directly cut Zhang Su's neck, allowing the demon in front of him to experience Louis V's favorite activity. Zhang Su's hippopotamus head rolled on the stage. However, the demon is worthy of being a demon. The fatal injury to ordinary people is not fatal to them. "Damn it, you bastard, you dared to attack the great Zhang Su, it's simply unforgivable." Although there was only one head left, Zhang Su's voice was still deep. Bai Sui didn't say anything, but just directed his right hand towards Zhang Su's head to induce repulsion. Under the powerful repulsion, Zhang Su's head exploded instantly and shattered. Everyone present was shocked by Bai Sui's violent operation, but even so, he still couldn't kill the demon. Bai Sui could feel that the other party's head was still there. What is this? Can't destroy the other party physically? Sure enough, Zhang Su's head soon recovered again. Ha 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 ha, we demons are immortal, you can't kill us. Bai Sui narrowed his eyes and stared at the invisible rhythm wrapped around the other party. Why? Aren't those seals? Why do they protect the demon in front of us? Bai Sui was a little confused. Really? Then let's try again. Bai Sui smiled at the demon in front of him. However, no one present felt any smile from Bai Sui's smile. The next moment, a ball of blazing fire rose from Zhang Su's feet. You must know that this flame is hotter than Heizhou. If Bai Sui hadn't isolated the flame from the outside world in advance, the temperature emitted by the flame alone would have been able to directly ignite the theater in front of him. Zhang Su's body was soon ignited and burned by the flames, but soon revived again under the effect of those rhythms. However, Bai Sui's flames also relied on the power of heaven and earth, so they could burn without limit. Zhang Su fell into endless death. Everyone present, listening to the miserable howl before Zhang Su's death, felt that Bai Sui was too dangerous. Not to mention that the 3 members of the Black Hand Gang had already crawled under the seat, Even Wallen hid in a fire room, fearing that Bai Sui would target them. Even the Holy Lord who possessed Wallen was subdued at this moment, fearing that he would also be attacked by the other party. Jackie Chan felt uncomfortable listening to Zhang Su's wailing, and came to Bai Sui and whispered, "Isn't it a bit too cruel to do this? Although they're demons, they don't need to be treated like this." Bai Sui didn't care and shrugged, "I don't want to torture him, but I found that I can't kill him now. It's better to try this method and see if I can kill him from the side by collapsing his will. Or if he is willing to go back to the underworld by himself, I can let him go. That's impossible. We are immortal beings. The pain of death can't defeat me. One day I will break through the shackles of this fire. At that time, I will definitely catch your soul and use my lightning to let you taste the feeling of being electrocuted." As a demon, Zhang Su is much stronger than the Holy Lord in terms of toughness. Bai Sui turned to look at Jackie Chan. "You see, it's not that I won't let him go, it's that he doesn't want to let me go." Seeing this, Jackie Chan didn't say anything. After all, he was a very reasonable person. He just felt that the other party was not guilty before, but now that the other party refused to repent, there was no need to sympathize. On the other side, Daddy also returned to the theater after buying materials with True and handed a pair of castanets to Xiaoyu. After that, Daddy began to mix magic on the spot, blending various strange materials in a specific proportion, and finally mixed a bottle of green reagent. "Go away, demons and ghosts. Go away, demons and ghosts. Go away." As Daddy chanted the universal spell, the reagent in his hand began to emit bursts of fluorescence. Then these fluorescent lights attached to the castanets in Xiaoyu's hand, and emitted unique fluctuations with the sound of the castanets. These fluctuations made the light on the castanets more and more intense, until it accumulated to a certain extent. It broke away from the castanets in Xiaoyu's hand and flew straight towards the theater. "Oh, so cool," Xiaoyu whistled as she looked at the castanets in her hand that had returned to normal. The light that flew out of the castanets changed in the air and gradually turned into 3 tablets, 2 of which were yang and 1 of which was yin. They were exactly the yin-yang tablets of Xiao Guojiu, one of the 8 immortals. After entering the theater, this set of tablets immediately found Zhang Su, the thunder demon who was being burned by the fire. Bai Sui discovered the yin-yang tablets early, but because he knew that it was Xiao Guojiu's magic weapon, Bai Sui did not stop it. The moment the tablets touched Zhang Su, they made contact with a seal on the other party, and should have activated the backhand inside, and directly drove Zhang Su, who could not be killed, back to hell. After sealing Zhang Su, the yin-yang tablet, which was originally just a phantom, did not disappear. Instead, it suddenly came in front of Bai Sui and finally flew into Bai Sui's right hand, leaving a small tablet mark on his palm. At the same time, the refining techniques and instructions for the tablet were revealed from this mark. Obviously, this was the benefit given to Bai Sui. Among these benefits, the biggest one was not the related refining techniques, but the mark itself, which was a trace of truth separated from Xiao Guojiu's yin-yang tablet. As long as this trace of truth was integrated into the tablet refined by Bai Sui himself, it would be possible to cultivate it into the same power and quality as the original tablet, which could be said to be very precious. At first, Bai Sui thought that this was the feeling of summoning himself, but it was not, or not entirely, because Bai Sui could still feel the vague summoning, but now it became clearer. There were 7 more. There are 7 more. Does this mean that the one who summoned me is the inheritance of the 8 immortals' magic weapon? Bai Sui had some guesses about this. Only the other 7 inheritances were taken care of, and there was still no fixed guidance. Bai Sui felt that these 7 summons were everywhere. No, that's not right. One of the inheritances has a clear goal. Although it is also spread all over the world, there is a convergence point in a certain direction. Bai Sui almost subconsciously found a fragment from his memory. It was the old man, like now, using key magic to summon Hans Hongli's fan and reseal the wind demon Xia Feng back to hell. Knowing that what he thought was right, Bai Sui said to Jackie Chan beside him, "It seems that Zhang Su has been resealed back to hell. We can leave here." Oh, okay. Jackie Chan originally wanted to find Wallen and the others, but the other party was very experienced in escaping. While Jackie Chan's attention was not on them, he had already left secretly. As for Bai Sui, he was still waiting for the other party to continue releasing demons so that he could get in touch with other 8 immortal inheritances. After all, he had already entered the treasure mountain, so how could he return empty-handed? After learning that this was Bai Sui's first time in the United States and he had not even decided where to live, Jackie Chan and the others invited Bai Sui to go to his father's antique shop to show his hospitality. Bai Sui naturally would not refuse. He did not want to live there, but he wanted to see the fan that his father had used to cast a spell. Soon, with the public expense of District 13, several people took a plane to San Francisco, California. After getting off the plane, they came to an antique shop in Chinatown. Before Bai Sui and his friends even entered the antique shop, a beam of light flew out from inside, and like the previous tablet, it also fell into Bai Sui's right hand. When he spread out his right hand, there really was a mark of a banana fan on the palm of his hand, as well as the refining method and instructions for using the banana fan. Everyone present saw this change. Dad narrowed his eyes. Oh, Dad remembered it. You said before that something was calling you. Now it seems that it is very likely the tokens of these immortal gods. But why is that? Dad hasn't figured it out yet. Dad's mind was very active. There is one more thing. Why don't you use key magic to summon other tokens of immortal gods and see if they will react again? One more thing. The antique shop can't accommodate so many people. Bai Sui nodded. If possible, then I'll trouble you. In addition, I saw a shop opposite. I should buy it directly. We can still be neighbors, but there are some small problems. I don't seem to have the ID of this country, and the other party may not be willing to sell it to me. Jackie Chan's eyes lit up. I should be able to help with this. I'll talk to Blake later and see if he can help with the ID, but you may need to provide some information. Bai Sui, such as age? Bai Sui flipped his right hand and a gold bar appeared. If that's the case, it couldn't be better. It's not good to ask someone to do something for you without any appreciation. This gold bar weighs 100 grams. I'll trouble you to treat him to a meal when the time comes. As for my age, I should be 260 years old this year. 260 years old, Xiaoi at the side exclaimed, interrupting Jackie Chan who was about to refuse. Yes, Bai Sui nodded, and then took out a few gold bars in his right hand. I don't have the money of this country, but I have a lot of gold. Do you know how to turn it into cash quickly? Jackie Chan looked at the large gold bar in Bai Sui's hand and the gold bar in his own hand. Wait, I think District 13 should take these gold, and if we don't sell them directly to them, we may really get into some trouble. Jackie Chan pushed the gold bar in his hand to Bai Sui. I can't take this from you. After all, you helped me a lot before. We are friends. Bai Sui pressed Jackie Chan's hand back. No, this is different. If my future gold is to be taken by the District 13 you mentioned, then I have to give it to the other party. After all, it's not just you and your friend, but there is an organization behind it, right? At that time, it must be more than 1 or 2 people who will do the work, and we can't cause trouble to others casually, right? Xiaoi stepped forward and grabbed the corner of Bai Sui's clothes. Are you really 260 years old? This is incredible, and you look much younger than your dad. Ha. I am indeed 260 years old. Didn't I say before that I am a cultivator who pursues self-perfection? At my level, let alone 200 or 300 years old, even living for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years is not a problem. Bai Sui told the truth. Have you become a great wizard? No, even a great wizard can't live that long. Are you already an immortal god? Dad was even more shocked. No, I am far behind the 8 immortals. I have just entered the level of gods. Bai Sui shook his head. After a brief understanding of Bai Sui's situation, District 13 quickly processed the relevant documents for Bai Sui and exchanged all the gold for US dollars. The other party did not lower the price. At the price of $10 per gram of gold, he received 20 kilograms of gold from Bai Sui and helped Bai Sui negotiate the store he liked. The newly opened store was turned into an acupuncture clinic by Bai Sui, and acupuncture-related medical activities were carried out externally. In the days that followed, Bai Sui's life could be said to be very comfortable. After all, he now had plenty of time. On the one hand, there was no threat to his life, and on the other hand, he actually lacked the motivation to become strong as quickly as possible. After all, he could now ensure his own safety in most situations. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 The Queen of the Shadow Army. Life in the 21st century is so familiar and strange to Bai Sui. It is strange because of the long time, and familiar because it has never been forgotten. At this time, the United States is worthy of being the world's boss. Compared with the whole world, it is very advanced and developed. Although some places have not been renovated and rebuilt for many years, they are still cutting-edge products. Bai Sui is very familiar with various products of this era. Although the Naruto world has developed into cosmic civilization, the real development in entertainment is still relatively late. After all, the driving force of the development of the Naruto world has always been around the thread of the Otsutsuki clan. It was only after the other party's mother planet was completely shattered that the application level of various technologies was completely transformed into people's livelihood and entertainment. After all, the ninja world has replaced the Otsutsuki clan as the new overlord of the universe. This world is different. Although there are always wars inside the earth, there is no threat that can destroy the entire civilization, so in addition to war, industries and inventions related to desire have never fallen. Every day in this 200 square meter clinic, in addition to giving acupuncture to patients, Bai Sui mostly surfs the internet instead of using a spiritual sense to understand various things in the world. In fact, everyone was a little surprised that Bai Sui could use computers and the internet skillfully. After all, in their opinion, Bai Sui, who was more than 200 years old, should not be able to adapt to various modern technologies. After all, his father, who was only in his 70s, could not understand computers at all. Bai Sui's explanation for this was, a gentleman is not born different, but is good at using things. For Bai Sui's use of ancient Chinese to explain, everyone was able to accept it very well and thought it was normal, especially the people in District 13. In their eyes, this old man who lived longer than the history of the United States was in line with common sense. Ignoring the strange looks of the crowd, Bai Sui even used some parts on this side to piece together some gadgets, such as a mechanical electronic dog, which has a certain degree of intelligence and can independently judge the behavior of others. It can also intervene in other electronic equipment, especially some surveillance and eavesdropping equipment. Just when Bai Sui was relaxing in this world, the air magic on the father's side was declared a failure. It was not that the token of the immortal god was not summoned, but that Bai Sui was not marked like the previous two tokens. Bai Sui speculated that it was probably because the token did not seal the demon. After all, their responsibility was to seal the demon. Before completing their tasks, they could not give Bai Sui a mark. In this case, Bai Sui no longer insisted, but enjoyed the relaxation and pleasure of this world every day, silently waiting for the self-advancement of the plot. On this day, archaeologist Jackie Chan found a spell encyclopedia from an ancient castle on a cliff, which recorded all the magic that the Holy Lord had learned that year. Looking at the various detailed records in this book, Bai Sui had to sigh that the Holy Lord was really a diligent, studious and motivated demon. According to its records in the book, he had learned 99% of the magic in the world at that time, and only some relatively niche and unconventional magic had not been learned. After learning these magics, the Holy Lord did not stop, but summarized them, and finally condensed them into this book in front of him. The book records the magic compiled and modified by the Holy Lord, and each type has a carefully selected spell. If the identity related to the devil is excluded, the Holy Lord can be compared with other magic masters with only this magic attainment. After all, although he has no innovative magic, he can be said to be the most knowledgeable great wizard in the world. This magic encyclopedia has gained a lot for Bai Sui, and it is even more important than the magic weapon mark given by the 8 immortals. After all, Bai Sui is not short of magic weapons now. What he lacks now is the application of ki. Although the ki magic recorded in this book is still somewhat different from Bai Sui's ki, it is a great inspiration for Bai Sui in terms of inducing the energy of the world. If it is said that Bai Sui's previous combat power was based on turning himself into a member of the Otsutsuki clan, now relying solely on Bai Sui's own ki, he also has extremely strong combat power. The most important thing is that this kind of ki magic can actually not consume its own energy. Air magic, when it is first cast, requires a little bit of its own energy to activate, and then it is completely driven by the material or the power of the world itself. It is a complete use of external force to fight, without any loss to itself. There are even some air magics that do not require their own energy at all, and can be used by ordinary people or non-living things. It can be said that it has opened up a new research direction for Bai Sui. You must know that Bai Sui's main body and clone have a memory connection, so these air magics are also directly understood by the main body, and immediately summon everyone in the research institute to start experiments on these air magics. Unfortunately, as mentioned before, in the world of Jackie Chan adventures, the air of heaven and earth is very cooperative, and will even actively fill in some energy applications. But the natural energy in the Naruto world does not have such an effect. They are very lazy. Although it is not that they cannot be mobilized, they cannot reach the efficiency and convenience of the world of Jackie Chan adventures. If we use an example to compare, the ki in Jackie Chan adventures is really as light as a breath of air. You only need to blow a breath to drive these natural air at will, while the natural energy in the Naruto world is somewhat similar to non-Newtonian fluids. It is very viscous. Although it can flow like air, it flows very slowly, and if it is subjected to extremely strong external forces, there will be strong resistance. In the end, this set of mature ki magic has only become an accumulation of the ninja world. Maybe one day in the future it will suddenly have a huge effect. After all, these ki magics are very dependent on the environment. If they are in a world like Jackie Chan adventures, they can exert extremely powerful power and even directly control the rules of the world. It is a system with high upper and lower limits. Ignoring the research and development of the main body, the clone is having fun. After all, these ki magics are really powerful in this world and cover a wide range of areas. From destroying the world and resurrecting the dead to making tea and washing dishes, in short, anything you can think of can be done with ki magic. It can be said that if the people of this world really develop this kind of ki magic and build a civilization with ki magic as the core, they can completely rely on ki to achieve unlimited energy. For example, the flame used by Bai Sui before can burn infinitely relying on ki, and the ki that provides the flame has not been consumed, but still exists in this world. It can be said that as long as any ki is used in the world, it will not be really consumed. Only when it really involves matters outside the world will these ki be consumed, so if a new civilization is really built with ki, it is really feasible. However, the subsequent discovery made by Sui dispelled this idea. After all, Bai Sui once again discovered the castle of the magic encyclopedia and found some books in it. There are no magic spells in these books, so they are not taken seriously. They just record the appearance of this world in ancient times. In ancient times, there really was such a civilization built with ki as the core, and even the civilization at that time had developed to the extent that it could fight against the 8 great demons in their heyday. But later, the ki in the world changed, and it was driven by the 8 demons. Although they could not directly expel or suppress the ki in this world, they could influence the ki with their own power. So the 8 demons suppressed the ki for a short period of 100 years, at the cost of being completely unable to move within 100 years. In just 100 years, this huge civilization that had developed for tens of thousands of years was directly destroyed. After all, in the past, that civilization had been accustomed to relying on ki for everything. When ki suddenly disappeared, many things were beaten back to their original form, such as paper that was tougher than steel after being reinforced by ki, and metal that was lighter than cotton after being blessed by ki. The decline of the entire civilization did not take 100 years at all. It was already in ruins in just a few years. After all, external objects were secondary, and the most important thing was people. People who could fly freely in the sky suddenly felt that their bodies were extremely heavy. Now they were asked to rely entirely on their own strength to grab a cup full of water, which made them feel heavy. Some people also found that the food that they used to make with just a thought would no longer appear, and they ended up starving to death in their rooms because they could not open the boxes that they could easily open with ki before. Compared to those who starved to death, those who originally relied on ki to travel in the universe died without pain. At the same time, this also reminded Bai Sui that the Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was killed by him with forbidden magic before, also dispelled his idea of relying entirely on natural energy, knowing that in the end, he could only rely on his own magic power. On the other hand, Xiaoyu, who came back from school, was thinking about what kind of tattoo she should get for herself. After all, when she went to school today, someone showed off in front of her with a tattoo. Originally, Xiaoyu just planned to draw the demon pattern on the cover of the magic encyclopedia with a pen, and then rub it on her body to get a temporary fake tattoo so that she could show off at school the next day. However, she did not understand ki magic, and did not know that these patterns themselves contained magic, so even if they were drawn with the most ordinary marker, they still contained powerful magic. The most important point is that through the Mark of Terra, Xiao communicated with the power of the Ghost Mask and directly covered the authority of the pseudo-controller, the Holy Lord who had stolen the power of the mask. Therefore, the subordinates sent by the Holy Lord Valen to steal the magic encyclopedia were all cleaned up by the Shadow Legion, who had already rebelled. After seeing the power of the Legion, Xiao, who was originally eroded by the Mark of Terra, was completely stimulated by the negative emotions in her heart. It was also at this moment that Xiao transformed into the Queen of the Shadow Legion. Not only did she take away the magic encyclopedia placed in the antique shop, but she also easily turned the entire District 13 into her own palace. It should be said that it is worthy of being the safest place in the world. It is indeed safe enough. At least District 13 itself has not suffered any major damage. Faced with Xiao's loss of control, Dad hurriedly prepared a potion to remove the magic, and Jackie Chan came to seek help from Bai Sui. Bai Sui, who had already collected his spiritual consciousness, knew what happened and was very interested in Queen Xiao. After all, this person has too many identities, and even the Queen is just one of them. Bai Sui did not use his own power, but tried to use key magic. He stretched out his right hand and drew a circle in the air. Then the circle quickly expanded and turned into a green portal. Bai Sui stepped out and came to the other side of the portal. It was the prison cell of District 13. The originally empty cell was now full of agents from District 13. Jackie Chan, who also came out of the portal, bumped into the bald Blake. "Hi, hello, Blake." Facing the other party's gaze, Jackie Chan was also very embarrassed. After all, the danger of District 13 this time was completely brought by Xiao herself. Blake was helpless about this. "Jackie Chan, are you bringing people to rescue us?" "Oh, yes, that's right." Jackie Chan, who was originally thinking about Xiao, could only nod awkwardly at this moment. Bai Sui made another stroke with his right hand, and a gap immediately appeared in the cage in front of him. "Okay, it's too crowded here. If you have anything to say, let's leave here first." Facing the magic that Bai Sui cast casually in front of them, everyone in District 13 was jealous, but they also knew that now was not the time to say these things. Everyone came to the hall of District 13, and saw Xiao sitting high on a gorgeous chair surrounded by a group of shadow core. The shadow ninjas below were very busy, preparing fruits, handing over milk, etc., all serving the queen in their minds. Looking at Xiao, whose upper body was about to turn blue and black, Jackie Chan was very worried. "Bai Sui, do you have any way to help Xiao recover?" Bai Sui nodded. "No problem, leave it to me. Speaking of which, I am also very interested in these shadow core." Bai Sui grabbed a handful of beans in the air with his right hand and threw them forward. A large number of beans grew as soon as they landed on the ground, and quickly grew into a strong man over 2 meters tall under the blessing of Ki. This move was the key magic of throwing beans into soldiers. Chapter 191 Transaction. As a large number of yellow turban warriors stood up, the shadow army on the opposite side naturally noticed the movement here. It must be said that this group of Queen's personal guards, in terms of strength and awareness, are far from being comparable to the group of miscellaneous soldiers controlled by the Holy Lord. The current group of Queen's personal guards can be said to attach great importance to the safety of their queen, and any disturbance here will attract their attention. So these big guys summoned by Bai Sui immediately attracted a large number of black-clothed ninjas. Their blood-red eyes, under their black robes, were so weird that the people in District 13, who followed Bai Sui, felt a chill on their backs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Facing the existence that may threaten their own queen, the personal guards were merciless. A large number of shurikens flew out of their hands, not only with amazing strength, but also with accuracy that was in line with their identity as personal guards. If the yellow turban warriors in front of them were not real people and did not have what ordinary people call fatal weaknesses, at least 2/3 of them would have died from being hit in the head. But these khaki-colored strong men at the moment were just a kind of elemental life summoned by key magic. They just had the appearance of humans, but in essence they were just a group of gathered ki. The yellow turban warriors whose heads were broken were completely healed after just a few breaths of freezing in place. Although the guards on the opposite side kept firing shurikens and continued to cause damage to these yellow turban warriors, these yellow turban warriors at the moment were not all sandbags that could only take beatings. Just now, they were just summoned and could not display all their abilities. As the yellow turban warriors bent their left arms forward, a khaki-colored shield appeared on their arms. As for their right hands, a pudeo appeared, and several short halberds were hung on their waists, just like a pair of sword and shield soldiers. These yellow turban warriors cooperated with each other, holding up their shields to help their companions resist the attacks of the shadow warriors, giving them time to recover. As for those who were not injured, they saw the right opportunity and threw their short halberds to delay the opponent's approach, so that their companions would have more time to prepare. It took about half a minute for the yellow turban warriors to get ready with the cooperation of each other and began to actively counterattack the queen's guards in front of them. In fact, when overdrawing the short halberds before, Bai Sui had observed that the shadow warriors who were hit would turn into shadows and dissipate, and then revive from other shadows, which seemed to be fine. So the two groups of immortal lives started a crazy fight here. Because both were not afraid of death, they often fought back against each other's fatal attacks. Therefore, situations such as warriors whose necks were cut off pierced the heart of the yellow turban warrior before they died, yellow turban warriors whose arms were cut off hit the shadow warriors with their heads, etc., which were often shown in front of everyone. Such a tragic battle was only thanks to the fact that those in front of them were not normal humans, otherwise the ground would have been covered with their blood and corpses. Seeing that Bai Sui had restrained Xiaoyu's shadow army with his magic, Jackie Chan sneaked to an unnoticed corner and began to move towards Xiaoyu little by little along the wall. In Jackie Chan's hand was a test tube filled with pink potion, which looked like a magic potion that his father had temporarily prepared. Bai Sui simply recalled what it was and knew what it was. It was a magic potion specially prepared by his father to remove the mark on Xiaoyu's calf. At a time when most of the shadow warrior's attention was attracted by the yellow turban warrior, Jackie Chan was like in no man's land, easily deceiving several warriors on guard and successfully coming to a position about 10 meters away from Xiaoyu. However, the last section of the position was also the most difficult to approach. One was that around Xiaoyu's current chair, there was no furniture to cover her figure except a table. Another difficulty is the guards around Xiaoyu. Perhaps because they knew that someone had broken in, Xiaoyu seemed very irritable about this, but she was very obedient and did not let the guards around her leave. In this way, Jackie Chan could not find a suitable opportunity to attack. After all, from the previous fight between the yellow turban warriors and them, we can see their strength. If the opponent is serious, Jackie Chan will never break through the encirclement of more than a dozen shadow warriors and successfully wash off Xiaoyu's tattoo. Therefore, although Jackie Chan is very anxious, he did not rush forward, but waited for an opportunity. Before, Xiaoyu sent some of her men to capture Valen, who was possessed by the Holy Lord, and wanted the other party to teach her how to use magic-related powers. Because her own manpower was dispersed, there were actually not many shadow warriors in District 13 at the moment. After all, in Xiaoyu's mind, she already had such power, and obviously no one would come to provoke her. Therefore, the battle ahead did not see any result for a long time, which made Xiaoyu a little upset, so she sent out the warriors around her one after another, intending to understand the development of the situation and who the enemy was. These shadow warriors who were sent over originally just wanted to investigate the situation and immediately return to report, but they were all stopped by Bai Sui. Seeing the magic of these yellow turban warriors, Bai Sui began to make some attempts. Since the actions of these yellow turban warriors are actually directly provided with energy and will by the world, Bai Sui is gradually increasing the number of yellow turban warriors to find the limit of heaven and earth. At the beginning, since the number of shadow warriors is more than double that of yellow turban warriors, the yellow turban warriors actually have the most deaths. However, as the number of yellow turban warriors increased, they gradually formed a battle formation and began to reverse the situation. When the number of both sides is exactly the same, they can already crush the shadow warriors on the opposite side through coordination and cooperation. By now, the yellow turban warriors, who had completely taken advantage of the numbers, could be said to be slaughtering the other side. However, although the shadow warriors would be killed immediately after resurrection, they still stood up regardless of their own safety, just for the queen in their hearts. Mr. Bai Sui, is this the key magician you mentioned before? At this moment, a bald man came to Bai Sui and tried to talk to him. Seeing that it was Blake, Bai Sui did not ignore him. Sheriff Blake, haven't you been exposed to matters related to magic before? It should not be unfamiliar, yes, but the magic we came into contact with before, although it was still magical in some small places, it was really rare to have such power and scale. I mean, apart from those demons, This is still the strongest magic used by humans that I have seen. Blake seemed a little flattering at this moment. After all, although they had learned some information about Bai Sui from Jackie Chan before, due to their preconceived observations of their father, they actually paid limited attention to air magic. In addition, their father's deliberate avoidance made them not have a very intuitive feeling about magic, and they always believed that it could be easily replaced by technology. Bai Sui, who roughly understood the other party's thoughts, did not have any plans. After all, it seemed that he would have to stay here for a long time. After all, even if the marks left by the 8 immortals were not counted, the various magic-related things in this world alone were worth Bai Sui's time to collect and study. In this way, it was also necessary to establish contact with the current 13th district. After all, this could save Bai Sui a lot of time and energy to collect by himself, and he could just sit back and enjoy the achievements here. As expected, Blake directly expressed his wishes, hoping that Bai Sui could join their 13th district and use the power of magic to help them fight against various possible dangers. In response, Bai Sui rejected it directly and decisively. "No, I will not be a police officer in your District 13. Don't even think about such a thing. After all, you can't expect an old man who is over 200 to 300 years old to fight on the front line every day, but we really need your ability." Blake still tried to persuade him. Bai Sui could only shake his head at this. "I said, I won't join you and become a police officer, but we can establish some connections and reach some deals, just like you helped me exchange gold before." Blake, who originally wanted to fight for it again, saw Bai Sui's completely indifferent look and finally did not continue the previous topic. Okay, then what kind of deal can you offer us?" Bai Sui pointed to his yellow turban warriors. "How are they? You have seen the performance before. I can exchange the beans that summon yellow turban warriors with you. Each bean is a yellow turban warrior. Of course, in addition to these, there are various spell talismans. Each talisman has special powers, such as flying, invisibility, water blocking, fireballs, water balls, lightning and other spells. I can trade all of these to you." Upon hearing this, Blake immediately became excited. "Of course, how much? How much can I pay to buy a yellow turban warrior you mentioned?" "No, I don't need money. Those things are of no use to me. After all, they are just paper that can be reprinted at any time." Bai Sui rolled his eyes at the man who was ready to get something for nothing. After all, the country in front of him was a country that could print more money according to its mood. "What I need are all kinds of ancient books, antiques, ancient relics and the like. I only need these things. Of course, I don't want rags. It would be best if there are relevant cultural heritage inside. I can exchange such things with you at a high value." Bai Sui stated his needs. Bai Sui's right hand popped out from his sleeve, and there were 2 kaki beans in his open palm, which looked no different from soybeans. "These 2 yellow turban warriors, even if I give them to you, I know you can't finalize this matter directly, and you still need to report it to your superiors. These 2 yellow turban warriors can be directly transformed into warriors as long as they are thrown on the ground. As for how you want to use them, it's entirely up to you. Even if you don't want to communicate with your superiors, it doesn't matter. Just consider it as my thank you for helping me with my documents." Blake accepted the 2 beans that flew over and put them away solemnly. "Bai Sui, you are right. I was distracted by this matter, and it is indeed not up to me to decide. I will report it to my superiors, but I dare not guarantee the result. After all, when I reported to my superiors about supernatural phenomena before, he always suspected that I had a problem with my brain because of too much work pressure. But with your yellow turban warrior, I am sure I can convince him." Bai Sui just shrugged his shoulders. In fact, he didn't have any great expectations in his heart. After all, there are 12 zodiac amulets in District 13. Isn't that evidence that can prove extraordinary events? Even this failed to convince the other party. Bai Sui didn't have too much expectation for the yellow turban warrior. As mentioned before, it can be regarded as a thank you gift from Bai Sui. It can be said that from the beginning, Bai Sui didn't expect District 13 to fully cooperate with him to collect various materials. Bai Sui had the idea of reaching cooperation with other countries in his heart. After all, at this time, although the United States is the world's boss, there are other major powers. After all, there is a situation of one superpower and many strong powers in this world. While Bai Sui was chatting with Blake, Jackie Chan finally let him wait for the time he expected to act. While there were only 4 guards around Xiao and they didn't notice him for the time being, Jackie Chan started his own action. As soon as Jackie Chan appeared, the shadow warrior noticed his figure. Who told Jackie Chan to shout his purpose during the attack? Xiao, wake up quickly, don't let the mark lose your mind. Jackie Chan took out his potion and rushed towards Xiao. Seeing their queen being threatened, the 4 shadow warriors all tried their best to stop them. Although they were numerous, they were still easily controlled in front of the god of war in the furniture city. However, in this way, Jackie Chan fought with the 4 shadow warriors. Although it was hard to separate them for a while, don't forget that the shadow warriors are not human, they will not get tired, and they are not afraid of death. If they really delay, Jackie Chan will definitely suffer. In this case, why did Jackie Chan choose to attack at this moment? Because the opportunity he was waiting for was not only the departure of the shadow warriors, but also the arrival of his own reinforcements. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind Xiao and poured another bottle of potion on Xiao's legs. Chapter 192 The Wishes of the 8 Immortals. No, feeling her power fading, Queen Xiao couldn't help but screamed. Although she was unwilling, as the mark on her calf disappeared, the power that came out of thin air eventually disappeared along with it. After all, their master was not Xiao, but Terra. The tall figure took off his disguise when he saw that Xiao had completely recovered his original form. It was true. Although even if he didn't take off his hood, his figure had already exposed him. Prepare double, just in case, understand. Dad also quietly walked out from the side, shaking the remaining magic potion in his hand, and smiled at Jackie Chan and Xiao. Touching the strange clothes on her body, Xiao felt a little confused. I feel like I did something wrong. If you mean not listening to me and secretly going to get a tattoo, then you are right, you did do something wrong. Jackie Chan put his hands on his waist and said to Xiao, who looked a little guilty. Oh, there's one more thing. Where is the spell book? After confirming that Xiao had no other problems, the old man remembered the ancient book that Xiao had taken away before. Jackie Chan quickly looked at the table in front of Xiao before. There, the book is there. The old man went forward to investigate. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the book, he poured the magic potion in his hand on the book. As the magic potion penetrated into the book, the various words on it disappeared rapidly. This was a decision made by the old man after he knew that the owner of the book, the Holy Lord, would never give up on him easily. The old man decided to find an opportunity to hand the book over to the Holy Lord. After all, there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days in this world. It is not a good thing to be stared at by such a guy all the time. Now, after the magic potion specially prepared by the old man, it can ensure that all the words on the book disappear completely. It disappears from the magical level. No matter how the Holy Lord tries, Joe cannot restore it. After all, even if Jackie Chan and his team destroyed the spell collection right now, the Holy Lord would not believe it without seeing the corpse. In this case, it would be better to use a blank book to distract the Holy Lord's energy. After all, the other party would definitely try every possible way to repair the text on the book. However, the essence of this magic potion is actually restoration, which is to restore the book to its original state without writing. It is a positive gain, but it cannot be eliminated by various methods. After Xiao returned to her original state, the shadow warriors immediately returned to the shadows and disappeared from the spot. Bai Sui also put away his yellow turban warriors and walked towards Jackie Chan and his team. Just by looking at it, Bai Sui knew that things were not that simple. The power in Xiao's body was not completely dissipated. A large part of the pure power remained in Xiao's body. However, these are just pure powers, without any other negative emotions, so although Xiao cannot directly control them now, there will be no loss of control. Considering that Xiao is the queen recognized by the Shadow Legion, it seems that she can control some of the power, which is not something that cannot be understood, so Bai Sui did not say it on the spot. Maybe Dad had already discovered something. So after noticing that Bai Sui's eyes stayed on Xiao for a long time, he took the initiative to stand up and said, "This is not the place to talk. After all, we can't occupy other people's District 13 for a long time." It would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but once he said it, Blake felt frustrated. After all, it was okay for Bai Sui and Jackie Chan, but True and Dad didn't come with Bai Sui, which meant that District 13, which they thought was the safest, was successfully invaded 3 times on the same day or even within just a few hours. But now Blake is more focused on how to convince his boss that Tang Ta believes in supernatural powers, and he didn't want to embarrass Jackie Chan and the others. You guys hurry up and leave my District 13, quickly, before I change my mind and let someone arrest you. Quickly disappear from my sight. The other police officers cooperated very well and didn't expose their chief of police. After all, not counting Bai Sui, even the remaining members of the antique shop, which one of them is not the master who enters and leaves District 13 at will, and they can't control it even if they want to. Jackie Chan still felt very sorry for Blake. After all, this time his niece occupied someone else's base. Yes, I will discipline Xiao after I go back, and I will not let her do such a thing again in the future. Don't worry. This time, the group took the elevator and took the regular route to leave District 13. At the invitation of the old man, Bai Sui also went to the antique shop. After making a fuss for an afternoon, Xiao, who had to go to school the next day, went back to her room to rest obediently. Jackie Chan and True were driven out of the room by the old man to clean up the shop. At this moment, only the old man and Bai Sui were left in the room. Looking at the antique collection in this room, Bai Sui had to sigh that Jackie Chan's archaeological exploration career was really successful. After all, the things in this room were all the things that the old man did not sell, and most of them were obtained by Jackie Chan during his archaeological exploration. You can see Xiao's situation, but I don't think it's a big deal. The old man took a sip of the tea he had just brewed and said to Bai Sui, "Don't worry, you don't have to worry. I don't want to do anything to Xiao. After all, I have seen that those are just pure powers, without any negative emotions, and there is no possibility of stirring people's hearts." Bai Sui nodded and also took a sip of tea. Now Bai Sui, because his body has been completely refined, he is no longer afraid of being contaminated by anything. Now Bai Sui no longer restricts himself from not drinking or eating, but chooses the best diet according to his mood. Just like now, this sip of tea was almost instantly absorbed by Bai Sui's powerful body, and turned into various original ki to supplement himself. Then Bai Sui and his father chatted in this room. One side was because of curiosity about the gods, and the other side was because of nostalgia for childhood. Both sides chatted happily. Thinking back to the time when I left Hong Kong and went out to make a living, I really experienced a lot of ups and downs. In the end, I became a disciple of Master Yu Feng and learned this body of ki magic, but I always kept in mind the teachings of the master, so I didn't use it. As a result, over time, I almost forgot that I knew magic. It can be said that if it weren't for the appearance of these demons, I'm afraid I would never have the opportunity to perform magic in front of everyone until I died. Dad blew the floating tea leaves on his teacup and told Bai Sui about the past. I'm afraid it's more than that. Bai Sui looked at the various objects in this room, but he didn't agree with his father's statement. Half of the things in this room are related to magic, not only the Chinese ki magic. I see there is also Egyptian black magic, and even the green magic and red magic are included here. Obviously, you haven't really forgotten magic. Bai Sui couldn't help but sigh. A person who didn't forget magic, and even delved into a very advanced realm, but could resist the desire and almost never use it outside. Just based on this mentality, he can be called a great magician. Bai Sui asked his doubts. In my opinion, your attainments in magic are no less than those of a great wizard, but you didn't use it to increase your lifespan, restore your health, or gain power. What are you trying to do? The old man put the teacup in his hand back on the tray. His eyes were a little empty. Yes, with my understanding of magic, it is easy to live another 100 years, and it is not difficult to keep the body in peak condition. So why didn't I do it? At this moment, the old man thought of the scene when he was learning skills when he was young. He had asked his master the same question before. He couldn't understand the answer at that time, and even thought that his master was really pedantic. But why is he now embarking on the same old path as his master? My master said that good and evil in this world are contradictory yet unified. There will be as much good as there is evil. If good becomes more, evil will also increase. If these great wizards use the power of magic to survive, then evil will also increase because of their choices. They cannot let people live in misery because of their own selfishness. Dad's voice was very distant. Although it was in the room, it seemed to be echoing in the sky. Dad came out of his memories and poured himself another cup of tea. At first, I couldn't understand the master's ideas. I thought his words were stupid, so I had a quarrel with him and embarked on the road of searching for magic. I have been to India, Egypt, and even visited Mayan priests in North America. I have explored many ruins and learned a lot of hidden history. I gradually understood everything the master said. In these years, I am getting older and older, and my body is gradually getting old. It was not until this moment that I realized the greatness of time, how precious youth and health are, and how great those great wizards who are willing to die like ordinary people are. After that, I returned to the master's door, but learned that the master had passed away for a long time. I could do nothing except burn a long-delayed incense. At that time, I was a little sad, so I took the money on my body and came to San Francisco. I opened an antique shop here, ready to wait for the death of ordinary people like my master, until I encountered the resurrection of the devil, and then I cast magic again. Seeing that the old man's kettle was empty, Bai Sui pointed with his right hand and filled it with boiling water. Is it for the balance between good and evil, so you are willing to give up your right to immortality for the lives of the masses? It's really amazing. Bai Sui thought about it. If he put himself in the other person's position, could he really give up his immortality for the common people of the whole world? Bai Sui didn't know. After all, no matter how he imagined it now, it was not true. There was still a big difference between the moment and the introduction in the external position. However, this did not prevent Bai Sui from admiring the character of those great wizards. After all, they were not just one or two people, but almost all the great wizards gave up this immortality and chose to calmly enter death. The two chatted for a long time afterwards, no longer limited to magic, but also talked about many interesting things. The old man talked about Jackie Chan's many embarrassing childhood stories, and Bai Sui talked about many anecdotes in the ninja world. The two sides chatted all night and became a pair of friends regardless of age. It was not until the next morning when the sun shone into the house from the window that the old man realized that he had actually stayed up all night. But now the old man did not feel tired, but was very energetic. He immediately thought of the hot water that Bai Sui had added several times before, which must be the means used by Bai Sui. As if he had seen through the old man's thoughts, Bai Sui shook his head. Don't worry, this is not a magic that will affect good and evil, but a reflection of my own power. After all, I have said before that I am a god. According to your words, the breath I exhale can prolong people's life. After chatting with the old man all night, Bai Sui's understanding of this world is also more in-depth. After all, the one in front of him is a real great wizard, and he is not the kind of closed-door wizard who does not care about worldly affairs. It can be said that the old man's various insights are very helpful to Bai Sui. For example, now, Bai Sui has roughly thought about one of the reasons why the 8 immortals are willing to hand over their magic weapon marks to him. It is very likely that they want Bai Sui to help the world solve the situation of good and evil. As for the existence of the 8 immortals, why don't they solve it themselves? Bai Sui believes that this may be because they are the native creatures of this world. After all, according to Dad, there are many great wizards who have this idea in this world. They have even organized more than one action to separate hell from the world, but they all failed in the end. According to Dad, in various records, it is said that the first half of the action was successful. Only in the last step, because of the resistance of the world's will itself, their magic will be directly ineffective. After all, most of the magic in this world depends on the cooperation of the world's key itself. After the world does not cooperate, most of their magic will naturally be ineffective. This is also the main reason why Bai Sui only uses key magic as a reference. It is too dependent on the environment. No matter what the nature of the 8 immortals is, they still use magic in this world, and they still rely on the cooperation of this world itself. It is very likely that it is because of this reason that they only seal the 8 demons in the end, instead of solving all the problems at once. But Bai Sui is different. He is not a creature of this world, and he has the possibility of success. Chapter 193 Space. The next afternoon, Bai Sui received a reply from China and decided to contact Bai Sui. Yes, after Bai Sui had explained his cooperation method to District 13, he sent the same conditions to China, but unlike returning all kinds of magic-related items to District 13, Bai Sui also gave China some more options for related technologies. Aircraft carriers, spaceships, supercomputers, these are all things that can be traded. That is, there is no such thing as chakra metal in this world, which limits a lot of technology. Otherwise, Bai Sui could exchange more things. As for taking out the structure of chakra metal and letting China synthesize it artificially, although it is not impossible to do so, it is too difficult to do so, and the consumption and harvest are completely disproportionate. In fact, when China first received Bai Sui's communication, it did not believe it at all. After all, what Bai Sui said was too dreamy, but after receiving Bai Sui's talisman, they changed their minds. After a simple attempt, China immediately verified that what was in front of them was the real thing. While summoning experts from all walks of life in China, they began to prepare to negotiate with Bai Sui. Finally, after getting in touch with relevant monks in China, it was verified that these talismans of Bai Sui were of extremely high standards, and could only be drawn by a master. In fact, it is not that countries do not pay attention to these magics, but when the great magicians choose to retire, the magicians that can be found by various countries are not very powerful. Therefore, although they know that there are magicians, they are not very concerned about them. However, one of the talismans sent by Bai Sui can release a fireball of more than 3000 degrees Celsius, which is a high temperature that can vaporize metal. The other one is even more amazing, which can reduce the temperature in a cubic meter of space to an ultra-low temperature of minus 270 degrees Celsius. Although these can be done with technology, they are generally in a laboratory environment and will never be achieved so easily. It can be said that the appearance of these two talismans alone has made those experts and scholars think of many application scenarios. Such convenient talismans can save too much experimental equipment and make it possible to further advance many experiments that are limited by the environment. So after Bai Sui came into contact with the country, the first thing the country said was that they hoped Bai Sui could go to live in China, especially after they found out some information about Bai Sui through various forces in their hands. Their enthusiasm could be said to be even higher. After all, from the intelligence they obtained, Bai Sui was a Chinese, although it was more than 200 years ago, but they believed that Bai Sui should be more willing to return to China to stay. After all, the idea of returning to one's roots can be said to be engraved in the bones of the Chinese. However, Bai Sui finally refused. It was not that he was unwilling to go to China, but he told the country about the birth of the demon and let them make their own choice. After all, because of the Holy Lord, most of the demons are now making trouble on the territory of the United States. If you want Bai Sui to return to China, in order to ensure that the inheritance of the 8 immortals can be obtained, Bai Sui will naturally not let the Holy Lord continue to stay in the United States, but put it under his nose. If there are more demons making trouble at that time, they will be in China, and all the losses will need to be borne by China. The domestic side simultaneously learned about the existence of demons from relevant people. After verifying what Bai Sui said, they also figured out many strange things that happened before. After all, through satellites and other channels, the domestic side also saw some images of demons or magical life. At that time, they thought that the United States was developing some biotechnology. So the domestic side finally expressed to Bai Sui that it was willing to respect Bai Sui's choice and agreed to cooperate with Bai Sui. In order to show its sincerity, it even took the initiative to share all the relevant spell information it had mastered with Bai Sui. Bai Sui also gave the domestic side a lot of talismans and technologies in return. For these technologies that were obviously inconsistent with their current era, the domestic side was amazed. After all, in their opinion, Bai Sui should not have these technologies 200 years ago. However, seeing that Bai Sui didn't say anything, they didn't ask because the things were real. Although the magic encyclopedia compiled by the Holy Lord recorded 90% of the air magic at that time, the magic in this world is not just air magic. There are also spiritual magics like specializing in consciousness, which are not recorded in the magic encyclopedia. Even for air magic, in the years after the Holy Lord, there are many magics that have appeared and improved, which are what Bai Sui needs. Even for the same magic, different people have different opinions, and these different opinions often bring a lot of new ideas to Bai Sui, which can be said to be what Bai Sui wants most. After all, when he was in the ninja world, he suffered from the lack of fellow practitioners to communicate with. Now the emergence of these magics can be said to be a person who is practicing a different way from himself. Although it is not as clear as a face-to-face discussion, it still increases Bai Sui's knowledge and broadens his horizons. Bang, 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 a knock on the door interrupted Bai Sui's train of thought, and made his consciousness break away from the book in front of him. Hello, who is that? Bai Sui walked out of the house and saw that it was Xiao who knocked on the door. He took her into the room, asked her to sit down, and poured her a glass of apple juice. It's Xiao. Why did you think of coming to my place today? Xiao drank the juice in one breath, put the cup back on the table, and pointed to the TV on the wall. TV, I saw Uncle Long and Valen on TV. They went to the rocket launch base in Florida. Bai Sui then turned on the TV and found the channel that was broadcasting the rocket launch live according to what Xiaoyu said. The picture was the rocket that was launched into space. Through the live broadcast, it seemed that there was a person who was not wearing any protective clothing, jumping back and forth in the rocket. When the rocket was separated in multiple stages, this person could actually withstand the high temperature and pressure, and climb and jump step by step without fainting or lack of oxygen. He was simply a Superman. Oh no, that's Uncle Long. Xiaoyu immediately recognized who the person climbing was. It was the Superman Jackie Chan. Without thinking, Xiaoyu jumped off the chair and prepared to run to District 13 to borrow the talisman. After all, this was the best way she could think of. Don't worry, Bai Sui grabbed Xiaoyu, it's okay without the talisman. It's a waste of time for you to get it now, but, Uncle Long, Xiaoyu was still very worried about Jackie Chan. Bai Sui drew a circle with his right hand, and a green portal appeared. Just as he was about to lead Xiaoyu into it, a phone call came in. Bai Sui took out his phone and saw that it was from the antique shop. Oh no, Jackie Chan just called me and said that he was on the rocket and found that the Holy Lord and others wanted to liberate the Moon Demon. Can you go and help Jackie Chan? I will prepare the magic to seal the Moon Demon. Looking at Xiaoyu who was looking at him eagerly in front of him, Bai Sui said to the other end of the phone, no problem, and there is no need to prepare magic. I am going to go directly to the moon, and then I will seal it directly. By the way, Xiaoyu is here with me. After hearing your call, she also clamored to go, so I took her with me. After explaining Xiaoyu's whereabouts to his father, Bai Sui led Xiaoyu through the portal and took a step to the destination of Wallen and others, the space station. Cool. The space station provides centripetal force by rotating to imitate the gravity on the Earth. I decided to use this as my science homework. Xiaoyu was very excited in the space station. Thanks to Bai Sui's tricks in advance after entering, the two people were blocked from the surveillance. Otherwise, Xiaoyu would be discovered on Earth. Soon, the spaceship that Jackie Chan and his friends were on arrived outside the space station and bridged. Speaking of this spaceship, it is also interesting. Its original passenger was just a trained monkey, who was sent to the space station for experiments. When Valen and his group entered the space station, it can only be said that these people joining the Black Hand Gang were a bit of a waste of talent. There were talents inside. Not only could they easily withstand the strong acceleration without any training, but they could also figure out the operation of the space station's equipment after a simple study and cut off the connection between the space station and the Earth. The people on Earth thought that it was caused by accidentally touching the monkey in space, and criticized the person who first proposed to put the monkey alone in the space station. Bai Sui also found Jackie Chan with Xiaoyu. When he first saw the two, Jackie Chan was so scared that he was incoherent. Xiaoyu saw you in danger on TV, so she came to me for help. Bai Sui seemed to know what Jackie Chan wanted to ask, so he said it in advance. After letting Jackie Chan and Xiaoyu change into the spacesuits in the space, they found Joe who was alone, and Joe was holding the Pengu treasure box, which was the key to release the devil. Jackie Chan almost moved subconsciously, rushed forward with one step, punched the opponent's helmet, and snatched the treasure box from Joe's hand with one hand. The sound of hitting the helmet immediately attracted the attention of Wallen and others, and they immediately found something unusual. Joe, who was holding the Pengu treasure box, disappeared. Wallen and others quickly rushed to the place where the sound came from and saw Jackie Chan and others. Seeing Wallen and others coming, Jackie Chan immediately threw the Pengu treasure box in his hand into the double-layer door of the space station, and Xiaoyu smiled and pressed the button on the wall, opening the outermost hatch, letting the treasure box float into space with that little air. Afu, go get it back. Seeing that the treasure box was really floating in space, the Holy Lord immediately occupied Valen's body and ordered his men. As for you two idiots, go and control Jackie Chan and the others, especially don't let the mage have time to release magic. The Holy Lord did not forget the method that Bai Sui used to deal with Jiangsu before, and he did not step forward. Bai Sui actually didn't care, and even intended to wait for the appearance of the demon. Naturally, he would not use the amount to solve all of Valen and the others at this time. So Jackie Chan chased Afu to space and started a battle for the Pengu treasure box. Bai Sui here swung his right hand, and a vine extended from the ground in front of the mountain, and started playing with Valen and the others. Just as Jackie Chan and Afu started a battle in space, the protagonist of this space experiment, the little monkey, quietly left the space station and picked up the Pangu treasure box in front of Jackie Chan and the others. As luck would have it, as soon as the little monkey returned to the space station, he arrived at the location of the sealed area. The Pangu treasure box immediately emitted a green light and opened the door to hell. At this time, Afu and Jackie Chan, who were fighting in space, also returned to the space station and happened to see the appearance of the moon demon. This demon, wearing a red-purple robe, has red eyes, and has 4 arms. He is a humanoid demon with long purple hair. He is tall and has a long snake-like tongue. His clothes are very oriental, similar to the costumes of the Ming dynasty. He is the eldest brother of the other 7 demons, the moon demon, Zhulan. Zhulan, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Seeing this appearance, the Holy Lord seemed to have found the backbone, and quickly abandoned the entanglement with Bai Sui and ran over. Zhulan looked down at the Holy Lord, save those polite words, "Holy Lord, I just want to quickly control the gravity of the moon so that this thing can get out of its orbit." "What? This will destroy the ecosystem of the Earth," Xiaoyu exclaimed immediately. "How did you know that?" Lhasa from the Black Hand Gang was very happy that Xiaoyu had such knowledge. Xiaoyu was a little speechless, thinking that the other party didn't grasp the point. "I've watched the Science Channel, this kid is right. By that time, I might like the way the Earth looks." Zhulan said that Xiaoyu's guess was right, and that's what he thought. He wants to destroy the Earth, so why did you let us release him?" The other members of the Black Hand Gang were also speechless and began to blame the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord ignored the noise of these men and said to them, "You should be glad that you are not on the Earth now." Zhulan glanced at the people present and looked at Bai Sui. "Are you Jackie Chan?" No, he is." The Holy Lord on the side quickly pointed to Jackie Chan next to Bai Sui. "Very good, today you will know what the fate of the enemies of the devil will be." Zhulan obviously heard the Holy Lord talk about Jackie Chan before, so he decided to kill this guy who had been hindering their recovery of strength. "Bai Sui, can you use key magic to seal him back into hell?" Jackie Chan looked at Bai Sui beside him with anticipation in his eyes. Chapter 194 Moon Demon. "Okay, this place is too small, let's go to the moon to talk." Bai Sui looked at Zhulan in front of him and was actually very interested. "Are you the mage who beat Jiangsu so hard that he had no chance to fight back?" "You are very confident." Zhulan had obviously learned about Bai Sui from Jiangsu before. "Yes, it was me. As I said before, how about going to the moon? That's your home court." Bai Sui naturally agreed with the other party's statement and signaled Xiaoyu to open the hatch of the space station. With Xiaoyu's operation, a large amount of air leaked out of the hatch, directly driving various things in the space station to fly out. Even Zhulan was no exception. Under the influence of these air, his body was also involuntarily pulled out. As for Jackie Chan, he was quick-witted and grabbed Xiaoyu, who was flying backwards, so that she would not fly into space with the airflow. Gravity. Zhulan, who was caught in the airflow, used his ability without hesitation. It should be said that this man is worthy of being the boss of several demons, and is much stronger than the previous Thunder Demon. As the opponent manipulated gravity, the entire space station twisted and deformed in space, and was finally torn into countless pieces. Due to the destruction of the space station, the air instantly dispersed into space, and there was no airflow to hold it. Looking at the shattered space station beside him, Bai Sui felt very sorry. This was a creation that cost hundreds of billions of dollars, and it was a waste to destroy it so easily. Things like the explosion of the space station will naturally attract attention on Earth, especially in China. After observing that Bai Sui and Zhulan were standing in space without relying on aviation suits, the proportion of magic research has been increased, and people have stepped up to find books and cultural relics related to spells, preparing to deepen their relationship with Bai Sui. Seeing that Bai Sui could survive in space, Zhulan was not surprised at all. After all, he had experienced the era of magic civilization and knew the heyday of magic, so he had certain expectations for Bai Sui's ability. Unlike other villains, Zhulan did not stand there and talk nonsense with Bai Sui, but immediately flew towards the direction of the moon, preparing to go to his home ground first, wanting to use the advantage of the terrain to deal with Bai Sui. After all, the power they can exert now is too little. Bai Sui felt the ability of Zhulan before, which is very tricky to say. After all, the opponent is not only controlling gravity, but can cancel gravity from the world level. When Zulan fell on the moon, he instantly stimulated his magic power and tried to assimilate the entire moon with his magic power. This feeling of assimilation is very similar to the operation of Bai Sui in recording the world in the inner scene, except that the opponent is faster and more targeted. The part assimilated by magic power immediately became dark and no longer reflected the light of the sun, so what was seen from the earth was the original moon gradually disappearing, and half of it disappeared in almost a few breaths. Bai Sui clearly felt that as more and more moons were assimilated, the gravity that Zulan could control became stronger and stronger. Although it still did not cause much interference to Bai Sui could not determine whether there would be any variables after all of them were assimilated. So Bai Sui held his right hand in the air, and from the palm of his hand, a golden longsword extended outward. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. This move was the first time that Bai Sui used it. When he used it to split the moon in his previous life, he thought it was very cool, but the ninja world at that time had been unified, so he never had the opportunity to use it. Now it is different. With such a legitimate reason, Bai Sui decided to give it a try. After all, watching others split is completely different from splitting by yourself. Holding the longsword in his right hand tightly, he slashed from the lower right to the upper left. As the longsword slashed, the sword body became longer and brighter. Not only did the sword body become longer, but a sword energy also flew out from it. This sword energy was more than 3,800 kilometers long, directly splitting the moon in two, half black and half white. The powerful sword energy did not stop after unfolding the moon, but continued to fly into the distance, and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, Xiaoi waved her fist in the air and said, "It's so cool." In such a shocking scene, Jackie Chan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. It can only be said that this was completely beyond his understanding. Not only Jackie Chan, but also all countries on Earth were crazy. Whether it was the explosion of the space station, surviving in space, or splitting the moon with a sword, except for the first one, they were all beyond their cognition. Especially the blow that split the moon. Even the most advanced weapons on Earth could not produce such an effect. This is a power that can destroy the world. No. Facing the split of his territory, the moon, Zulan was very angry. This was not only because it weakened his power and prevented him from assimilating the moon, but also a provocation to him. After all, he was the demon of the moon. If even the moon was gone, how could he be called the demon of the moon? So under Zulan's control, the huge gravity suddenly became directional, all of which enveloped the other half of the moon that was chopped off, trying to pinch the two halves of the moon together again. God, earth-shattering star, Bai Sui moved his right hand, and a black gravity ball flew out of his hand, snatching the control of this half of the moon from Zulan. In order to compete with this gravity demon in the control of gravity, Bai Sui even activated his pupil power and directly displayed his Samsara eye. With the addition of pupil skills, he surpassed Zulan in the field of gravity. Of course, it was the weakened Zulan now. Seeing the other half of the moon being flattened and rounded in Bai Sui's hand, and finally rolled into a small moon, Zulan's anger was simply beyond words. After all, Bai Sui used gravity, which was simply a great shame. The people on the ground were already dumbfounded, and even began to doubt whether they had not woken up. Everything they saw now was a dream. After all, the two moons in the sky, one missing half and one obviously smaller, were too magical. In the competition with Zulan in the control of gravity, it was not so smooth sailing. After all, Zulan had the ability to directly eliminate gravity in the area. After using that ability, Bai Sui could not feel any gravity at all. Even if his control over gravity was stronger than Zulan's, it was useless. After all, Zulan used it at the cost of not being able to control gravity himself. It was a trick that hurt himself 800 times. It was just that Zulan's ability was all about gravity, but Bai Sui's was not. Gravity was even just an ability attached to the pupil technique, which could not really seal Bai Sui. It can be said that Bai Sui now realized the benefits of the hexagonal warrior. I can talk to you about any ability I can call up, and I am not afraid that you will steal off some of my powers. After all, Bai Sui knows a lot. Now that there is no gravity control, Bai Sui simply used his spiritual consciousness and magic directly. With the joint efforts of the two, the little moon that was about to take shape was completely successfully shaped. This was also the reason why Zulan was not confident. He thought that Bai Sui could break through his blockade of gravity and continue to use it. After roughly testing the upper limit of Zulan's ability, Bai Sui no longer continued to compete with him, but began to use the summoning magic recorded in the previous spell encyclopedia. First, he used yin-yang escape to create a lotus, and then used the power of space to teleport it to Xiulin's side. Go away, demons and monsters, go away, demons and monsters, go away. As the spell was chanted, the lotus instantly broke into countless petals, and each petal stimulated a magical force to hit Xiulin's body. After these magical powers came into contact with Xiulin's body, they still activated the seal on his body, summoned the gate of hell again, and dragged Xiulin into it. The scattered petals, after stimulating the magic power, immediately returned to ordinary lotus flowers, and then froze in space, but a small light among them flew in front of Bai Sui before dissipating, and fell into Bai Sui's right hand. Looking at the feeling in front of him that everything in front of him was over, Bai Sui once again used the earth-shattering star. This time, without the obstruction of others, he easily combined the two moons into one and pinched out a new moon. Because it was made by Bai Sui himself, he did not make any craters according to the original form, but made a Guanghan palace and a laurel tree on it with moonstone. With a turn, Bai Sui left the moon and came to Jackie Chan and Xianwei, put his hands on their shoulders, and instantly teleported to the earth. As for Valen and the others, they took advantage of the chaos to leave before. At the same time, it can be seen that the Holy Lord must have his own ideas, because he concealed his power. In the past, he always showed that he had no power, but at this moment, he used magic to teleport the small storage room where several people were back to the earth. Obviously, the Holy Lord did not really use his full strength in the past, and even concealed a lot from his brothers and sisters. It is unknown what his ultimate goal is. After returning to the earth, Blake also came to Bai Sui's clinic to wait as soon as possible. After all, the previous move made the whole world crazy, not to mention whether his superiors believed in the extraordinary event. Blake, who knew what happened on the space station in advance, immediately reported the matter to his superiors, which naturally attracted great attention. After confirming that Bai Sui had the power to destroy the world, in order not to rouse Bai Sui's disgust, the superiors sent Blake to make further contact with Bai Sui. Mr. Bai Sui, Blake was a little embarrassed when facing Bai Sui. After all, the man in front of him was the one who could chop the moon with a sword and put it back together. Although he knew that Bai Sui himself was very peaceful, he was a little scared in his heart. I am here to contact you on behalf of the entire police. Bai Sui's consciousness moved, and he immediately sensed that the talismans that had been placed in District 13 were being transferred under the escort of a group of special police officers. Obviously, Blake's superiors finally paid attention to what he said and decided to transfer all things related to extraordinary powers. Bai Sui remained calm on the surface, secretly using his special ability to collect all the talismans, and also used yin-yang escape to create 12 fakes with the same appearance to replace them. Of course, they were not completely fakes. Although they were not as powerful as the original version of the talisman, Bai Sui also created similar abilities in a hurry. Of course, this part was completed using the chakra system. After all, Kashiwa is more familiar with this. Rat Talisman, Kashiwa solidified the ability of immortal law, inorganic reincarnation in it, in order to imitate the ability to give motion to static objects. Ox Talisman, through the gravity control of earth escape, super light heavy rock technique, it gives the user more powerful strength, allowing him to rise up and lift several tons of heavy objects. Tiger Talisman, Kashiwa retained the revised version of the Kido Igara technique in this talisman, so that it can balance the conflicts between multiple talismans, which is also a great use. Rabbit Talisman, Kashiwa solidified the power of swift escape in the talisman, replacing the original rapid effect. Dragon Talisman, this explosive ability can be said to be easy to achieve recently. Kashiwa directly selected several types of fire escape and solidified them in it. Snake Talisman, Kashiwa directly solidified the power of transparent escape, in order to give the user the ability to be invisible. Horse Talisman, it was this horse talisman that made Kashiwa use his brains. He solidified the medical abilities such as palm magic, fine disease extraction technique, and regeneration technique into this talisman. Sheep Talisman, the original sheep talisman has the ability to let the soul leave the body and send dreams to people. In order to imitate it, Kashiwa solidified the revised version of the spirit transformation technique. Monkey Talisman, for this transformation ability, Kashiwa only gave it a simple imitation, that is, the basic ninjutsu of transformation technique. Kashiwa recorded 72 forms of life in advance, such as the images of tigers, lions, horses, etc., so that users can select them by themselves. Chicken talisman. Speaking of it, there are not many ninjutsu that can make people fly. In the end, Kashiwasu chose the earth escape technique of super light heavy rock. After all, this technique is still very practical. Dog charm. The original dog charm can grant people eternal youth and immortality. After thinking about it and finding no good alternative, Bai Sui solidified the outer path, samsara natural generation technique and dark release technique in it. In this way, the user can absorb enough life energy through dark release technique first, and then release the accumulated life energy into samsara natural generation technique to achieve the effect of resurrecting the dead. Pig charm. After Bai Sui's improvement, the person who uses this charm will release dust release technique from both eyes, breaking objects into atoms. Chapter 195 Punishment. Mr. Bai Sui, we are willing to establish a good relationship with you. In addition to the transaction plan you proposed before, we hope to have further cooperation with you. What do you think? Blake didn't know that Bai Sui had changed the talisman when he was talking to him, and he was still dutifully saying all the words that his superiors had told him. There is no need for further cooperation. After all, apart from the things I proposed to trade before, you don't have anything that interests me. Bai Sui directly rejected the other party's proposal and directly explained the reason. The voice of his superior came from Blake's headphones, asking Blake not to anger Bai Sui, and everything should be discussed according to Bai Sui's words. Bai Sui naturally heard clearly about their self-proclaimed hidden communication. After understanding the other party's expectations for this negotiation, Bai Sui no longer talked nonsense with Blake. After a few simple words, he served tea and sent him away. However, today is destined to be an extraordinary day. The whole world is in a state of paranormal fever. It can be said that after the changes in the moon, even if the government of a country does not want to pay attention to the paranormal part, the people of their country will not allow it. For a time, the archaeological industry and various ancient cultural research fields also took advantage of this opportunity to prosper. Even the number of expedition teams increased dozens of times in a short period of time. After all, the paranormal-related things in various countries are all related to ancient times. Jackie Chan, who was originally a well-known archaeologist, suddenly gained the attention of several sponsors, and a large amount of funds came to Jackie Chan in various autonomous names. However, because Bai Sui gave Jackie Chan a sum of money for exploration first, the sponsors behind him did not dare to force him. They could only watch Jackie Chan reject their applications unwillingly, but they also grew up and learned about Jackie Chan's scientific research content through various channels, and arranged another team to follow behind. Those people knew Bai Sui's identity, so they naturally did not dare to snatch Jackie Chan's goal, but those people also knew that Jackie Chan could not carry too many items by himself, so they could still arrange people to pick up leeks and drink soup. So there was such a scene. Jackie Chan was exploring in various ruins, while a large group of mercenaries were fighting outside. In order not to disturb Jackie Chan, they did not dare to use powerful weapons and tried to hide as much as possible. Jackie Chan found a set of armor that the immortal Gout had worn in a ruin in China. Although there were shadow warriors who blocked him on the way, those ordinary warriors were far inferior to Xiao's Queen's guards. Jackie Chan solved them in no time. Because China had exchanged a lot of useful talismans and knowledge from Bai Sui some time ago, it suddenly raised the security level of China by one level. For example, those detection talismans can directly identify people with ulterior motives and stop a large number of people with bad intentions outside. This is the ruins where the armor was stored. After Jackie Chan left, it was directly taken over by China. On the one hand, it carried out protective development, and on the other hand, it began to study the various discoveries inside. This made many sponsors of the expedition team very unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Who said that as the information provided by Bai Sui was gradually cracked, the country's military strength was also growing at a rapid pace. The most notable thing was that the country independently began to build a space station in space. So under this circumstance, Europe and the United States and other countries could only watch the country overtake at a curve they did not expect, and saw that the overall strength of the entire country was about to catch up with the Eagle Sauce. In this regard, the Eagle Sauce naturally couldn't sit still. After all, they had just defeated their opponents in 1991, and they hadn't relaxed for a few years. As a result, their position as the world's boss was about to be lost. Who could bear this? The Eagle Sauce also tried several times with Bai Sui, but unfortunately, apart from the previously agreed transaction content, Bai Sui was not willing to help them develop further. Even the radicals in the Eagle Sauce once carried out a violent action, trying to snipe Bai Sui from a super long distance. Of course, they did not act directly, but took advantage of the conservatives' distraction when they were in contact with Bai Sui, and let several snipers attack Bai Sui in various ways, trying to strangle Bai Sui here directly. After all, in the eyes of the conservatives, Bai Sui was obviously unwilling to help them rule the whole world, so Bai Sui was their enemy, and naturally the sooner they were eliminated, the better. They even directly prepared a hydrogen bomb with the military, preparing to bury the entire Chinatown and the surrounding more than 100 square kilometers of land as Bai Sui's burial. Although this is the territory of the blue state, it will indeed cause them heavy losses, but those people can no longer take care of it. After all, in their view, staying on top of the world and continuing to harvest the world is more important, and taking a city can still be abandoned. However, all this was just their delusion. When the other party planned to attack him, Bai Sui had already sensed it in the dark, and spread out his gathered consciousness in advance, directly covering the entire America, just to see how far they could go. So the official who was talking to Bai Sui saw Bai Sui in front of him suddenly say, "Seeking death." The official didn't know the specific intention of Bai Sui's words, and saw Bai Sui looking at him with an indifferent look. "You go back, I need an explanation for this matter. If I can't be satisfied, I don't mind using my own means to make myself happy." Soon the official knew that something big had happened through his headset, so he didn't stay here with Bai Sui. After saying goodbye to Bai Sui, he hurriedly took a connecting flight to leave here, because the Pentagon was about to fight over what had just happened. Who said that just now? Because of the actions of those radicals, they directly scrapped a missile launch base, and the hydrogen bomb that was originally planned to explode in San Francisco exploded directly in the air at the moment of launch. Not only that, but 3 aircraft carriers also broke at the same time and sank permanently to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The radicals' previous actions were not really that secretive. Even if the top people did not know the whole plan, they knew a lot of intelligence. When they compared it, they immediately knew the reason. After all, the soldiers who were assigned to snipe Bai Sui also had their heads smashed by the guns in their hands. At this moment, the Pentagon was arguing about how to calm Bai Sui's anger. After all, the safety level of weapons such as hydrogen bombs is the highest level, but they can be detonated in advance under Bai Sui's control. Obviously, it means that Bai Sui can also detonate other nuclear weapons, which is almost equivalent to Bai Sui's grasping their lifeline. The senator before, after rushing to the Pentagon to understand the whole story, was also scared out of his wits. At the same time, he also joined the camp condemning the radicals and demanded that they take full responsibility for this behavior. After all, he was also the target of the hydrogen bomb just now. In fact, according to the opinions of many officials, all the radicals should be handed over to Bai Sui, and then some resources should be used for compensation. However, the radicals were very united at this moment, and they took out all kinds of resources in their hands to exchange with conservatives and fence-sitters, and finally got another result. That is to find a few people to take the blame, and then send them to Bai Sui together with a large amount of resources, intending to calm Bai Sui's anger. However, they forgot that Bai Sui was not a member of their system, and would not play these so-called political games with them, or they were not worthy of them. Bai Sui did not even look at the so-called compensation, but with his right hand, those things and the people who came with the money were directly teleported back to the Pentagon. At the same time, all the radicals in this matter died at the same time, which can be said to have directly frightened all the officials and families of Eagle Sauce. After all, those radicals had been hiding for a while to guard against Bai Sui's dissatisfaction, and their own security level could be said to have been raised to the highest level. As a result, many of them fell to the ground in public, which immediately made them realize that Bai Sui had the power of life and death over them. It's not that no one wanted to fight Bai Sui to the death, but those people died directly. Those who are still alive now are well versed in the ways of the world and hurried to apologize. Bai Sui did not dwell on this matter too much. After all, in his opinion, this was nothing. He was just dissatisfied with the attitude and malice of those people. Now that the goal has been achieved, he will naturally stop targeting them. After all, Bai Sui is not a murderer. On the other hand, after experiencing this incident, Eagle Sauce realized the crushing of magic over their technology, So he immediately thought of the demon that was hostile to Bai Sui. Although they knew that nothing good would happen after the demons appeared in the world, they also knew that the demons were now sealed. By analyzing the reports submitted by Blake, they believed that they had the possibility of controlling the Holy Lord, and they could completely cheat the other party's power and knowledge in the name of helping the demons recover. They believed that they had this ability, or must have this ability. After all, they needed a force that could confront Bai Sui and maintain their position. After all, the things that happened to them before would definitely not be concealed for long. At that time, whether it was his enemies, those so-called allies, or his adopted sons and lackeys, they would not miss this opportunity and would definitely find a way to drag him down from the throne at the top of the world. Especially the country that shared the same father and son with him, and the adopted son with wolfish ambitions, the two of them must be the first to attack him. So Eagle Sauce used his power in secret, found a location of the Black Hand Gang through the flow of funds, and got in touch with Valen, who was possessed by the Holy Lord. The two sides quickly reached a cooperation plan and agreed to help the Lord to release other demons. As for the fact that the Lord asked them for the amulet, they directly refused and evaded the question by saying that it was taken away by Bai Sui. After all, they had read the report submitted by Blake and naturally knew the significance of the amulet to the Lord, so they would not hand it over so easily. Although they also had the idea of letting the Lord recover his strength and fight Bai Sui to loss, they also thought that the possibility was so low that it could only be their last choice. However, although all the amulets could not be given, they felt that they could still take out a few of them to exchange power and knowledge with the Lord. On the one hand, they could increase their own strength, on the other hand, they could stabilize the Lord, and at the same time prevent the Lord from really lifting the seal. It can be said that they killed 3 birds with 1 stone. At the same time, the Eagle Sauce side also began to speed up the research on the amulet. In their opinion, this is what all demons want after all. The power contained in it is naturally at the same level as Bai Sui and others. If they can really study it, they may not need the help of the Lord to compete with Bai Sui. With the help of Eagle Sauce, the Holy Lord and his men no longer concealed their actions, and no one stopped them. So under the guidance of Pantangu's treasure box, Valen and his party came to the anchor point of the Earth Demon and went to Pamplona, Spain. Outside the gate of an ancient city in Pamplona, Spain, Valen and his party successfully opened the gate of hell. The demon with brown-red skin, a pair of dark green horns on his head, a huge body, and dark green pants walked from the gate of hell to the world. Feeling the ease of this action, everyone in the Black Hand Gang felt a little unreal, especially looking at the Eagle Sauce agents in the distance. There was even a sense of absurdity. They never dreamed that one day the official personnel of Eagle Sauce would actually send special agents to protect their safety, and escort them all the way to release the demons who wanted to destroy the human world. For a while, they couldn't figure out what was good and what was evil. The Holy Lord didn't care about that, and smiled at the demon in front of him. "I'm so glad to see you in the world, Dequi." Chapter 196 Diggin. There are too many flowers. Dequi hates these flowers and plants. Dequi, who walked out of the gate of hell, crushed several small flowers on the ground with 1 foot. "My kingdom must be built under the ground." Seeing that the people in front of him did not move, Dequi could not help but be a little irritable. "Don't just stand here, go dig quickly." However, the current Holy Lord is much more confident than before. "We sincerely want to help you, but I have to open other gates of hell to release more brothers and sisters, and there is no time." When Dequi heard what the Holy Lord said, his words softened. "In this case, I will do the heavy work myself, and you just need to do some details." Before he finished speaking, Dequi threw his arms away and dug directly into the ground. It has the ability to control the land, so digging the soil is too easy, and the whole ground trembles because of Dequi's digging. In just a few minutes, Dequi used his own hands to dig a large pit with a diameter of more than 300 meters, which made the special agents of Eagle Sauce on the side almost drop their eyes. It can only be said that Dequi is really a good hand at tilling the land. Looking at Dequi, who is digging the land in front of him, Shengsu and others retreated step by step. After all, the demon in front of them really didn't care about anything when they were working. They just lowered their heads and dug in circles, completely ignoring whether Valen and others would be crushed if they were involved. Such a big movement here naturally attracted the attention of Spain. Although Eagle Sauce had told them in advance that they were carrying out special operations, this action was really too big. In addition, when Dequi was digging, he would loosen the land by causing earthquakes from time to time. In this way, the Spanish government, which detected the continuous source of the earthquake, ignored the obstruction of those special agents and entered the scene, and saw such a picture of the devil tilling the land. Through the vibration of the ground, Dicke felt that a large number of people were coming, so he temporarily stopped the work at hand and jumped out of the soil. Ah, very good, now we have the people to build the palace. Dicke looked at the large group of people standing by the pit and showed a simple smile. Humans, I order you. Build me a magnificent palace immediately. It must be magnificent enough and must be built entirely underground. Do you understand? Dicke is no stranger to humans. After all, his territory on Earth was the entire African region, and he once enslaved a large number of humans to work for him. At that time, the labor was not only to build palaces, but also to eradicate all the flowers growing on the ground. Therefore, Dicke almost subconsciously ordered humans to work. However, these Spanish government officials did not think so. They only saw that the eagle sauce put a huge monster on their land, not only digging rare resources underground in their country, but also trying to threaten them. So the officials who received the report from the frontline personnel immediately protested to the eagle sauce at the national level, but the eagle sauces knew that this was not their biochemical monster, but a real demon, which was not something they could control directly. They could only talk in official language, push things one by one, and bite themselves to death without knowing it. Seeing that the eagle sauce was playing tricks, the Spanish side also sent out its own army after verbal protests failed. After all, according to the news from the front line, the monster had subdued all the police officers who went to check the situation through its strange ability. And according to the information provided by those police officers, the huge monster was not afraid of ordinary firearms. Whether it was a stun gun or a police pistol, it had no effect on him, and it could not even stop any action of the other party. On the other side, the Eagle Sauce special agents also faithfully reported the situation on the scene back to the Eagle Sauce, making a great contribution to their understanding of the devil. The Spanish side also sent armored vehicles, tanks and fourth-generation aircraft at the first time, ready to resolve this threat as soon as possible. Thanks to the fact that the unblocking location of the earthquake was in the suburbs, such an armed gathering attracted the attention of some citizens, but it did not really cause any great panic. However, after some citizens around uploaded the situation of the army fighting with the earthquake to the internet, it suddenly detonated the entire network. After all, it had only been a short time since Bai Sui played with the moon, and the enthusiasm for the extraordinary had not yet passed. Now that such a thing had happened, it immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. In addition to the citizens of Spain, the happiest person was the entire European Union. After all, their European Union was still a whole. If Spain could really make some progress in the extraordinary, their European Union would definitely be able to get some benefits, even if it could be a good thing for them to pretend to be powerful. However, before everyone in the European Union had figured out how to contact Spain, they received a distress signal from Spain first. After all the troops that had fought against the Dicke before, except for the Air Force, were all destroyed by the Dicke. Who told the Dicke that the power of the Dicke was the earth? All the armies that tried to attack the Dicke experienced inexplicable ground collapses and other things. Before they were pulled to the front line to fight, most of the armies were directly destroyed. Although the Air Force successfully flew to the destination, the weapons it carried did not really have any substantial impact on the Dicke. After all, demons could not be killed. Although those weapons would hurt the Dicke directly drilled into the ground and blocked 90% of the attacks. However, the matter did not end there. The underground Dicke began to use his ability to cause earthquakes, preparing to teach these humans who did not take him seriously a lesson. As time passed, the earthquakes caused by Dicke became stronger and stronger, and had risen from the lowest level 1 earthquake to the current level 5. This level can already cause walls to crack, wall skin to fall off, window frames to bang, and people who sleep will be woken up by the crazy shaking of the bed. And according to the detection in Spain, the earthquake level is still increasing, and it will reach level 6 in half an hour at most. Don't think that this earthquake level is not too high. You must know that the earthquakes caused by Dicke are continuous, and the real time of earthquakes in nature is only a few seconds to a few minutes. The long time afterwards is actually aftershocks. Not only that, as the earthquake level in the center increases, the range of earthquake radiation is also expanding. According to their predictions, when the central magnitude reaches level 8, the whole of Spain will be destroyed by the other side. After learning about this situation, the entire European Union began to panic, especially France and Portugal, which border it. The two countries will suffer irreparable damage while Spain is destroyed. Therefore, Portugal and France are the two countries in the entire European Union that provide the most timely support to Spain. After all, this is not only to support Spain, but also to protect their own countries. Unfortunately, no matter how they try, they can't really stop the actions of the Duque. After all, with the upgrade of the power of the weapons they use, the Duque has drilled nearly 1,000 meters underground, and even the most advanced earth-penetrating bombs can only reach a depth of more than 100 meters, which can't threaten the Duque at all, and can't even interrupt the Duque's actions. As the situation develops, the incident spreads in a very short time. After all, this kind of thing can't be concealed anyway. It's better to spread it honestly and seek help from the world. After all, no one knows what level the Duque earthquake can reach, and no one knows whether its scope will eventually affect the whole world. Finally, with the help of the domestic matchmaker, they got in touch with Bai Sui, hoping that Bai Sui can help them solve the released demon. Yes, now the EU has known that this ground Kui is a demon. After all, there were many special agents of the Eagle Sauce who stayed at the scene. Under the threat of life, they did not care about the face of the Eagle Sauce and directly tortured some information from the mouths of those special agents. Although those special agents did not know much, European countries have not collected any intelligence during this period. Combining the two, they immediately inferred that this was a demon released by the Eagle Sauce. With this understanding, combined with the previous denial of the Eagle Sauce, they knew that the Eagle Sauce was also powerless to this situation, so they had to turn to another country that was reviving. Bai Sui was originally reading a book in the clinic and did not pay attention to what was happening outside. Now he received a call from China, and then he knew what happened. Just a simple thought knew the cause and effect of this matter. After agreeing to the request of China, Bai Sui did not make any requests, but just let China negotiate the benefits with the EU. Bai Sui took out the armor that Jackie Chan found during his expedition before. After Bai Sui's research, it has been determined that this was a treasure that Lan Ke carried with him back then. Yin-Yang escape was activated, and Bai Sui made a flower basket on the spot. After putting the flower basket in the hand of the armor, Bai Sui no longer paid attention to the outside world and continued to focus on the book in his hand. The armor was originally just a dead object, but with a flower basket activated by key magic, the whole armor seemed to come alive. After holding the flower basket tightly in his hand, it flew into the air. So the satellites of various countries saw an armor holding a flower basket, flying straight over 9,000 kilometers from San Francisco, California, USA, to Pamplona, Spain. Originally, when the European Union detected this armor flying at a speed of dozens of Mach, they thought it was a wave of troubles, and they had more or less accepted their fate. Fortunately, at this time, they received a call from the country, knowing that this was a helper sent by Bai Sui, so they ordered all air forces to get out of the way so as not to affect the performance of the armor. However, there was no war as they expected. The armor just threw the flower basket in his hand into the air and stopped moving. The flower basket flew into the air, upside down, facing the position of Duque, and hovered there. Then the flower basket was seen rotating slowly, and the various flowers on the ground followed the flower basket in the sky, and finally all fell into the mouth of the flower basket and disappeared. In less than a minute, the flower basket had collected hundreds of thousands of flowers, and then all of them were launched towards the underground where Duque was hiding. These soft flowers easily penetrated 1,000-meter deep land at this moment, and came directly in front of Duque, wrapping him up. At the moment of being wrapped by the flowers, all the vibrations from Duque were blocked by the petals, isolating him from the land, directly cutting off the energy source of the subsequent earthquake, and stopping the earthquake in a short moment. No, damn flowers, I hate flowers. No matter how much Duque hated flowers, at this moment he was carried by these flowers to the ground, pulling them out of the soil bit by bit. Seeing Duque, who was held in the air by the flowers and could only rage helplessly with his legs up in the Air Force could not help but focus on the armor and the flower basket, waiting to see how they would deal with him next. After all, they had tried before, and no matter what missile it was, it could not cause any substantial damage to Duque, and it really could not break through the defense. However, the flower basket did not release a powerful attack to kill him directly as they thought, but released a soft light that gently hit Duque. The moment this light appeared, the Air Force felt that they smelled a scent of flowers. You know, this was originally impossible. The fourth-generation aircraft they were driving had an independent ventilation system. How could they smell the smell outside so quickly? And they soon discovered that with the appearance of this fragrance, all the people on the ground who had not died stood up under the effect of this fragrance, and their injuries were instantly healed. And Ike, under the effect of that light, triggered the seal on his body, kicked him back to hell again, and gave the world a clear and bright future. After another ray of light flew out of the flower basket and landed in the hands of the armor, it seemed to lose all its strength and fell from the sky to the ground. As for the armor, after catching the light spot, it took off directly and returned to Bai Sui's clinic at an extremely fast speed. The EU soldiers broke out in a commotion after the armor left, and the cause was to fight for the flower basket that fell from the sky. In the end, Spain, which had a geographical advantage, successfully grabbed it. Although they thought that the flower basket should have no power from the previous situation, who could really confirm it without a new incident? Although other EU countries asked Spain for flower baskets several times on the grounds of previous assistance, they were eventually rejected by Spain for various reasons. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Palace. As for Bai Sui, after knowing that Eagle Sauce had started cooperation with the Holy Lord, he no longer stayed in Chinatown and San Francisco. After all, with the intervention of Eagle Sauce, the subsequent demons would surely be successfully released. So under Bai Sui's suggestion, Daddy, Jackie Chan, Xiao and True followed Bai Sui to China, and because of Bai Sui's identity, China had arranged everything they could think of. Originally, China only arranged for Daddy and the others for Bai Sui's sake. As a result, during the communication, they learned that Daddy was actually a magician. Although they didn't know that Daddy had reached the level of a great magician for the time being, they changed their attitude from the bottom of their hearts. Daddy's identity was not something they said themselves. Although Xiao mentioned it several times, the adults didn't pay attention to her words. What really made them know Daddy's identity was because he was a student under Master Fang. Although Daddy was the most talented among them, he inherited Master Fang's mantle in just a few years, and the other disciples, although they were not talented enough, it depended on who they were compared with. Those people's talents were not as good as that of the old man, but they were top talents to the outside world. Therefore, when the country was looking for extraordinary people, these students of Master Fang stood out. At that time, those people even recommended the old man to the country, but because the old man had settled in San Francisco for a long time, they could not contact him for the time being, so they gave up. Now that Bai Sui went to the country, it was a big deal for the entire practice circle. They all hoped to get familiar with Bai Sui, and it would be great if they could ask a few questions later. And those disciples of Master Fang also relied on their own strong strength to successfully get a high position in the domestic practice circle, and they were qualified to participate in the reception. So in the surprised eyes of those disciples of Master Fang, they confirmed that the people in their master's school had become Bai Sui's close people directly, which was simply a great thing. So after those people had a discussion internally, they immediately reported it, and those disciples of Master Fang naturally boasted about the identity and strength of the old man as much as possible, although they had not seen him for a long time. The higher-ups were also very concerned. They were originally concerned about old man and his men because of Bai Sui. Now that they knew that he had such strength, they were naturally unwilling to let him go easily. So after learning that old man liked antiques and was interested in studying magic, they immediately invited old man to join the newly established central court. After understanding, old man immediately agreed to join. After all, the central court had the world's most cutting-edge magic and many ancient spells, which were all he wanted. It can be said that his favorite thing in his life was magic. Jackie Chan directly became a specially hired archaeologist by the country. After all, his own record was there. Whether it was the 12 spells or various magical items, Jackie Chan successfully found and brought them out with his own abilities. Although his violent methods caused many ruins to collapse or be destroyed, the country believed that this kind of thing would never happen again after having a team. Everything was arranged by the country for Bai Sui, and the Holy Lord and his men were in conflict with the explosive power of Eagle Sauce because of the problem of demon release. After all, The destructive power of the previous summoning of the earthquake could be said to have attracted worldwide attention. Now the Holy Lord told Eagle Sauce that the place where the Sky Demon was unsealed was actually in Boston. How could Eagle Sauce be assured? Although the Holy Lord assured Eagle Sauce that the Sky Demon would obey his orders and would not rashly launch an attack on the United States, in the eyes of those politicians, there was no guarantee that they would definitely abide by it. It was nothing more than that they were not strong enough to tear their faces apart. So the two sides started a confrontation, but the one who was really anxious was not the Holy Lord but Eagle Sauce. After all, the reason why the Holy Lord was so keen on releasing the demon was entirely because several other demons sealed his soul in Valen's body, so that if he did not release other demons, he would never be able to get out of it. It's just that the lifespan of the demon is infinite, so it's not a big deal even if he doesn't do it now. However, Eagle Sauce is not like this. It has been chased by the revived country, and the previous release of the demon has caused its international status to decline. Their status as the world's boss has become increasingly unstable, and now it is shaky. You should know that with the funding from Bai Sui, both magic and technology are developing rapidly in China. Various new technologies and discoveries are emerging at a very fast speed. Many of these new technologies have been recorded by Bai Sui and handed over to the ninja world. With the help of the super materials and advanced technology of the ninja world, many new technologies in China can be realized at the fastest speed, and Bai Sui can inform the country of some problems and improvement plans found in the ninja world, so that this side can update its own technology with the least trial and error. Bai Sui absorbs all kinds of magic knowledge collected for him by the country, while acting as a messenger between the two worlds, thereby promoting the technological progress of both sides. In fact, most of these technologies in China are useless to the ninja world. Instead, those technologies related to civilian and entertainment are more practical for the ninja world. After all, the scientific and technological research of the ninja world has focused on how to survive and fight on a cosmic scale. For the battle inside the planet, it still relies more on the power of the human body itself. After all, the strength of those strong people is stronger than most weapons. The days passed peacefully for several months. If it weren't for the day when his father took the initiative to come to the door, Bai Sui would have almost forgotten that there was no demon to lift the seal and make any noise. Bai Sui thought about it briefly and confirmed the situation on the Eagle Sauce side through his own consciousness. It turned out that Eagle Sauce could not withstand the pressure and agreed to the Holy Lord to release the demon. Because the Holy Lord said that the heavenly demon could change the weather silently and help Eagle Sauce to destroy the military power of other countries without being discovered by outsiders. After all, the heavenly demon Zimu can easily cause hurricanes, and all the planes flying in the sky are his targets of attack. Seeing that the country is now starting to develop 6th-generation aircraft, Eagle Sauce finally couldn't sit still, and even took the initiative to build a palace for the heavenly demon in Boston, which allowed the Holy Lord to release the heavenly demon. It should be said that he is a demon known for his brain power. Although his abilities and IQ were sealed by hell, he still showed rationality that was incompatible with other demons, and was willing to cooperate with Eagle Sauce under the matchmaking of the Holy Lord. After confirming that the Sky Demon could communicate, the top leaders of the Eagle Sauce also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they had already made preparations to ask for help from the country at any time. Later, in order to test Zimu's ability, the Eagle Sauce asked him to attack the plane of the Indians first. After all, the whole world knew that their planes were unreliable. Even if a few suddenly fell from the sky, it would be normal in the eyes of the whole world. The results of the experiment satisfied the Eagle Sauce very much. There was no need for the Eagle Sauce or Zimu to show up. Zimu could even blow up a hurricane in the sky just by staying in the palace in Boston. Even the most stable stratosphere could become violent and abnormal in the hands of Zimu. So Zimu secretly shot down the planes of many countries under the arrangement of the Eagle Sauce, and even 2 domestic fighter planes were shot down. Fortunately, the country now attaches equal importance to magic and technology. Those pilots all carry a talisman to protect safety. Therefore, although the fighter planes were destroyed, there were no casualties. It was because of these 2 crashes that the wizards of the Central Court discovered something strange, because on the last plane that was shot down, the pilot not only brought a talisman to protect safety, but also a detection talisman. Through the degree of burning of the detection talisman, Dad and the others confirmed that it was caused by evil forces. According to Dad's speculation, the possibility of the devil of heaven was the highest. So Dad came to find Bai Sui and wanted to discuss a solution. It's not that Dad can't solve this devil of heaven. After all, for Dad, it's just a matter of preparing magic materials and reciting a spell. But the problem now is that this matter is not just a simple exorcism, but also involves the collision of the political systems of two countries. Even if the whole world thinks that demons are evil and should be wiped out from the world, Eagle Sauce thinks that demons are good and are new immigrants introduced by their country to promote species diversity, so the outside world can't interfere too much. After all, if Bai Sui himself is not counted, Eagle Sauce is still the world's #1. Bai Sui didn't have any idea about this. Although he wanted the mark left by the 8 immortals, if the demon didn't do evil, he didn't want to care about it now. After all, wouldn't it be better to read a book by himself at that time? However, things soon took a turn for the better. Because of the success of the Sky Demon, the ambition of Eagle Sauce grew. When the Holy Lord wanted to unseal the next demon, they agreed directly. After all, in their opinion, with a successful case of the Sky Demon, they must be able to communicate peacefully with his subsequent demons. In addition, after hearing about some things about the Water Demon from the Holy Lord and knowing that the other party was once the patron saint of Atlantis, they fantasized about obtaining some strange technologies from ancient times from the other party. So Eagle Sauce secretly sent a group of people to escort the Holy Lord and others to the Colosseum in Rome, Italy. Yes, this is also the reason why Eagle Sauce and others are willing to release the Water Demon. After all, this unblocking is not on their territory. Basha, the Water Demon released by the Holy Lord, did not start to cause destruction as the previous demons did. After simply exchanging a few words with the Holy Lord, he jumped into the Atlantic Ocean to find his former Atlantis in the sea. Seeing that Basha did not show aggressiveness right away, the top leaders of the Eagle Sauce started to rebel directly. They have seen that they will use the knowledge and power of the 3 demons to directly rule the world in the future. At the signal of the top leaders, the special forces respectfully invited the Holy Lord and his team to the White House, and also invited the Demon of Heaven, Zimu. While talking with the 2 demons, everyone was waiting for the arrival of Basha, the Water Demon. After all, the Holy Lord said that she would definitely come to meet them. With the arrival of Basha, the front was similar to what the Eagle Sauce top leaders thought, but the difference gradually began to appear later, because Basha was actually preparing to sink California and a large area around it into the sea. Because this place is not only close to the sea, but also has a San Andreas fault. Basha is going to sink the entire western side of the fault into the sea, and then it can be used as Basha's underwater kingdom. The politicians of the Eagle Sauce naturally expressed resistance to such sudden changes. After all, there is Los Angeles, the second largest city in the United States, on the San Andreas Fault. It is one of the important industrial and commercial, international trade, science and education, entertainment and sports centers in the United States. It has Hollywood, the world's film center, and is also one of the main bases of the U.S. petrochemical, marine, aerospace and electronics industries. It also has world-renowned higher education institutions such as the California Institute of Technology. The politicians of the Eagle Sauce think that it is too much of a loss to use such an area for Basha to build an underwater palace. After all, from the previous exchanges, they already know that the prehistoric civilization Atlantis, which they gave hope to, has been completely destroyed and ruined. There is no technology that can promote the development of the Eagle Sauce. In other words, even if there is such technology in the ruins, Basha will not bother to find it for the Eagle Sauce. After all, Basha can be said to be the coldest of the 8 demons. During the entire communication, she never looked at humans straight in the eye. In her eyes, the only 2 demons she could communicate with were the Holy Lord and Zimu. So when the Eagle Sauce politicians tried to interrupt and protest, Basha directly threw out a bubble and smashed the person who dared to speak. At this point, the Eagle Sauce politicians realized how wrong they were and how small and unbearable they were in the eyes of the demons, but it was too late. The politicians present did not dare to make any unusual movements. After all, even water can easily kill people in the hands of demons. The 2 bubbles before directly killed and injured the politicians. When they wanted to speak again, they had to weigh whether their bodies could withstand such an impact. In the short meeting, the Holy Lord occupied the entire White House as his palace, and Basha had confirmed his future territory, and together with Zimu, they unlocked the seal on the Holy Lord's soul, allowing him to escape from Valen. Since he had taken over the American government, the Holy Lord directly asked the secret agents to take out all his 12 talismans, preparing to restore his strength and defeat Bai Sui with the power of the three demons. Chapter 198 Tsunami. No. This is not my spell at all, you lost it. Although the agents of the Eagle Sauce could not tell the difference between the 12 spells that had been swapped, the Holy Lord knew instantly that it was not his own spell. After all, although these spells also have magical powers, they are not separated from the Holy Lord's body. Even because these spells are operated through chakra, even if the Holy Lord wants to absorb the power of these fake spells, he cannot do it. However, the Holy Lord, who has restored the freedom of his soul, can perform many operations even if he cannot restore his power through spells. No, the Holy Lord has the idea of using the 8th door of Pantangu's treasure box. He wants to use this door that was originally used to release himself to release another demon, so that they can gather the power of the three demons. At that time, with the help of their power, the Holy Lord feels confident that he can defeat Bai Sui. After all, these demons all know the laws of the world. Good and evil are always in opposition and unity. They know that they have not become stronger and have even become weaker. Then good should not be strengthened. Even if it has not weakened, there should definitely not be a wizard who is strong enough to suppress multiple demons by himself. It's just that the door of the Holy Lord is located in Hong Kong, and the Holy Lord himself is not sure that he can avoid Bai Sui and open the door directly, so he made a plan with Basha and Zimu. Let Zimu cooperate with Basha to set off a tsunami that is enough to swallow the world's highest peak. On the one hand, it can flood California, and on the other hand, it can also attract the attention of the whole world, especially Bai Sui. After that, the Holy Lord will secretly go to Hong Kong to open the 8th door. And in view of the failure of several demons before, Bai Sui asked Zimu and Basha not to go there in person, but to use magic and array diagrams to hide themselves behind and not be discovered by the other party. Thanks to the demons released now, they are the demon of water and the demon of heaven. One of them is good at magic, and the other is good at array formation. They are considered to be the few demons who do not rely on innate authority to fight. In the days that followed, although those politicians of Eagle Sauce passed messages to the outside through various channels, they intended to let his former allies and younger brothers find the country as soon as possible, so that the country can send forces to Eagle Sauce for exorcism. However, all the younger brothers pretended to be deaf and dumb, waiting for the Eagle Sauce to experience this disaster. As for the so-called tsunami in the Eagle Sauce's mouth, all countries took it very seriously. Those Eagle Sauce politicians, seeing that none of their former younger brothers were willing to help them, could only be incompetent and furious, and had no other way. As for contacting the country directly, I'm sorry that they can't do it at all. After all, those demons know that Bai Sui is now settled in the country, and they are very strict in this regard. So on October 1st, a huge tsunami suddenly rose from the west coast of the Eagle Sauce, crossing the entire Pacific Ocean and attacking the domestic position. This sudden tsunami was discovered in time by global satellites. It can be said that this phenomenon immediately made everyone think of demons. Especially those younger brothers who had received information from the Eagle Sauce before. However, after seeing the target of the tsunami, they did not choose to stop. After all, no one wants to have another superpower that can oppress them appear above their heads. This phenomenon was naturally discovered by the Chinese at the first time, but they did not directly seek help from Bai Sui. After all, the strength of the Chinese court in China is not weak, especially with the addition of the Great Wizard Ad. Now, even if Bai Sui is not counted, the country can already crush the world in terms of magic. Through the formations that many wizards have drawn in advance in various parts of the country, a defense barrier that goes straight to the sky has risen at the border of the domestic sea area. This barrier has the dual functions of expulsion and force release. On the one hand, controversial magic has a natural repulsion to evil, and can expel all external demonic power. After that, the magic barrier can guide the force that heads it into the sea for a natural force release. The moment he saw this barrier rise, Jaya Benji panicked directly. After all, when Eagle Sauce asked for help before, he didn't look for this wolf at all. In addition, many of Jaya Benji's institutions and equipment were controlled by Eagle Sauce, and the information obtained was also very backward. It was not until the tsunami passed through the Hawaiian Islands that the Foot Basin Chicken received the news, but it was too late. In addition, the Eagle Sauce deliberately closed the airport and port of the Foot Basin Chicken in advance, so even if they wanted to escape, it was too late. Before, they still believed that this kind of tsunami could not be handled in China, and they would definitely let Bai Sui take action to directly eliminate the demons, so as to directly make the tsunami disappear. As a result, the country now directly showed a comprehensive defense posture. Although the world does not know whether this magic barrier can block the tsunami, at least the foot basin chicken knows that they must be the first to be unable to bear it. The opening of this barrier also directly disrupted the plan of the Holy Lord. After all, he himself is the embodiment of evil, and he can't avoid the magic barrier to go to Hong Kong. He can only abandon the body that was previously possessed and escape as a soul. After that, under the watchful eyes of the whole world, a real sinking of Japan was staged. With the obstruction of the foot basin chicken, the entire northern region of the country no longer has to worry about the attack of the tsunami. What happened next was the collision between the tsunami and the barrier. The surging waves hit the barrier fiercely. Although the demonic power in the seawater was expelled in the first place, the seawater was still real. Tens of millions of tons of seawater pressed on the barrier. The barrier collapsed directly after just a few flashes. Although a lot of seawater was intercepted, there was still a lot of seawater pouring in. The Holy Lord, who was already flying in the air in the state of soul, saw an opportunity and hurriedly began to fly towards Hong Kong again. This time, without the hindrance of the formation, the Holy Lord passed very easily. However, after the seawater broke through the barrier, it was swept away by a blue light coming from the country before it moved forward a mile. This was the key that Bai Sui directly controlled the water attribute, easily controlling the seawater that no one controlled, but did not directly push the seawater out, but picked and chose among them, leaving a large number of fresh lives, and pushing away a large amount of seawater and mud, instantly calming the tsunami. As for the Holy Lord, it can only be said that the seal covering his soul saved him, otherwise the huge amount of ki just now would have torn his soul apart at a glance. After Bai Sui's research during this period of time, he also discovered that these demons have been deliberately weakening their strength after being sealed by the 8 immortals. Because the good and evil in this world are balanced, there will be as much good as there is evil. When the power of evil weakens, good will definitely weaken in the following time. Since evil is mainly concentrated on the 8 demons, and good is distributed throughout the human world, compared with the weakening of demons, those individual good becomes weaker. What the demons didn't expect was that in order to balance good and evil, the world actually threw some of the demons actively weakened evil into the human world, making the evil in the human world more. In this way, although good was also weakened, it was not as serious as the demons thought. Of course, there are also many great wizards who have made active sacrifices for the balance of good and evil. It was their brazen death that prevented the demon's conspiracy from succeeding. Although his soul was not torn apart by the ki, the plan of the Holy Lord was also ruined, because he was directly hit by those ki and flew to the center of the Pacific Ocean. The country sent people to express gratitude to Bai Sui at the first time, and also sent out its own army to start investigating its own losses. After a round of investigation, it was found that its losses were heavy, and a large amount of money would be needed to rebuild its own Dongying Island and its vassal state Ryukyu. No one in the world dared to say anything more. After all, although Damao was not the main target of the tsunami, it also suffered heavy losses in this disaster, and the entire east coast was in a mess. Not to mention the Eagle Sauce, not only did it lose a lot of land, but it also destroyed all its aircraft carriers and naval bases in the Pacific. If it weren't for the fact that the world knew that the devil was actually controlling the Eagle Sauce, his former enemy would definitely pounce on it and bite it hard. Of course, they did it, too. For example, those Eagle Sauce troops stationed in their countries have now become their property and no longer obey the orders of the Eagle Sauce. When the country was cleaning up the Dongying Island, it felt very sorry. After all, they had robbed too many treasures in the past, but now they were all destroyed by the tsunami. Those who came to clean up, looking at these destroyed national treasures, were extremely complicated. They were happy and sad at the same time, and almost made themselves crazy. However, after that, Bai Sui took out the horse talisman and handed it over to the country, so that the country could use the power of the talisman to restore the destroyed national treasures to their original state, which left only a happy atmosphere in the country. Although in this process, many so-called public intellectuals and reflection parties stood up to sing the opposite tune. The country that was temporarily free of external pressure directly made great efforts to find all these people and arranged their due destinations according to their actions. For a while, the Chinese people felt that the environment was much quieter. Let some people who had other thoughts also hide. After all, although they love money, They are not stupid and know what to do when. Bai Sui's action this time can be said to have directly let the world see the magic power of the country. The same shock was Imu of Basha who promoted the tsunami. You should know that this tsunami is the joint masterpiece of the two demons. Basha summoned and manipulated hundreds of millions of tons of seawater through the formation, and formed a tsunami. In order to increase the speed of the tsunami, Zimu blew a hurricane after the tsunami, allowing these winds to push the tsunami forward. It can be said that this tsunami is the strongest power that these two demons can use under the sealed state. And such power can't even push the tsunami to the country. The demons are a little self-destructive, and even Basha and Zimu have the idea of separating themselves from Bai Sui by the sea. After all, the strength shown by Bai Sui now is not much different from the 8 immortals who sealed them back then. Although they were not afraid of Bai Sui in their heyday, they were pure white in front of Bai Sui under the seal. So Bai Sui didn't speak, and the two demons pretended that they were not there, and the countries in the world didn't dare to say anything about this matter. After all, they were also afraid that Eagle Sauce would summon such a tsunami again. They don't have such a strong spell barrier, and with Bai Sui backing them up, even if the power of this tsunami is reduced by half, it will be a disaster for them. So the world maintains a strange balance afterwards. Bai Sui is actually waiting for himself to learn more spells of this world, waiting for the power of the country to reach a higher level. Bai Sui hopes that after he takes action to completely solve those demons, the country can stand at the top of this world with his own strength. At that time, Bai Sui can leave this world with confidence. After all, he will not stay in this world forever. Sooner or later, he will leave and continue to embark on his new journey. Of course, this is only one aspect. Bai Sui is also waiting for an opportunity to completely separate the good and evil in the world, that is, the demon dragon that will appear in the future. The demon dragon is a new demon outside the 8 demons. His appearance will inevitably force good and evil to change. At that time, in order to calm the surging evil, the world will inevitably strengthen the power of good. Bai Sui's idea is to restrict all the mages at that time, and even let the good in the world actively weaken, so that the gap between good and evil will continue to increase. Bai Sui will try his best to let this part of the power stick to himself, and finally promote the separation of good and evil in the world. According to the various documents that Bai Sui has seen, the world will not stop the first half of the separation of good and evil. It is the perfect time to use this part of the power. When it comes to the last step, the world still resists and takes away various blessings. Bai Sui will use his own power to make up for it, so that there is a possibility of success. Although Bai Sui and the other two demons do not want to act, the Holy Lord does not think so. He wants to restore his strength and restore his body. He really doesn't want to float in the world like a ghost like now. It's just that the 12 talismans are now in Bai Sui's hands, and the Holy Lord does not dare to come and rob them directly, so he is ready to use other powers, such as the Ghost Mask and the History Book of Years. Compared to divine objects like the Book of History of Time, the Holy Lord prefers the Ghost Mask. After all, the cost of using the Book of History of Time is too high. He just wants to restore his body and strength and does not want to pay such a huge price. Chapter 199 Mask. The reason why the Ghost Mask came to mind was because the Lord himself had absorbed the mask energy of Uchiha, the general of the Ninja Corps. The ninja soldiers summoned by the Lord before were derived from the power of this mask. In order not to be looked down upon by the other two demons, the Lord felt that he had to strengthen his own strength. Since he could not find his demon power, the Lord was ready to form a shadow army. The Lord believed that once he formed a complete shadow army, he could directly control all aspects of the Eagle Sauce. After all, in the complete shadow army, different legions have different abilities. The power they can show when they cooperate with each other is several times that of a single situation. And because the essence of the Lord is a demon and the embodiment of evil, he will not be blinded by the power of the mask like other people. As long as the Lord finds all the masks, he can absorb and use the power in them at will. However, there is a problem now, that is, there are two masks within the country, one of which is the one that the Lord had obtained, Uchiha's mask. What this mask can summon is the most ordinary shadow army. Although there is no obvious advantage, there is no fatal weakness. It can be said to be the most practical one. However, since the Lord has already absorbed the power of this mask, even if he cannot take it away in the country, it is not a big deal for the Lord, or it may be better in the Lord's opinion. After all, once all the masks are gathered together, they will directly burst out with enough evil to pollute the whole world. Although the outbreak of these evils helps the Lord to rule the world, because of the balance of good and evil, it will inevitably give birth to an unimaginably powerful wizard. This is definitely not what the Lord wants to see, so the Lord did not intend to collect all the masks. It should be said that the Lord did not intend to look for this Nijiya mask. What really gave the Lord a headache was another mask. That mask was Lazo's mask, which was originally stored in the foot basin chicken. The location of these two masks can be said to be the only two that the Lord knows. This Lazo mask can summon the Sharp Blade group in the Ghost Shadow Army. The sharp knife soldiers of this army have extremely sharp claws and sharp knives, powerful cutting power, and a slender body. Not only are the blades of their claws extremely sharp, they can easily cut through any metal material with their claws, and they can also crawl and move on vertical floors to attack, and they are good at rock climbing. Now this Lazo mask has been cleaned up from the ruins in China, and was discovered by the bored Holy Lord through a TV program. So far, 2 masks have been eliminated from the Holy Lord's target. In desperation, the Holy Lord had to start searching from the eagle sauce where he was. There was no other way, because the masters of these shadow legions were discovered by a group of domestic mages after they ruled the foot basin chicken, and they were not given the opportunity to display their ambitions. Not only did they kill these generals and commanders, but the group of mages also used them as a trash can after discovering the peculiar properties of their masks, and specially transferred some negative emotions and evil thoughts into these masks for storage. After that, the group of mages found that these masks were very capable of holding, and they could eat any amount of evil, as if they were directly connected to another world. Until one day, the evil accumulated in the mask reached a certain limit, and it broke through the seal of the original group of wizards. The people who held the mask at that time were the descendants of the original group of wizards, who only regarded it as a very useful tool and did not even know the origin of the mask. At that time, a large amount of evil that was instilled into the mask gushed out at once, directly contaminating a large number of people who came into contact with the mask. Among these people, except for a few wizards who escaped, most of them were assimilated by the evil and turned into shadow soldiers, which are the soldiers summoned by the mask now. Looking at the surging evil, everyone knew that the situation was serious. In the end, a great wizard stood up and sealed the evil back into the mask at the cost of sacrificing himself, and ordered the wizards present at the time to scatter the masks all over the world to prevent the masks from releasing the evil after they were gathered again. It can be said that this set of ghost masks is no longer the legion magic created by the original 9 generals and 1 commander by using killing and magic, but a magic weapon created by the combined effect of hundreds of years of attention paid by the magicians to the evil. On the one hand, it is because they feel that the matter has been resolved, and on the other hand, it is also to avoid the mistakes made by the immortals, so this matter has not been passed down even in the domestic practice circle, so even if the Lazo mask is seen, no one in the country knows it. To be honest, there are still some relevant records about these 9 generals in the original foot basin chicken, but now it has been purified by the tsunami, and the people who know the relevant legends have completely disappeared. The Holy Lord waited for a long time, and the special agents of Eagle Sauce did not find those masks. There is no way. The Holy Lord actually does not know what the remaining masks look like. It's just that when the Nijiya mask was collected that year, the Holy Lord had collected relevant information and learned some vague rumors. Now the spell collection he wrote has been destroyed by his father, so the Holy Lord doesn't know what those masks look like, and can only give those pro-American politicians a very vague description. So the special agents collected a large number of ancient masks for the Holy Lord. Although some of them also have magical powers, they are not what the Holy Lord wants. In the end, out of desperation, the Holy Lord once again found Valen and his Black Hand gang, and handed the task to Valen and his gang. After all, in the eyes of the Holy Lord, this kind of thing is still Valen's specialty. However, unlike the past when he simply relied on his mouth to fool people, the Holy Lord now has control over the pro-Americans to a certain extent, so he directly gave Valen a large amount of money as a reward to spur them to work. Wallen, as the Holy Lord, I naturally keep my word. I said at the beginning that I would give you the Golden Rooster King's treasure as a reward, but that treasure is located in Hong Kong, and we can no longer go there. So I decided to give you money directly as a reward. After all, after you get the treasure, you have to turn it into money. As the Holy Lord's transparent dragon body flew up and down in the air, Wallen was drooling at the mountains of US dollars in front of him. After all, This could be said to be the first return money he had seen since he had worked for the Holy Lord for so long. Valen immediately saluted the soul of the Holy Lord. "Holy Lord, please rest assured, I will continue to serve you like my ancestors. We will definitely complete your mission. Please let me go." Before Valen continued to express his loyalty, the Holy Lord interrupted him directly. "No matter what you say now, as long as I see those masks, as long as you can find the masks I want for me, I will give you endless wealth. But if you fail to complete the mission, you will be the most wanted criminal of the Eagle Sauce. I think you should understand whether I can do it, right?" In the end, Valen obtained a large amount of funds from the Holy Lord, as well as the right to mobilize the Eagle Sauce special agents. With the help of Valen and others, the Holy Lord soon obtained his new mask, the Bart Mask. This mask can summon the bat soldiers of the Ghost Corps. They have huge bat wings, fly fast, and can also launch beam attacks from their hands. The beam can not only attack others directly, but also turn the beam into a light rope to tightly bind the enemy, and can maintain continuity for a long time, or continue to attack the enemy. It can be said that with this new Bart Mask, the Shadow Corps of the Holy Lord immediately had the ability to fly, which can be said to have directly greatly increased the scope of use of the Shadow Corps. The Holy Lord asked Valen and others to place the mask on a table, and then the Holy Lord in a soul state plunged into the mask. After entering the mask, the Holy Lord saw all kinds of evil, but these evils were very ordinary for the Holy Lord as a demon. Not only did they not affect the Holy Lord's thoughts, but they could also enhance the Holy Lord's power to a certain extent. However, the Holy Lord now only had a soul, so he could not absorb much of these evils, and more of them were extracted from the power of the summoning Corps. About half an hour later, the Holy Lord flew out of the mask again. Now he has successfully acquired the ability to summon the Night Bat Corps. With the activation of this ability, a large number of bat soldiers were summoned by the Holy Lord. To be honest, these bat soldiers look a bit like the grown-up demon Zimu of the sky. At least these bat soldiers look taller and more mature. Seeing that the Holy Lord had become stronger because of the power of the mask, Valen and his companions bowed down in a hurry. No matter what they thought in their hearts, at least on the surface, they chose to rise and fall. After accepting the flattery of his subordinates, the Holy Lord was obviously very happy, so he asked Yin Jiang to prepare a large amount of funds for Valen and his companions for the subsequent mask collection. It can only be said that professional things need professional people to do. Don't look at Lasso, Afin and Joe, who seem to be idle and useless on weekdays. In fact, they are all the kind of talents who don't show off their talents. For example, Lasso studied theoretical physics in college before joining the Black Hand Gang. With the efforts of Valen and his companions, within half a month, a new mask was found for the Holy Lord. This mask is Samu's mask. It was found by Valen and his companions beside a waterfall on the northwest coast of the Atlantic Ocean. When it was found, the mask was tied to a totem pole. The Holy Lord also entered the mask and absorbed the ability to summon the troll group from it. The soldiers summoned by the trolls are giant soldiers in the Shadow Corps. These soldiers are tall and sturdy, with strong strength and strong defense. They are extremely heavy, but this also reduces their movement speed. Although these giant soldiers can enter the shadows to travel quickly, they are generally a type of soldier with high defense and low sensitivity. The Holy Lord is holding a banquet in the White House because of his increased strength. However, what the Holy Lord does not know is that the activation of 2 consecutive masks has attracted the attention of the commander of the Shadow Corps. Although this commander cannot appear in the world with the help of the power of the mask like other shadow generals because the mask was left in the shadow space by the great wizard of that year, he is the highest commander of all shadow legions and has the highest control over all soldiers. For example, now, because the Holy Lord only obtains authority from the mask, rather than summoning the Shadow Corps with the power of the mask, it is equivalent to these soldiers not being mobilized by those generals, which immediately alarmed the highest controller of the entire legion. Through the shadow soldiers summoned to the world, Commander Terra saw the situation in the world and knew who was stealing the power. It was the demons who once ruled the world. Terra was very happy to see that it was the demons who were collecting masks, because in his opinion, the demons' intention must be to destroy or rule the world, so their purpose was the same. As long as all the masks were collected, they could summon the evil that polluted the whole world. However, through the eyes of those shadow warriors, Terra saw such a scene. The Lord specifically instructed the shadow soldiers to send the newly acquired mask far away, and sent one to the North Pole and the other to the South Pole with Bart's mask that he had obtained before. Obviously, he did not want the masks to be gathered together. So Terra did not directly seize the control of these shadow legions. After all, once the attention of the opposite demon was attracted, the other party might directly seal all the masks behind, so Terra lay dormant and waited for the opportunity. Then Terra really found something. He found that the masks of the Lord were all based on what Valen and others were looking for, so Terra set his mind on Valen and others. When Valen and his friends got Ika's mask from a fisherman, Terra used his supreme control to secretly control a shadow ninja, pretended to miss it, and put the mask on Affin's face. Because Shangzu had told Affin about the mask in advance, Affin and his friends were dodging to prevent being controlled by the mask. As a result, the mask fell on Affin's butt while everyone was dodging. Although the position was not right, Terra had no time to wait. After all, if this opportunity was missed, it would be unknown when it would appear again. So under Terra's control, the mask seemed to come alive and immediately combined with Affin's butt, allowing Ika's consciousness to revive with the help of the mask. Chapter 200 Absorption. The Ika mask on Affin's buttocks, as his consciousness recovered, began to compete with Affin for the control of his body. Unfortunately, because the Ika mask only occupied Affin's buttocks, it could not directly affect Affin's entire mind, and could only take control of Affin's lower body. However, this did not affect Ika's summoning of his shadow core. The warriors led by Ika were now wearing armor, fully armed, and holding sharp blades. As Terra's personal guards in the past, their combat power can be imagined. The tall warrior stood out from the shadows on the ground, picked up Affin who was possessed by Ika, and quickly sank into the shadows under Terra's control. Also disappeared were the Troll Core, Night Bat Core, and Ninja Core, which were the most controlled by the Holy Lord. At this moment, they all broke away from the control of the Holy Lord and were directly led by Terra again. Terra's ability was obviously enhanced. It was learned that while Bai Sui strengthened the country, he also strengthened good in disguise, so that the world had to strengthen the power of evil in order to maintain the balance between good and evil. The Holy Lord discovered the abnormality at the first time. After all, the shadow warriors who had served him disappeared at the same time. Although he didn't know who did it, the Holy Lord knew that something must have happened. Valen and others returned to the White House in disgrace. After being scolded by the Holy Lord, they also found the problem. So he immediately contacted the Heavenly Demon and asked him to help him go to the South and North Poles to retrieve the mask he had hidden before. As the youngest of the 8 demons, Zimu was used to being instructed by other demons, so although he was still mumbling and reluctant, his body still went to the 2 poles honestly. Things were not much different from what the Holy Lord thought. The other party was indeed collecting masks, which made Zimu only have time to get Bart's mask at the North Pole. The mask of Samo that was previously placed in the South Pole had been taken away. After getting the mask, the Holy Lord sneaked in again and obtained the control authority of the Night Bat Core. However, the Bat soldiers summoned by the Holy Lord lost control as soon as they appeared and disappeared directly into the shadows. These guys look very interesting. Zimu looked at the Bat soldiers who looked similar to himself and was very interested. The Holy Lord was still thinking about the cause of this matter. When he heard Zimu say this, he said casually, "You can see that there is now a higher authority that directly controls these shadow soldiers, so there is no longer much use. But if you are interested, you can take this mask." After that, the Holy Lord told Zimu, the demon of heaven, about the relevant information about the mask and asked Zimu to keep the masks to prevent someone from summoning the evil that could pollute the whole world. Zimu also knew the balance of good and evil in the world, so he understood the importance of this matter. After seriously agreeing to it, he was stunned. "No, you can't absorb the evil in the mask because you don't have a body, but Basha and I can. As long as we absorb the evil inside, can't we directly destroy the mask and prevent the other party from releasing all the evil?" Zimu obviously thought of another point. Well, that's right, there was some bitterness in the words of the Holy Lord. Obviously. He had deliberately misled before, just not wanting other demons to find out more about this. After all, according to his own ideas, he wanted to wait until he recovered his body and directly absorb all the evil in the mask to directly strengthen himself. After all, in the eyes of the Holy Lord, if only he became stronger, although good would also be strengthened because of the balance between good and evil, because of the different strengths among the 8 demons, the other 7 demons would be the ones who would suffer in the end, and he would not lose anything. Maybe he could even enjoy the whole world alone after the other demons were sealed. Now that Zimu has discovered this situation, it is obvious that the Holy Lord's plan has been ruined. So, Zimu absorbed all the evil in the mask. Although these evils were nothing compared to the demons that had transformed the entire world, they were also a huge energy for them who were now sealed. For example, Zimu now, after absorbing the evil in a mask, had already clearly felt that the seal on his body was somewhat loose, and the wind he could release became more powerful. With such a discovery, Zimu immediately contacted Basha in California, which was just below sea level, and informed the other party of this discovery. After learning that these masks could restore strength and even have the effect of unlocking the seal, Basha was also moved and joined the ranks of finding masks. It's true that through searching the sea, Basha really found a mask on a sunken ship in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. That mask was Mani's mask, which could summon mantis-shaped soldiers. Their claws were in the shape of sickles and could slash and attack. But these were not important to Basha. After all, Basha didn't need any shadow soldiers. What she needed was the evil in the mask. Ah, really, my power has really recovered, and the seals around me have also weakened a lot. After absorbing the evil in the mask, Basha swam freely in the ocean, not caring how big the waves in the Atlantic Ocean were because of her actions. However, compared with a blind search of the Holy Lord and his men, Taro has a certain sensitivity to other masks. Although this sensitivity is not obvious, it is much better than having no clues. After Basha found the mask in the ocean, Taro has successfully collected the other 5 ownerless masks, but this is useless. After all, if all the masks cannot be collected, the entire shadow world cannot be directly opened to release all the evil in it. As for relying on those shadow soldiers to directly rule the world, Taro is not stupid. Even the invincible demons in his mind can only shrink in a country and dare not expand their territory. Obviously, there are forces in this world that they fear. So Taro didn't want to go out and die, but he didn't do nothing. Instead, he sent out the 5 corps under his command, the Hunting Pliers Corps, the Shadow Devouring Corps, the Alien Corps, the Samurai Corps, and the Troll Corps. As for the Ninja Corps and the Nightbat Corps that snatched control from the Holy Lord, because there was no support from the power of the mask, the soldiers inside were limited and could not be reborn after death. They were disposable arms, so Taro just used them as a backup. The corps sent out by Taro successfully contacted the European Union and obtained a certain living space and status by agreeing to serve the European Union. In fact, the European Union didn't want this either. It was really that the extraordinary power they could find was too weak to confront the domestic magician group and the Eagle Sauce demon group. Even Asan found a great magician who practiced a mind. If it weren't for the great magician who was unwilling to work for Asan's government, Asan would have played the slogan that John Bull's orthodoxy was in Asan and occupied John Bull in reverse. It can be said that in the field of supernatural, the entire European Union feels helpless. After all, the Vatican they believe in, although there is magic, does not have a great wizard who can be the finale. Even the one with the highest magic attainments is not their pope, but an unknown priest. When this matter was discovered, the entire Vatican almost expelled the priest from the church. Although the European Union finally found many supernatural powers such as werewolves in a carpet search, the gap is too big compared to their own world status. Of course, no matter how careful the European Union is now, the news was finally spread out and known by the Eagle Sauce. There is no way, the Eagle Sauce has been monitoring the world for too long. No matter how careful the European Union is, it still can't prevent it in the end. So the news that the masks gathered in the European Union was known to the Holy Lord, which also made Basha and Zimu concerned. After some discussion, the two of them decided to set off another tsunami, but this time they had to change direction and let the tsunami go through the Atlantic Ocean and head towards the position of the entire European Union. The first to bear the brunt of this time is Britain. It can be said that seeing such a tsunami, the whole of Britain was stunned. After all, they did not do anything to provoke the Eagle Sauce. So while asking for help from the country, the Eagle Sauce also found Tara and others who are now located in the European Union, hoping that they can use extraordinary power to stop this monstrous tsunami. However, the Shadow Corps is powerless to meet such a request. After all, they are just a bunch of shadows, and they can't do things like stopping the tsunami at all. In fact, it is not impossible. After all, Tara now has a Shadow Devouring group. The Shadow Corps summoned by the Shadow Devouring group is a group of many soldiers. They have only one ability, which is to eat shadows. The more shadows they eat, the larger their own size will be. If they let go of the shadows that devour a large number of humans, they may eventually feed a huge shadow soldier that can fight against a tsunami. However, if you lose your shadow, you will immediately fall into deep sleep, and the whole person will be unconscious like a dead body, and even if you are illuminated again, no shadow will appear. Only when the shadow is completely back on the body can you wake up again. In fact, John Bull had considered this plan, but they found sadly that even if they offered the shadows of all the people in the European Union to the same shadow-devouring soldier, they could not feed a giant that could resist that tsunami, because they could only give up and ask for help from the country while transferring personnel. The idea of the Holy Lord in eagle sauce was not to really flood the whole of Europe. After all, they were also afraid that such an action would directly anger Bai Sui and let Bai Sui seal them now. The main purpose of their doing so was to confirm the whereabouts of Terra and others through John Bull's actions. After all, Terra and others had been hiding themselves for safety reasons, and they could travel in the shadows, which greatly reduced the tracking accuracy of the Eagle Sauce special agents. Seeing that the exact location of Terra and others had been obtained, Basha and Zimu, who had been hiding in the tsunami and heading to the European Union with the seawater, also took the initiative to disperse the tsunami at this moment, making it weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared completely when it was half the distance from John Bull. Just as John Bull was celebrating his survival, Zimu and others had successfully arrived on this land. The Holy Lord relied on his soul form, which allowed him to penetrate all kinds of objects, and flew directly to Terra's hiding place. Basha and Zimu, one formed a huge vortex outside the sea of John Bull, and the other blew a whirlwind in the sky of John Bull, directly blocking each other's escape routes in the sea and air. Now Terra and others can't escape. Although Terra and others dived into the shadows at the first time, trying to escape the pursuit of the demons, the Holy Lord in the soul state, because there was no physical hindrance, followed directly into the shadow space. Looking at the Holy Lord entering his space, Terra was also a little angry. After all, in his opinion, even if the Holy Lord was a demon, he dared to enter his domain so blatantly, which obviously did not take him seriously at all. This was a disregard for him and a contempt for him. So Terra directly ordered all his shadow soldiers to attack the Holy Lord collectively. Although the Holy Lord in a soul state can also spray flames, two fists cannot beat four hands, and he was eventually trapped by a large group of shadow warriors. Due to the immortality of the demons themselves, the Holy Lord then experienced an inhumane torture. However, the Holy Lord's efforts were meaningful. He successfully delayed the time until Basha and Zimu came to rescue. With the positioning of the Holy Lord, Basha and Zimu easily entered this space. Unlike the Holy Lord in a soul state, Basha and Zimu have been absorbing the evil in it since they entered, trying to absorb all the evil. Seeing that the newly entered demons were directly destroying their foundation, Terra and his generals immediately began to counterattack. However, Basha and Zimu are both demons with flesh and gradually unsealed. It is easy to deal with these shadow soldiers. Even those shadow soldiers cannot break the defense of Basha and Zimu. After all, the two of them are not like the Holy Lord, who has been deprived of almost all his abilities. Their combat effectiveness is still very strong. About half an hour later, all the evil in the entire shadow space was absorbed by Basha and Zimu. Of course, they did not forget to use their bodies to help them hold back the opponent's Holy Lord. They also used tougher means to infuse some of the evil into the Holy Lord's soul, so as not to let the opponent gain nothing. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.